Wow. Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope y'all are having a good day today.
It is us, your bestest bear buds. Mama mammal memal memal. Mel mel memel memlem melm. Can't believe Pepsi hates me. I'd understand Dae, but why me? I'm just an innocent little bear.
I know, BB. I know. Everybody is so rude to the little bear. He's just trying to do. He gets so excited when he gets to do the intro, and then you do this to him. That's a crime. Jail. Jail for Pepsi. And Kira. But yeah, welcome in, everybody. I hope y'all are having a good day. I, for one, am having a good one. Although I have been dealing with some like body pain and some like headaches today, so I might not be as like energetic and feral as I usually am. Although I say that plenty of times during streams, but then I end up just like going back to my usual usual energy levels. So we'll see how it goes. But I do got some water here. I'm wondering if it's because I've been drinking too much tea, too much sugar, too much caffeine maybe. So I got some water here to maybe help flush that out, you know, and be healthy. Oh my gosh, I'm so healthy. I'm drinking water. Well, yeah, I'm doing pretty good all around. I had a nice little time with my friends yesterday going to go get some more sushi. It was good. It was good sushi, but after having like sushi on Monday and then getting more yesterday, I was kind of like, I don't think I want sushi rolls anymore. I don't think I want cold stuff, so I ended up getting like a lot of like hot food pretty much. Well, it was very good. How was I not invited? Cause you live across the ocean, Kira. Are you gonna take a boat over here? One day we will get sushi together, I promise. Well, listen, next time I get sushi, I'll invite you, and you better be there. You better be there no matter what. If you're gonna be like that, yeah, you better. I'll take you, I'll take you to the sushi place with like, the revolving conveyor belt. I'll take you to that one. That one's more fun. I like that one. I like the other place too, but I don't know. Between the two of them, the other one was more exciting. So I've been eating a lot of fish and a lot of rice the past few days, which, like I said, not complaining, but it's just like, I'm kind of like, maybe too much. I definitely did eat too much yesterday. Oh my gosh! I forgot to post the picture. So I also, after we got sushi, I also got rolled ice cream too. So I forgot to take the picture because it looks so pretty. I'll post it in the Discord right now. Conveyor belt, yeah. I went to a conveyor belt sushi place on Monday, and it was pretty good. I would be very excited to go back to there. Okay, where's my food? There's my food. Oh, who posted food in here? Oh my god, Shaggy got food. Is that a burrito, a chimichanga, and some brownies? I offer... Wait, not files. Oh my god. Picture. There we go. Ice cream! I posted it in the Discord. So if you're not part of the Discord, What are you doing? No, I'm just kidding. Not everybody likes Discord, but you know, just I give a plug anyway for that. But yeah, we got some rolled ice cream, which was I was kind of like more excited for that than the sushi. Not gonna lie, I got like a s'mores this flavored this time. I call it a flavor, but like s'mores ice cream. So I had like chocolate and graham crackers, marshmallow fluff. Oh my gosh, I love marshmallow fluff so much. What I didn't really like prefer about it though is like I've talked about it before on here and people give me shit for it, but I don't like hard things in my ice cream, and that was like hard chocolate in it, so I wasn't really a big fan of that. So I kind of like ate around the little chunks, but everything else was pretty good. I think next time I'll get what I usually get, which is like a lotus cookie ice cream. Like that's really good. But I was like, no, I'm gonna be different, and every time I'm different, I keep remembering that the original that I would always get is better. Yeah, I've been eating good this week. I've been eating pretty good. And then for dinner today, I had chicken tenders. So it has been pretty good indeed. But yeah, that's about it that I've been getting into. I've been doing some stuff in the background, you know, like I usually do. I keep telling myself I'm gonna watch more animes. But I say that, but then I end up sitting here and then just like scrolling through like Twitter and YouTube Shorts, and I need to stop doing that. I need to actually like sit down and like watch more animes, because I started some and there's more I want to watch before my vacation is up. I have to go back Monday. So I need to look for a while. Short circuiting my brain working on stuff. I feel that when indeed. But yeah, if you go work on your stuff, you gotta focus on that. I need to work on stuff too. But today is gamer time. No food. No animes, only game. So as I have been stitching, I am hoping to, like, while I can, to get through each step in our life so that we can get to the confession scene as quickly as possible. Because I think last time I kind of like broke up like the steps in half. So we had about like 6 streams, but I'm hoping to like cut that down since I don't have to get up in the morning. So today I'm hoping to get through step 2 completely. So it's gonna be a pretty long stream. It's gonna be about, I'm gonna guess that like the last one was about like 6.5 hours, so it's probably gonna be like the same amount of time. So I hope y'all are gonna be here with me for the whole time. But if not, I understand. But yeah, so without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it. I had to like make sure to like close everything that I used when I'm playing League the other day, because I like opened up stream and I just immediately saw like my zoomed in desktop of the bear belly that I have on there because of like weird things I had to do to get it going. But yeah, today it's easy. It's an easy day. Okay, let me get this. No. What am I doing? There we go. Okay. Can you go back here? Alright, I think I left off before, like after the step 1 factor, and we're transitioning into step 2. So that's what I was doing, I'm pretty sure. Continue. Like I said, I got my water here, so I'm ready to go. I'm ready to narrate. I'm ready to speak non-stop. Right, August ended, September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Ko felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Ko would be staying in Sunsetbird for a while. At school, he was alright, but he kept his distance from the other kids. From what she saw anyway. Whenever he could, Ko stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time, as long as it was together. That year, the divorce of Ko's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Ko's dad got full custody. At first you worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Then you found out it meant Ko would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Ko cried too, for different reasons, you thought. It seemed like Ko and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He said he didn't want to uproot Ko's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Ko to like Sunsetbird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Ko. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed. Still, you worried about him. You could tell he wasn't completely happy. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed, and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore. You were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There are other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's cheeks flushed with the shy pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably hold that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did in gym and other athletic situations. Over the years, he became more quiet and reserved. You didn't usually see him talking to other people. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, it was gone. He said peace. He has a different game to go participate in. He and his mom moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. You learned some heartbreaking things, became less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remember calling her Mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You were much too old for the word. Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You really saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. You started befriending new people like yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work, if Derek had the time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed, in small and big ways. You had to. As time went by, though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then before you knew it, school was over, and summer vacation had come again. Oh yeah, that kind of does remind me. We do have also the Derek DLC and Baxter DLC. I was kind of considering not playing through those moments, just because we've seen them before on the stream, and since this is like a more like Cove specific route, I figured we'd just like stick with those, and then just put those on the back burner. Not really on the back burner because I don't think we're gonna get to them, just to like save time and all that. Since we have like played them all before. So I think that is what we're gonna do. So listen, I love Derek, I love Baxter, but it's Cove's turn again. It's Cove's turn to be the main character. So that is what I am considering doing. Besides, if we also did Derek's and Baxter's, it'd also take a lot longer too. It'd take a lot more than 6.5 hours. So yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Unless anybody feels very strongly about the Derek and Baxter moments. I could be convinced, but if not, I'm gonna stick with just doing Cove's thing. I have one friend, and his name is Cove Holden. That's it. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. To be more specific, you were... I'm sleeping. That's what I've been doing during my time off. I keep telling myself I'm going to get up early and actually like do the things I want to do, but then I end up rolling out of bed around between like 12 and 1 p.m. So I'm sleeping in. I'm tired. Oh, I'm tired. Let me hibernate just a little bit longer while I still can. It was hot, but you still had the blanket up over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it intruding on your lazy morning. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for the intrusion. From beneath the blanket, you heard the door creak open. You're still sleeping? Wow. Get up. Uh, go away. You pretend to still be asleep. You got up. You started to fake snore loudly. Morning. No, I'm still sleeping. You stayed wrapped up in your blankets, not moving an inch with your eyes closed peacefully. By the impatient tapping of her foot, you could tell she hadn't left. Come on, I know you heard me. Get up now. I will come over there. So much for a lazy morning. Mom told me to tell you that your friend's at the door. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him. Say thanks or whatever.
Come on.
So come down already. Really? It's great. I'm coming. Oh my god, my best friend here. I gotta go. Elizabeth said nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. You rolled out of bed, stretching your arms up high and yawning. Time to get ready. You sat yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. Oh, it's about how tall I am. Your reflection fit comfortably in the frame. Your average height. Cove was really tall. Derek was kind of short. You were pretty much the exact height that someone would expect for a 13-year-old. Yeah, you liked your height. It suited you well in your mind. I don't know. It's like, I know how some people kind of have like strong feelings about their height. I don't really in particular. It's like, that's just how I grew. That's just how tall I am, you know? It is what it is. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Carol says they had been. Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cole was up to, so this worked in your favor. Your reflection grinned back at you. You were looking forward to seeing him. You left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. I'm like, hello, Mr. Cole Holden. Whatever could you be at my house for? As if we don't know. You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which she was perusing through. Morning, Mom. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Good morning, Dae. Thank you for coming down. You're welcome. I know it's such a pleasure to see me every morning. Mom's at the door at Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? Okay. Where you going? You're supposed to be hanging out with me. You nodded and made your way to the front of the house. Just as she said, Mom was there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh.
Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Ma reached forward, and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average, so you were little in her eyes, despite being a typical size for your own age. You let her do it. You stood by patiently and indulged your mom's wishes. She gave you 2 small taps on the crown of your head. Ah, you're the last one down today, you know that? Brain is fried, so I guess I'll just hang out. You know, I feel that. Brain no work. I was going to stay in longer, so you're welcome. Yes, thank you for gracing us all with your presence this fine day. With a small laugh, Mom stepped aside. Cope was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as his bushy hair covered part of his face. His features were pinched in embarrassment, and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much talked about gift. I don't know how it is, what I choose to like make him pick the long hair, because usually I don't think I've ever gotten that hair naturally. I think like when I would play before I started streaming, when I would play, I'd have to like manually pick like the middle parted hair because I thought it like suited him more. I guess that was like what I was more used to like picturing in my head. But then when I started streaming it and I like let like you know the randomizer pick, it always chooses this one, which I'm not complaining, but it's like what am I doing that it won't pick the other one? Why does it hate it so much? Just be different, be built different. At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No, instead it was a carefully cut fruit. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You could imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. Trying to figure out how to have a database. Be like Romcat, but no luck so far. Had a chat with a dev, but no luck. Yeah, yeah. I can only imagine like the absolute like, confusion and brain frying that can happen with that. You'll figure it out someday. Someday. You'll figure it out soon enough, though. But it's good to take breaks. Yeah, too much tech talk. Yeah, yeah. A kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. I mean, yeah, he sent his son over to do it himself. You try to be neighborly, but you won't even come yourself to drop off this fruit bouquet? Cove smiled at the sight of you. This thing of this goofy errand, he was clearly embarrassed to be uneased. Hey, Dae. You smiled back. It was second nature to you. Cove had always been such a close friend, ever since the two of you were kids. Hey, it's nice to see you. You too. Your grin widened even more. Every time he came, your mood was brightened. It was already shaping up to be another long summer with plenty of time for the two of you to have to get fun together. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. And with that, the gift was accepted. Well, that's everything. Though he said that, he made no move to go. You could tell he was reluctant to. Thank you. Could you tell your dad we love the gift? Yeah. Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any neighbor you'd ever had, though after 5 years you were used to his antics. And you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. You know, Mr. Holden's pretty goofy himself. He was great. Kinda handsome to boot. Oh my gosh. Maybe one day, GB Patch will decide to return to our life and give a DLC to romance Mr. Holden. Not as his son's friend, but like as a different character entirely. Like an adult character, like Mr. Holden's age. Everybody loves Mr. Holden, except maybe one person. But no, he's funny, he's goofy. He's a goofy guy. Sometimes that could be a good thing, and other times it was a bad thing. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are! You shared a confused look with Cove, as both of you stepped through the open door onto the neighborhood street. Who's out there? It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek, just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. Oh my god, it's our other friend, Derek! Derek was certainly a welcome guest in your neighborhood. It was a pleasant surprise whenever he showed up. After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Then he looked up with a wide grin. Hey guy and pal. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Should have figured to be at Dae's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just there? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure. Then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. This is kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit.
Nice.
Can I have some? I haven't even tried any yet. Derek pouted your words, not hiding his disappointment. Aw. Then he nodded his head, as if to clear it. Anyway, that's right. I came here because I needed to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nuh-uh. The kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him?
Nope.
I came to report the sudden right away. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and he seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. You blinked. Slowly, you looked over to your longtime neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove, when you first got here anyway. Does it? Yeah. It does. He shook his head, dismissing the thought from his mind. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well, now that you say so. But what do you say? Let's go find Cove's look-alike. We should all meet him.
Sure.
I'll do it. Sure. I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned, then he pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going in this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio, you made your way down to the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of sun. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true, he certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad, like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements and scrunched-up expression, he came off angry. You started to have doubts about this expedition. Maybe it'd be better if you left him alone and let him sort himself out. You shared a look with Cove. He was equally reluctant to start up a conversation. Derek didn't feel the same. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. Derek can't read the room. Hey, guy, over here! Kid whipped around, an impressive scowl carving deeper into his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong hostile energy still radiated from him. What is it? What do you want? Sharp toe made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. Was that it?
No.
I'm Derek. That's Dae and Co. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids in our age in this neighborhood. Yeah, so you know, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could have ripped from a person's ears, it would have happened then. They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course, I knew it. I basically want to combine Romcat and Database into one character so that chat can talk to them, and I can as well with a voice command. Right now, I can't directly talk to Romcat without using the redeem and typing. Unlike Database, where I can just say, hey, Database, and she listens like Alexa. Ah, I see. So you have to just fuse the two together. Just use alchemy. We've seen the fusion like that working. Alchemy, just do the same thing. With technology. Edward. What?
My parents.
They're the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own?
Right.
Right, my dad brings me to Sunset Bird too, when he has to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation probably either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of a time. A chore. My parents and your family is nearby. We just had to come see them. Ugh. If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess.
I guess. That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No. Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. They should have gone by themselves since they cared so much and left me home. But I'm not allowed to be mom myself. Pfft. Makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything. And I'm the kid? Oh my gosh. Can you, like, and chill out just a little bit here? And they say I'm the kid as he's, like, throwing a tantrum in the middle of the park. You kept quiet. You shouldn't talk about your parents like that. Sorry, I'm not stuck being forced to do something you don't want to. Just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining at us. Yeah. We're not... We didn't need all this dumb on us here. We just said hi. Calm down. You don't have to yell so much. Who peed in your cereal this morning? God, what I wouldn't give to be an alchemist. Your ceiling's leaking. Too much rain. Oh my god, it's raining here too. Oh my gosh, Kira, we're both experiencing the rain together. I remember, oh my gosh, I remember one time my ceiling was leaking and it was like such like an experience. I had no idea what to do. Except, you know, besides grab a book. I remember I was like home alone and I was just laying there on the couch just watching TV and all of a sudden like water started pouring down from the ceiling and I was like, called my mom. So the ceiling's leaking. She's like, the ceiling's what? And she came home and was like, and so we had to get that fixed. It was so good. It was so much fun. Right next to my TV. Oh, you better be careful. Don't get electrocuted, Kira. I don't think that's good for you. Close enough to do this. Yeah. Oh my god. Let's hold toes in the rain. So romantic. Alright, calm down. You have to yell so much. You really don't know anything. You turn to Cove, lowering your voice. The two of you aren't the set similar after all. Jeremy must have had good hearing, though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed.
Stupid.
Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Cove's cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe both. I've got a bucket, so I'm good. Okay, good. Don't want to get zapped. Or your cat's getting zapped too. That'd also be pretty bad. Come on. What? No, Cole, your eyebrows are so cool. How can you say that when you've got a bowl cut? Don't listen to them. They're really unique and special. Well, they are kind of silly. Apologize, Cole, right now. You can't treat people like that. You say you're sorry right now, or else you're dead. I'm gonna bury you 6 feet under the sand here. Ko smiled weakly.
Okay.
I'm sorry, your eyebrows are so terrible. You just rolled your eyes, crossed your arms over your chest, you shook your head, you patted Cove on the shoulder. You lunged! Now, pat him on the shoulder. Cove gave you a watery look in exchange for the silent support. Trying to talk to the rude boy clearly wasn't going to go anywhere. A leaky ceiling won't stop me from working. Yeah, it's good. Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
Wah, wah, wah. This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and skulked away, throwing more sand everywhere he went. You watched him go, hunched over, until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you try to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding. By the sound of those earlier complaints, the newborn Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. You followed, and Cove did too shortly after. Thank you for the lurk, Nin. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks.
I was hoping we could meet someone fun. Hang out, maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But, you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point, right at the fruit arrangement that you were still holding. You'd completely forgotten about it during the mini-drama that unfolded. You'd gotten used to that weight. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. You must want some too. Oh my god. But you brought it! Too much stuff to do. Go fast, eat ass, you know, as I say. Alright, let's eat. Derek perked up immediately at your words. He reached out for a skewer, hesitating slightly once he was inches away.
Sure.
I said yes, go ahead. You nodded. With an eager grin, he plucked out a prime row of fruits. Cove grabbed one for himself after him. Only you were without a skewer of your own. I want... Ooh. I usually go for pineapple. You know, I want a grape. Dig it. A grape. There are 4 juicy grapes on a single skewer. It was the obvious first choice. Derek ate a pineapple skewer enthusiastically, finishing it within moments. This is amazing. Cove continued munching on his, making a small noise with his mouth full. Hey, you two remember the land before time? That fruit thing that makes me think of it. Dinosaurs all liked the leaves that were shaped like stars. Tree stars. Yeah, chomping leaves looked so delicious when they did. You know, there was that scene with the pretty trees and all the dinosaurs came in and picked everything off of them till there was nothing. That's us right now. Awesome. Do you think things taste better when they're shaped like stars? He snickered. Not everything, but it probably helps. The review continued like this for the next few minutes. Eventually, the display was barren. It looked weird when devoid of fruit. Hey, we weren't supposed to eat all of it. Oopsie whoopsies. Really? You should know. You brought it over for the family. That's what you were tasked to do. You couldn't stop yourself from sighing at the boys. You just wanted to eat some and have a nice time. Now you were probably going to get in trouble. You could only accept it, though. Hey, Dae. Yeah. Shiv you a bit eyes casually. That was pretty cool, what you said back at that guy. Oh, thanks. I was just saying what I thought. Derek chimed in while in high spirits. You totally owned him. I don't know what his parents say, but it's good at least somebody is around to tell him what's what. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. So, are you both ready for summer break? Yeah. Cool on you. Wish I could say the same. It feels like there's a lot to plan for. And what about you, Cove? Are you ready? I think that depends. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered. Dae! Me? You glanced over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. I've been looking all over for you. Ma said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden bought for us. She leered over you with arms folded. So, where is it? Well, you see, it's gone. What do you mean, gone? You moved over to the side to face her completely. She zeroed in on the bouquet in your hands, which was now populated exclusively with skewers dripping in juice and tiny flakes of leftover fruit pieces. Her mouth dropped open and the tone of her voice rose. Seriously, Dae? What were you thinking? It was supposed to be for all of us at home. She glanced at Cove, who sat beside you, and continued mockingly. Even if you did have an in with a delivery boy, this was up to Mr. Holden. Cove gave you a bent smile of support, which didn't help disprove her accusation. Sorry. I'm sorry, little bitch. Can you please forgive me? Just use the ooh voice. My ultimate power, the ooh voice. Get over it. Well, that's more of a kind of a disaster. We were hungry? You see, it wasn't us. A seagull came down and ate it while we all weren't looking. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes. No one all deceived like your response. Oh no, I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. No, let's get out of here. Got a blast. Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around. What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but he sent a look to you from over his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stood back, brow raised. Bye. Without a word, you two got to your feet and bolted down the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes. No, listen, I'm the most mature here. Let's be real. I may have lied about eating the skewers and then I ran away to face it so I wouldn't have to face the consequences of my actions, but no, I don't think that means I'm immature. She shook her head as she walked towards the house, not bothering whatsoever to follow. Meanwhile, the three of you made it back to the shoreline. Derek pumped his fist, grinning in triumph. We escaped and shall live to see another day. Yeah, for now at least. I still have to face Elizabeth when I go back home. I'll live with her. You chuckled together, walking further down the beach side by side. You definitely wanted to stay outside a little while longer. You'd gotten a bit of a scolding from your moms for not saving any of Mr. Holden's gift for Elizabeth, but you didn't get any real punishment for it. Instead, while you were out with the boys, Elizabeth returned home to share the news. The three of them went to get dessert on their own. It was declared even by your parents when everyone got back and the event was settled. Trying to, like, rub it in. After that, Derek had rejoined you in the living room. He elected to stay outside for extra time so that you could face a potential scolding from your family without him witnessing the embarrassment. Derek was a guy you could count on. The dust had settled from the prior events, and your moms went back to their room, so Derek was just taking it easy until his dad arrived. Mr. Suarez was meant to be there any minute to get Derek. Derek preferred not to sit, instead took long lazy strides in a circle around the edge of the rug. Hands behind his back and head angled towards the ceiling, Derek looked like he might have been puzzling out a crime. Oh, are you planning crimes? No, a bank heist, maybe? He probably made a half-dozen rounds when a solemn knock struck your front door. That stopped Derek in his tracks. Dad's here. The both of you stepped towards the door in unison. You arrived first, since you'd had half a room head start. When you'd pulled it open only a crack, someone zoomed in past you. The breakneck flash of a human was still entirely recognizable. It was Derek's littlest brother, Nicholas Suarez. He shouted triumphantly, "We're here!" He was only 6, the tiniest kid around. Hot on his heels came in the middle Suarez's son, George. We have to stay in the car. We're going home. We're not here to play. He was 10, and his patience was being tested. The youngest one frantically shook his head. It made his hair even messier than it already was. Nicholas's hair was as wild and free as he was. Hair clips in his parents' minivan couldn't contain the energy. Which might have been surprising considering he loved cars enough to wear a shirt covered in them, but you knew Nicholas loved Derek even more. Staying right where he was, inside your house, at his even older brother's side, Nicholas gave Derek a shrug. I came to get you. Derek bent down to scoop Nicholas into his arms in a fond squeeze, though he kept his face tilted up to make eye contact with George.
Hey.
Side by side, Mr. and Mrs. Suarez trailed in. The resemblance between the parents and their children was clear. Derek and George were the spitting image of their father. George was even sometimes called Junior, while Nicholas was a mommy's boy.
Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening. You'll have to forgive the three-ring circus visiting town. The boys just had to come. Ha! Don't worry about that. You're welcome here. You didn't know what to say to them. I love seeing the boys. He merely shrugged. Don't worry about it. The frown that had been stuck on George's face finally eased up a little. Oh, how kind. But we can't stay. Thank you for letting Derek visit and tell your mothers I said hello. Okay. Come on, boys. All 4 of you now. Let's give the Ursa family their house back. Coming. Half of the group trotted forward with only a word. They went past Mrs. Suarez and out the door. She watched them go before surveying the situation with the most troublesome one. Nicholas was just bouncing around Derek as if he hadn't even heard his parent. Derek and his mom looked at one with identical expressions of exhaustion-tinged affection. When an opportunity opened up between hops, Derek carefully took hold of Nicholas's small hand. Let's go to the car, Nico. You can sit next to me. Thrilled by the promise, Nicholas let out another cheer. Yeah, let's go to the car. Ooh, Derek DLC, yes. Unfortunately, we probably won't be getting to the DLC in this playthrough. But I have played it on stream before, and I do love it, though. it's just he's just such a good guy, you know, so wholesome. We love Derek. We're actually just like playing through again to get to the epilogue to get a certain confession scene from Mr. Cove Holden. But it is very tempting to play through Derek's thing again. All the DLC are great, both Derek's and Baxter's. Mrs. Suarez left it there, trusting her eldest, and went to join Mr. Suarez and George. He's such a sweetheart. I know. Also, welcome in, pretty baby girl 20. I hope you enjoy your time here. But yeah, we love him. Such a good brother. Already exhausted by his two, well, mostly one, this one, rambunctious brothers. Nicholas gripped Derek's black wristband with his free hand, stretching it outwards in his eager attempt to lead his bigger brother along. Derek stumbled forward with a chuckle, mostly to protect his band from being pulled too far rather than Nicholas actually having the strength to move him. But he made sure not to forget you. Derek said his goodbye from over his shoulder. Bye, pal. Bye. He's such a gentleman. He's so perfect. And those arms. Yeah, when he's like in the epilogue, he's big, strong arms. And from all that time playing football, soccer. Alright, and goodbye, everybody. After their prompt entrance and equally quick exit, the whole Soros family was on their way home. You, however, didn't have anywhere to go. It was late enough that the rest of the day would be spent inside your own house. That was a while ago now. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. Wow. Oh, yeah, Leandra. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin Leandra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your uncle and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. Well, back though they moved and were closer to you than ever before. You now hung out regularly. With school being out, you're positive she's going to want to come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. I have a headcanon that Derek, when he's older, he would like to play fight with you, and then whenever you try to play fight with him, he'll just pick you up and spend you for you to stop. I can imagine that in play fighting. I imagine he like picks you up and just like slams you back down onto whatever, like a couch or like a bed. Like no mercy. He's like, I'm the winner here. I can see that. I can see that. She used to be really fond of Lizzie, but Elizabeth too. But now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to be just you and Lee who spent time together. Being family helped you make you close, but you had a lot of girlfriends. Even though you weren't a girl, you befriended them pretty well. And you also had a lot of non-girlfriends. What kind of gender someone was didn't seem to make any difference in who you got along with. Yeah, I got along with everybody. Then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. Oh my gosh, people that say, oh, I don't be friends with girls because they're just drama. I'm like, what? Are you sure about that? Like, this is just like a weird thing to like say. And it's also like somebody else that identifies as a girl as well. Like, I don't get that. I just become friends with whoever I get along with, you know? The gender don't matter. And the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. Oh, what's up, Bears? What up, Zeno? Who is it? Your worst nightmare. Of course you knew right away who it was. You laughed. Hi, Lee. No, that's like not a great thing to do. It sounds like they're a pick-me. That's not great. No. Yeah. Yeah, it's not good. I agree. What does gender matter? Yeah. It's just like, it's just a matter of who you get along with and who you don't, pretty much. Dropping the joke, she laughed too. Hi, Dae. There was static on the end, as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. So can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now we don't have to do any of that boring stuff, and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out... Lee, can you wait a second? Let me just head to my room. Oh, yeah. Lee, shut the fuck up. I need to go. Pan for the win. Bom bom. The charged Pipit. I love like the little like happy face just like mixed in there with all like the serious ones. He's like, ah! You got up from your seat on the counter. Luckily the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Your mom's had a rule about not moving the phone unless the call was in progress, which was why you'd been sat by its cradle waiting for Lee to call. I mean, it makes sense. It was nice to keep everything in its proper place. Oh god, I love this step 2 with Cove. Yeah. I really like step 2 as well. All of the steps with Cove were are pretty good. It's hard to pick a favorite. Okay, who's there? I'm you. What? Where you go, I go. Like, if I really had to pick... I don't know. I think I like step 2, maybe. More... I don't know. Step 3 has such good moments, too, though. I don't know. It's so... it's so hard. It's just perfect. Imperfectly perfect. Alright, it was nice to keep everything in its proper place. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You made your way up the stairs, smiling. After you had arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat on your bed. Alright, I'm here. Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Oh, wow, really? Thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you. Right? Wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more grown up. Wish they'd changed their mind. We could call each other every single day and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? Go when you meet him. For you, go in step 2, friend. I mean, kinda, yeah. Listen to the Vivi soundtrack in the background. Interesting vibe. Oh, yeah, interesting indeed. Vivi do be a vibe. But wouldn't I still be using the home phone? My moms would be able to stop us if they wanted. You laughed. You didn't put a damper on her imagination. Then you have your own phone too. That works. She sighed dramatically. And I'm not gonna get one until I'm all the way in college. Squeezing the phone between your shoulder and your ear, you puffed up your pillows and made yourself more comfy. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over and you had to choose whether or not to go to college. I remember when that thought hit me and I had to break down for like a month over the thought of like transitioning after like school and going to college and all that stuff. I was like, oh god, what the fuck am I doing? But it's okay because eventually I just pushed that away and got over it. Except not really. But now it's like years later, so it's okay now. Let me just take that mental breakdown and just push it deep down into the depths of my core. And not touch that again. School was such a big part of your life right now. Okay, let's see. Studying didn't come easily to you, though you tried hard. You worked about as hard as most people and got pretty average results as well. You never tried much, but you still didn't do that bad. You didn't bother at all in school and your grades reflected that. Everything in your class came easily to you. You worked hard for your excellent grades. God, I love being a dropout. Yeah, we love that for you. Alright, let's see. I was more so somebody that, like, didn't try too hard, but I didn't, like, do bad either. I never studied. I'll be upfront with everybody. I never studied in school. But I still never, like, got, like, too bad of a grade. Oh my god, because I figure out how tall Kobe is and each step. He's a giant. He is pretty tall. Oh. The door shut and it scared me. Yeah, I think out of the three, like, between, like, Derek, Baxter, I think he's, like, the tallest out of everybody. It's, like, 6 foot something. Still didn't do too bad. You want to lose an argument? What? Coasting by had become routine for you. Teachers had warned you that you wouldn't be able to do that forever, but you figured it was enough for now. Oh yeah, they did that too. You have to study. You won't pass this unless you study. Doesn't study, passes it. Guess what? I have a degree, but I wasn't feeling it anymore when I decided to go to a higher level. Around the same time I started streaming. Yeah. I sometimes consider, like, going to, like, graduate school for, like, my major, or, like, going back to school for, like, something that was, like, closer. Because I did animation, but I don't really like the whole, like, main animation part. I kind of like more of, like, the concept work. So I was wondering if I could, like, go to school for, like, just to, like, solely focus on that. But I got my student debt from the last school, so I gotta figure that out first before I had more debt on top of it. One day, maybe. You felt a lot of pressure to get higher grades than you did last year. You hoped you do just as well as this year, but it wouldn't be a big deal if they dropped some. You're confident your grades would remain great. You had no plans on getting excellent scores this time around. It's alright. It is what it is. Grades weren't the most important thing, no matter how good or how bad they ended up being. Yeah, you try to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled. Sounds so spacey. What's up? Just thinking about school. Lee groaned. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? That's what I'm doing. Looking forward to going. Ew, no. So awful. I hate going. I get what you mean. Though I guess school isn't all the way bad. You can do some good things there. You can just do more when school's out. Pretty much. Follow 2 in the stream name is In a Galaxy Far Away, there was once a demon clapping. Like, clapping or clapping? Listen, we love making stream names. Whenever I have like a good idea for like a stream name, I always get so disappointed when it's like there's like a word in there or something that like Twitch isn't happy with and I have to change it. It's like, no, it would have been perfect. It would have been so perfect if you just left that word in there. Clapping Among Us. It's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. If I didn't go to school, I'd never meet anybody new. No one really comes here. It's always cool to learn new things. I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught things, not just some people. And that's it. That's pretty much everything that's good about school. Okay, point taken. I am not going to pick that gym. I hated gyms so much in school. I always hated it because it kept doing, like, teams and, like, or, like, pairing up with other people to do stuff in there, and nobody ever wanted to be on their team. It was always so awkward. I remember, like, so many times people would be like, oh, hey, Dae, can you go on the other team so this person can go on our team? And it's like, but I don't think I'm supposed to switch. And like, oh, just do it. It's like, no, I don't want to get in trouble. And it happens so often, too. Like, why do I have to switch? You switch. Don't you want me in your team? What's wrong with me? Even though I fucking hate volleyball and I always got smacked in the head. What's wrong with me? Really, bud. It was the same for me. Yeah. It's like, I think I got, like, pretty lucky in school. I never got, like, bullied or anything, but I think it was just always, like, a fact that, like, people just did not know what to do with me or, like, how to, like, interact with me. Because I may sound, like, a bit more, like, sociable and energetic now, but in school, I was, like, pretty much, like, a stone wall. No emotions, not speaking unless spoken to. So they were pretty much like, oh my god, who is it? We don't want this freak. Should I make you mute for 2 minutes straight? You can't. Because it's on a cooldown. You can maybe mute for 1 minute, but that's about it. I had to put it on a cooldown or else everybody's going to get really, really quirky with it. I can imagine now just like constant muting. I never get to speak through the whole stream. I mean, I especially have to do it for these types of streams because I have to speak. Bet. Alright then.
Now I decree the topic of school is officially closed. Figure the BB speak. We hate to talk about this summer first before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I've got some plans already. Tell me.
I'm going to visit my cousins. He chuckled, of course. What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head. I want to do everything. We gotta spend time with people. I hope that means me too. No. Fuck you, Lee. No, I'm just kidding. You lean back in your bed, settling in. As you continue chatting with your friend, even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her and you'd be seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. For one, the events of the day, you sat up straighter. I was with Cove and Derek today, and we met a new kid. Like, at your neighborhood? His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What was he like? Mean. He kept snapping when all we were trying to do was talk to him. He just kept being rude to everyone. But especially Cove. It was awful. I don't think I want to meet him. You want a boy to stay away from me from meeting him? That's an unexpected twist.
Daddy Cove has that Riz, oh my god.
Cove isn't even here. He's not doing anything. We're not even in the Riz route. It's the friendship route. Until step 4. Then it's Risen time. Because it was pretty popular with the boys who knew her, she seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her. Who are you to talk? Cove and Derek are always around. They're both boys, you know. That's not the same. I'm not the one who invites them. They show up on their own. They just came around here, friend Riz, but they say no homo. Lee left as your response, deeply amused. Even though she couldn't see, you shook your head at her, grinning to yourself. Oh, hello. There is a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face. How long are you going to hog the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realized that your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand, the other one logged onto her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up. But I'm still using it. Not anymore. You don't get everything in the world. Well, neither do you. I'm not the one asking for it. You had your turn. Now you want to get mine too because you were first? In your dreams, I will get mom's. I'm still on the phone though. Can you at least let me say bye before you come trying to snatch it from me? Fine. Lee, I gotta go. Okay, see you soon. Tell Elizabeth and your mom to say hi too. You'd barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the room. Your mom's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it. With that, she shut your door behind you. Silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. The irritation. Sibling banter. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside, and you laid in bed wide awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with furrowed brows. From your vantage point, you saw only the moon and an open sky. You were confused. What had caused that noise? Frowning, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You might as well find the reason behind the disturbance. To your utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Cove? You squinted. Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Your house was very angular, and some parts stuck out further than others, so it theoretically wouldn't be hard to climb around on. So just because somebody could didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. To his credit, Cove was doing fine. His feet were braced against the section of the wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with the effort to keep him upright. He easily lifted a hand and waved at you from the other side of the glass. You hurriedly opened the window. Cove climbed over the ledge, releasing a breath once he was safely inside. Hi, Dae. Hello, what are you doing? What's up, Romeo? This sure is a surprise, but you're always welcome here. Is everything okay? What happened? You're lucky you didn't start screaming. Amazing! My dreams have come true! Dae, I wanted to see you. I figured this was the only way. Oh, it's serious time. It's kind of like in those, like, memes you see sometimes where, like, you're about to answer a call from your friend and you're doing, like, the most, like, weird-ass shit to be silly, and then you answer the phone and it's like, they're upset and they're crying. It's like, oh, this is not the time. It's not silly hours. No goofy goober hours. For ringing the doorbell, I know your moms would have answered and they just make me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyway. I don't want to talk about it. Well, besides with you, I mean. But that's why I did that. As unexpected as this was, your touch Cove felt like he could tell you what was wrong. I might have tried calling or something. Saw my dad was on the phone. Cove suddenly looked very cross. Dad. He was talking to Mom. Still is, probably. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation. I don't think that's really a big deal. There are other things to talk about. Are you going to stay with your mom for a while again? Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found he was leaving and you missed seeing him those weeks, you understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but no, that's not what they were saying. My dad asked my mom not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us here. You waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Cove. There was a complicated mix of expressions on his face. What did your mom say? She told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon before school starts. Oh. You'd heard Cove talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about past memories or what happened while he was visiting her. So it was one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them. Very soon, you were going to see Cove's mom in person. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. You looked over at him. He was pacing across your room, his features pained with dread. Before they'd barely stay in the same room long enough to have lunch. Now we're going to be all together again. The three of us, after all this time? Just for a few weeks. I know I should probably be happy they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out. Now I feel really bad for feeling this way. Dae, it's so... His fist tightened and his eyes became misty. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad. That is hard to deal with. We can deal with this. Sorry, Cove, you know I'm here for you. Yeah, that's a lot. That's rough, buddy. You didn't know what to say. You know, I didn't really, put it together at the time, but... I wonder if, he's actually, pretty upset about it. Obviously, he's, got mixed feelings about his parents' divorce. But I also wonder if it's kind of, a change in routine thing. Because, it is confirmed that, Cove is on the spectrum. So, I wonder if it's, something like that maybe as well. He's, used to, going over there to go visit his mom. But now that she's coming here, it's, a big change, you know? And I wonder if, that's also, making him kind of, feel weird about it too. It's different. I don't understand. But either way, it's still probably a lot of emotions either way. There's no reason to... Don't feel bad about feeling bad. Just feel bad. Cove looked uncomfortable with the whole situation. He didn't want to have to open up like this. Thanks, and sorry for dumping this on you. I didn't know what to do. You were the only thing I could come up with. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seemed so crazy. The mini debacle with Mr. Holland's gift, the newest addition to the neighborhood being so rude, and as if all that wasn't enough, now Cove's mom would be living with Cove and his dad again. Your whole life was kind of like that, it seemed. Complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? Dae? This is not the time to have an existential crisis. We're only 13. The sound of your name, said quietly, pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you, concerned.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Having an existential crisis in your mind. Outside. Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay. You knew some things were still good. Cove grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. He had come here, conflicted and upset, only to end up worrying about you. He really was a great friend. You know, I think I don't want to talk about any more about this. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line, and rubbed at his arms. But I kind of don't want to go back home either. Could I stay a little longer, just doing something else? He appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? Like this! Get out! Picks him up, throws him back out the window. But no, you can stay, Cove. Of course. You can always stay here, Cove. He held his gaze confidently. You held his gaze confidently, hoping your words got across to him. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. You felt a little better at the sight somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. Not just tonight. You were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you'd never want to undo. It felt totally natural to let him into your little world. That initial friendship had deepened so much over these past years, and you were certain there was room to get even closer. Oh, get closer. Hey, guys, we still got like another 10 years before that happens. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. He was still easy to read. Though he didn't want to talk about his mom and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen.
Come here. Come get a big bear hug from your pal Dae.
You moved closer and wrapped your arms around him. It wasn't much, but you hoped the contact helped even a little. Cove froze up, startled. After a moment, his arms came up and he returned your hug. The two of you remained like that for some time. He might have mumbled something to you, but it was too quiet to tell what it was. When you pulled back, his expression had softened into something more natural. Conversation was stilted and broken often by silence at first, then both of you were able to get into your usual candor. As your secret hangout session stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped a day would never come when life decided that the two of you would have to part ways, and you knew Cove felt the same. You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your peachy skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight and blinked a couple of times, clearing the sleep from your eyes before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. You couldn't remember even falling asleep. Cove had crept through your window during the night, and the two of you spent time together, trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wondered how late Cove had stayed before heading home. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day or stay snuggled up for a little while longer. Until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of pale green hair, and you bolted upright and gasped in surprise. He never left! He was still there! In the morning!
Cove!
He had fallen asleep while sitting on the ground and precariously leaning his head on the side of your mattress. With your shout, Cove's eyes snapped open and his head slipped from its source of support. He didn't stop going down until he smacked right into the floor with a crack. You clamped a hand over your mouth and looked down at him with wide eyes, curled up where he had landed rather ungracefully. Ow. Are you okay? He winced at his tumble, hoping no one else in the house had heard either of your outbursts. Yeah, I'm alright. Cove rubbed his forehead a little, and you weren't sure that was entirely true. If either of your moms found out Cove had slept here last night, the two of you would be in big trouble. Cove blinked at you for a couple times, his eyes growing in panic as some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind. I fell asleep! You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove stopped mid-step, and you wanted to ask what he had been searching for, but you guessed he wouldn't know the answer to that himself. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. It's gonna be alright. We're gonna get in so much trouble. Just calm down. Settle down before moms hear you. Didn't say anything. It'll be alright. You just need to leave before anyone notices you're here. If they knew, we would have heard about it already. Cove nodded. His shoulders tensed as he fixed you with a firm stare with his turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused by how all of this had played out, but hoped that was true. Right. Bye, Cove. At that, you were suddenly wrapped up in a tense embrace. As panicked as he was, he seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. Thanks. Again. You're a good friend, Dae. He firmly whispered the words into the top of your shoulder. But you were let go before you had a chance to respond, or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, floating through Cove's hair and filling your room with its salty scent. Cove fearlessly stepped out onto the ledge. Hey, good luck, don't die. Be super careful. You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other, with increasing speed until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out the window as far as you could go to try keeping watch. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down to the top of the garage, then lowering himself onto the fence. From there, he finally dropped down to the ground. You threw out a thumbs up at his successful climb. He ran out towards his house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You had to admit that you were pretty impressed with how doable he made that look. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window. Deciding there was nothing more you could do, you hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. You just left. I don't make my bed. Well, I'll make your bed if you're just gonna go back in it at night. It was too early to do anything else. You took the stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face into a look of innocence. You were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool. When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. Good morning, Elizabeth. She looked over you immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting. Why are you being so weird? You haven't even done anything! Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately. You turned and offered a tight smile, and her lips pursed together even tighter. Dae? Shrug it off. I'm not. I'm not weird. You're weird. You're cringe. You spoke so nonchalantly, you almost thought she believed you. But you knew better. Further suspicious squinting occurred as she waited for... something. But ultimately she rolled her eyes, and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. And then she walked straight out the front door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh. Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today, you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner and risked running into Cove. It looked like you were getting away with that. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone, and moms were both out by the time you had gotten up. They had left you a serving of food from the breakfast they had made. Hash browns, an omelet, fruit salad, and there were a few sausage links. I want everything. I'ma eat it all. It was tasty. You appreciated that there was a variety in the meals your moms made. Jay lazily drifted by at home. The day, not the days, the day. And eventually your parents returned. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice-cold water and taking a long drink. It was a perfect balmy summer afternoon, and you had decided to head outdoors and find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. As you were heading out the front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he had left that morning, and you couldn't help but think about what had happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now, or to call him to check in? You stepped out of your house, still stuck in an internal debate with yourself, when a voice caught your attention. Hi, Dae! Confused, you looked over to where an unrecognizable woman was waving at you, a friendly smile plastered on her face. You racked your memory for where you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Not your school, or from the country club your moms took you to. You had absolutely no idea who the woman was. Stranger danger, turn around, go back in the house, close the door and lock it. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. I forgot they said that. I've played this game too many times, I'm already predicting what the next sentence is. Oops, I'm sorry. Was I presumptuous? I've heard about you, but you have no idea who I am, do you? You shook your head, and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar. My son lives here, and my ex too. With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point at the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cove's mom. You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner, now that you'd gotten a good look at her. She seemed nice. She seemed sort of strange. She looked really young. It made sense she was Cove's mom. She felt so different to Cove. She was super pretty. I mean, she is pretty. The beautiful lady was Cove's mother? Wow. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared here so suddenly. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't gotten the impression it would be the very next day. She extended a hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrist. I'm Kira Priest. You can call me Kira. You shake her hand. You reached out and shook her hand, and she shook yours firmly, grinning wide. I'm Dae, but you already know that. Cove's mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you, Dae. Cove talked to you about his mom. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. What's he say about me? Is he talking shit? I remember on Monday when we were coming back home from eating at the sushi place, because we had to go out of town. It's a bit like further out. It's like a couple hours drive. We were on our way back, and I was kind of like attempting sleep in the back seat, and I heard my mom like talking about me, thinking about like the restaurant we were at. Like she said, and you know they, and then she go real quiet. And like my brother responded to her, but I didn't really hear. And then I kind of like got up and was like, "Are you talking shit about me?" And she's like, "No, we were just talking about what we had gotten at the place and stuff like that." Because she thought that we had gotten like double charged for something, but he was explaining to her that it wouldn't have happened like that. But still, just like hearing me be mentioned and then low talking is like, "What is that?" That seems very suspicious. I heard you were talking shit. You know, what's Cove said about me? Oh, I can't tell you that. I've already said too much. Come on, you can tell me. I'll keep a secret. Nobody has to know. She laughed good-naturedly. You couldn't be happy about that answer, though. The sound of a door opening and closing caught both your attentions. and when you turned towards the sound, it was to find Cove exiting his house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering just how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mom also would have been tall, but she was much more on the short side for an adult anyway. Cove's height must have come from his father. There you are! I thought you were going to keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cove's eye as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. When he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he had acted last night, you knew he must be feeling pretty mixed up about this. You tried to wordlessly express that you understood. Cove and I are heading into town to grab something to eat while the snore is at work. Kira beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Hey, you should come with us, Dae. I'd love to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come too. There was a pleading in his tone that you couldn't miss. Of course we'll run it by your parents first. Responsibility and all that. It'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly if I'm going to be roosting on this street for the time being. Any whoosies, let's go. Kira walked ahead towards your house, and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as you watched her. I'm sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us. Not right now. You leaned in close and whispered while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mom showing up that he didn't even notice. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night that it was something they were planning for the future. This morning Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's gonna be here all summer. Oh. You're surprised to hear that too. Cove sighed again, even heavier. I'll go with you, if you really want me to. He smiled, his shoulders relaxing a little bit in relief. Thanks, that'd be cool. Two of you headed over to where Cove's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mom answered the door after a minute, her eyebrows lifting in surprise at the group she found in front of her. You realized that, like you, she would have no idea that it was Cove's mom who was hanging with you. However, after blinking at the woman a couple times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike on her. Hello there, I'm Pamela. I see you met my kid Dae, and I'm guessing you've already known Cove for a while. His whole life, pretty much. Kira laughed, and you and Cove exchanged looks at your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kira Priest, Cove's mom. It's so nice to meet you. A head of purple-brown hair caught your eye as Mom popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. You have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. She grinned excitedly at Kira. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands. Hi, Dae. Cove. Cove smiled at Ma shyly, and she gestured with a hand towards the living room. There's no use hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. Cove grimaced and held back a groan. He likely took offense at how she didn't want to put them out with a surprise visit, but not him, apparently. Yeah, that's true. I'm sensing some hypocrisy here. Oh, I understand. You're welcome to stop by any time. I'll take you up on that offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind too much if Dae went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving, just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice. I hope you all have fun. You gave your moms a look, and they smiled at you fondly. We're happy that she's letting us go. You could tell that Cove really needed support, and you were ready to be there for him. Expect us back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up onto the street. There was the sound of the front door closing behind you. Pepsi, what the fuck? Why are you making me do everything, Pepsi? Nah, Pepsi, stop! Pepsi's doing all of the redeems. Fine, save. Shit. Oh, that's from June. Pepsi! Alright, well, I guess we're taking a stretch break. But everybody else has to get up and stretch too. Alright, 3 minutes on the clock. I'll take my sip as well. I'm already stretching. I'm stretching my... You know what? I was going to say my throat, but I better not say that because that's going to imply something else. But a little stretch break. Get up. Walk around. And all that stuff. Get my body moving. I keep trying to make it a point to like stretch every day when I wake up. Because I notice that a lot of my bones crack when I do that. Then like if I don't do it right in the morning and then I try to like stretch later on the day, it won't crack anymore. Maybe that's why my back hurts so much. So yeah, do a little bit of a stretch here and there as we go through it. Yeah, I forgot about the intro as being a bit on the longer side, so we might be like going on for a little bit longer than 6 hours. Oh my god. I'm gonna be going till 1 a.m. again. We love 1 a.m. streams. I mean, if I have to, like, stop, I can always, like, finish it up next stream and we can get into the third stream there. If it's gonna be a little more time, then that's just how it is. It is what it is. Oh shit. I haven't ripped off the things from my calendar. Oh god, I got too much shit on this desk. I'm gonna, like, take the time one of these days and, like, clear off my desk. Okay, I use a Pokemon calendar. Let's see, what's today's Pokemon? Oh, it's Dragaggle. The seahorse one. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a big fan of it. Where's Growlithe? Where's the pretty Pokemon? Is Growlithe even in this one? It seems like all, like, Pokemon from generations are in it. I swear, if they don't have my boy Growlithe, I'm rioting. Okay, well, I probably shouldn't look through because it's, like, spoilery. Bro, it's always so satisfying to, like, rip off the pages, though. Like, oh my gosh, it's a new day! Okay, there we go. Oh shit, where do I even have this? There's too much shit on my desk. There, I'll put it here. There we go. Alright, back to stretching. 1 more minute. And we shall be good. Bam, bam. Oh, okay, it's already over. Alright. Got my hair on my face. I can't see. Okay, back to narration. Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up onto the street. There was the sound of the front door closing behind you. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi, not too far from here. Yeah, it's a tourist town, isn't it? There's a lot of them around. Kira put her hands on her hips and smiled at her side. You sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kira pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. How about you, Dae? Want to put me in the right direction? Sure. You've been to a lot of places in town, and there were a couple that stood out from all the rest. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical-themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us. Since Cove is going through a phase over there. It's not a phase, Mom. I'm mentally scarred. He huffed at her and turned his face away. Pick, Cove. Do it. It's okay, Cove. Tell us which one you want more. He mumbled sulkily, willing to reject his mom, but not you. I like the tropical place more. That's what I would have gone for, too. With 2 votes in favor of one restaurant, it seemed like it was settled. We can go there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Will you show us the way? I will show you the way. You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Together, the 3 of you left the neighborhood behind. The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kira asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so you ended up answering her instead. Kira explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Bird. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily you were shown right to a small table. Kira lowered herself onto the chair, while Cove picked the one diagonal to her, not facing her, to her side. It was awkward. Ahem. Let's see. To start, what would you all like to drink? I'll get an orange soda. Dae? I want juice. Which flavor? I want apple. Sure. Kira placed the order for your drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself, and it didn't take long before they were brought to the table and set in front of you. You took a long sip of your drink as you looked around the restaurant. Your small group checked over the menus, deciding what to order. Last time you came here, the dish you ordered was amazing. You wanted to order something different this time. I never do that. If I find one thing that I like, I always order that. Like, I have my set meal for every restaurant I've ever been to, and that's all I get. Because every time I try to be different, it doesn't work out. Like, I talked about, like, that rolled ice cream earlier, and how I got something different, and it didn't hit as much as what I usually got. So I'm the bitch that orders the same thing every time. I don't need this menu. I know exactly what I want. And listen, if it's chicken strips, then it's chicken strips. Which it usually is. Although there's like some foods I really like too. It's like pasta. Or a sandwich. Chicken sandwiches are always good too. Kira and Ko didn't need any encouragement for this. They were totally focused on the information in front of them. Soon the meals, too, were ordered and the menus taken away. He clears up the table surface, waiting to figure out what to say. Cove looked like this was the very moment he had been dreading, sinking back further into his seat and crossing his arms. His sour feelings today were unignorable. Instead of asking more open questions he'd brush off, Kira... Oh, what the fuck? I just got confused. Instead of asking more open questions he'd brush off, Kira had mercy on her side and instead put her focus towards you. What's a few things that you're into? There's gotta be something you do for fun, especially now that you're not buried in school assignments. I like to do many things. I hang out with people. Hey, it's nice to have friends and family to spend time with. And I like to go to the beach, and I like to swim. You must be a strong swimmer since you live so close to the ocean. I find the water a little scary, but I still like to dip my toes sometimes. And I get seashells. I keep the best ones I found from my collection. I'm sure it's an incredible collection. And I go surfing with Cove. Oh, do you and Cove surf together? Kira looked at Cove expectantly, who mumbled something non-committally and looked away again. And I walk along the shore. That's a nice way to relax. I hope to be able to spend some time on the shore while I'm here myself. And I spend time on art. I create digitally. My computer at home doesn't really have all the programs I need. And I'm really into Cove. Kira let out a sudden laugh, and Cove gasped beside you. It was a dramatic enough inhale that he almost choked on the soda. You shrugged at the reaction. It was a truthful answer to the question. Yay! Cove whispered at you disapprovingly, obscuring the part of his face with a hand, but Kira only waved him off and encouraged you to go on. We spend time together when we can. I like it. Well, we have something in common. Kira smiled at Cove, who didn't look too impressed by either of you at that moment. And there's no anime option. Go back. That's it. I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves out the details. He gave her a dirty look, eyes narrowed into thin slits. Hoping it would clear some of the tension there, you decided to ask Kira a few questions of your own. Cove hadn't told you much about her, and you were curious to know more about this woman who was such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for work? I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop on what's worth seeing. It's good work. Wow. What do you like to do? Spend time with my little boy, of course. And traveling. A real shock, huh? Where do you live normally? Nevada. Have you ever been there? You shook your head. It's a beautiful place. Check it out if you can. And no more. These are a little bit too personal. Why'd you get a divorce? Do you have a boyfriend now? It didn't seem to bother her, and that the conversation dropped off. Cove sipped his soda angrily, slurping up the remaining drink with furrowed brows. He looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making the lunch better or worse. Make a silly face. You stared at Cove while he glanced at you in annoyance, and then you lifted your nose with your finger and poked out your tongue. It was subtle, but you swore you could see the hint of a smile tilting the corner of his lips. You two seem really cute together. Cove covered his face with his hands and leaned back in his seat. Mom, why would you say that? Thanks, we are cute. Very. Your meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious. Even Cove enjoyed his food. Alright, now that we're all full and content, can you please explain why you've had a bug up your butt all day? Cove's face instantly returned to its scrunched form. Seriously, baby, what did Mom do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around a full day yet. It's like, she really do be here like, what the fuck did I do? He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. You could have told me. She leaned forward to not miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice, and spoke the thoughts that had been on his mind. That I wasn't going to visit you this year, that you were going to be coming instead. Didn't you invite me? You wanted me to hear with you? Cove's eyes began to shake, and his frustration ebbed. I do want you to be around, but I didn't know it'd be like this. It's not the same, and nobody said anything. I see. We've got a little bit of a holding surprise here. Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hands in front of her on the table. You've both been gifted another Clifford surprise. Referring to that as a Clifford surprise almost caused both you and Cove to crack a smile. You also had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody had ever called him Clifford until now. She smoothed her hair out. not letting go of her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. They let out identical sighs, but smiled weakly at one another afterwards. I can go home, Cove. We can still set up a normal trip to my place before the summer ends. Cove's lips tightly closed together. He seriously pondered the option. I think I do want you to stay. I miss it when you're not there. My heart! She reached across the gap and grabbed his face and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wiggle away. Mom, stop! I'm sorry. Sweet young men to be smooched by their parents. If I don't, they'll take away my mom license. Kira was completely unenthused by Cove's admission. Oh, enthused, not unenthused. Imagine. She is not enthused by it. She's like, oh, you want me to stay here? Ew, gross. You want to spend time? Kira was completely enthused by Cove's admission, though a tone of seriousness did return to her voice when the conversation continued. Do you want to talk to your dad too? No! Cove had snapped the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back and just as quickly. Maybe later. Not today. I understand. We can shelve it. Thanks, Mom. Thank you for talking to me, little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning your way. And thank you, Dae. What did I do? I just came for the free meal. It's easy to act like a baby with your mom. It's hard to keep that up with your neighbor watching everything. Especially when you really care about what said neighbor thinks of you. She winked. Mom! She just ruffled his hair with a laugh, then moved her hand down to tap the end of his nose. And that was how the issue was resolved. At least between Cove and his mom. When the three of you left the restaurant and Kira had paid the bill, you walked back to your neighborhood slowly. You'd eaten so much by that time that you were beginning to feel sleepy. It didn't help that the lunch had happened late and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. But eventually you reached your street. Someone was there to greet your group upon arrival. Welcome back, family. And Dae, too. Cliff. Dad. Two walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. He's so much like his mom, don't you think? You gave a vague nod, not sure what he was expecting you to do. He nodded back, far more energetically. Okay, have a nice night, Dae. You too, Mr. Holden. Good luck. With that, Cove's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Summer hadn't started off at all how you imagined it would have, though it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kira in the neighborhood was a new experience for not only you and Cove, but also both of your families, and a dull moment was really had. Alright, now we're into the moments. Like I said, we're unfortunately not going to be doing Derek's moments this time around. So we're just focusing on our boy Cove here. Save. Just in case. So yeah, so if anybody has a moment they want to see right off the bat, feel free to say. But if not, I'm going to bring up the number picker. I don't think there's really one that I want to save like last time. Because last time I saved like the runaway one for the last. I don't know, maybe Soiree could be one. I don't know. I feel like I can go either way. Okay, 1 through 10. Alright, I'm gonna let it go once. Go twice. If you want to pick a moment, speak now, or forever hold your piss in your bladder. Alright, I'm generating. Alright. It is number 4. Oh. Number 4, I see. I wonder. Man, what a one to start off with. Sunlight shone through the windows as you sat in your living room, your home phone pressed to your ear. Cove was on the other end. It had been shaping up to be an ordinary day, like any other, until Cove had called unexpectedly. He sounded unusually nervous, greeting you. You listened silently as he kept talking, his words stilted. So, I was just, wondering, do you want to come over to my house for dinner tonight? The question came out strangely, almost like he'd rehearsed it a few times beforehand. Your eyes widened a little. You hadn't expected this to be the reason behind the call. Let's keep listening. Cove continued. His next words sounded rehearsed too, and tinged with nervousness. My mom and dad, they really want you to be there, if your parents don't have a problem with it. They asked me to ask you. Took a moment to think. Dinner at home would be quiet and uneventful today. If you really wanted to, you could go to Cove's instead. Cove spoke up again, breaking your thought train. His voice was softer than before. Also, I want you to be there too. Can you come over, I mean? Yeah, I can come. Thanks, Dae. I'll let them know when I can. You sound noticeably relieved by your response. Was you coming over for a dinner today that serious? He spoke to you for a little while longer to explain what time to come over and other details, then hung up. And that was that for now. Anyway. Soon enough, the sun dipped out of the sky and evening came. It was time for you to head to Cove's house. After letting Elizabeth know you were leaving, she didn't look away from the TV, just grunted. You made a small journey across the street. You knocked a couple of times on the heavy door to their condo. As you waited for an answer, you found yourself contemplating being a guest while both of Cove's parents were there. It was exciting. You're apprehensive. The idea made you curious. You didn't think it would be especially interesting. You couldn't say that you were thrilled. It's curious. You wonder why they decided to invite you out of the blue. Maybe you'd find out later tonight. You didn't get too much time with your thoughts, though. The door opened soon enough. Cove's mom, Kira, stood in the frame, smiling warmly at you. Heya, welcome. Please, come on in. She opened the door wider and moved to make room. You stepped inside, allowing her to shut it behind you. Thanks so much for coming over. I know it was kind of last second. Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Just make yourself at home. It's not my home, but I've been given permission to say that. Hey, Dae, welcome to our humble abode. You jerked your head towards the sound of Mr. Holden's voice. He waved at you briefly from the kitchen with his back turned and a large spoon in hand. Hope you're hungry, because I'm whipping up a lot of tasty stuff. True to his word, you heard some sizzling on the stove. You closed your eyes and inhaled. It smelled spicy and savory. With Mr. Holden busy and Cove nowhere to be seen, it was just you and Kira. She gave you a wry smile. He sure is. Well, I've been bared from cooking the entire time I'm staying here. Can you believe that? She nudged you with an elbow. Mr. Holden scoffed good-naturedly, then spoke up from over his shoulder. You're on vacation, Kira. You need to accept that already. She yelled back, amusement obvious on her face and in her tone. People still cook when they're on vacation. Everyone's got to eat. I don't. I always order out. It's not like I'm some celebrity who can go out for every meal or hire a private chef. Sorry. Well, in this house, you're a VIP. Kira smiled and shook her head quietly. Then she turned to face you once more. Sorry about that, Dae. Here I was, trying to strike up a conversation with you, and Cliff just had to butt in. I don't butt in. She eyed him, chuckling in disbelief. He wasn't exactly disproving her point with that. Kira leaned over to whisper to you. It's okay. He likes to be included. But since Clifford insisted on cooking all by himself, he'll have to wait. The two of us can chat. The next question continued to be said in a hushed tone, just to be safe. How are you doing? I'm doing good. That's what I like to hear. She opened her mouth to say something more, but some lightly pounding footsteps caught your attention. You checked to see Cove emerge from the hall. A few moments later, he might have heard all the commotion and left his room to see what was going on. He clearly took stock of the situation. Hey, thanks for being here. There was nothing unusual about the words in his greeting, but you could tell something was wrong from the way he looked like he wanted to be anywhere but there. Hi, Cove. You doing okay? Yeah, I'm fine. He didn't sound convincing at all. You narrowed your eyes suspiciously, but didn't call him out on it. If you could talk to him alone tonight, maybe you'd ask him what was going on then. It was when you glanced away from Cove that you spotted his parents watching the two of you interact. Cove noticed their stares too, meeting them with narrowed eyes. Are we having dinner now? Not yet, bud. I'm still cooking. Alright, I'm gonna go back to my room. As he turned to leave, he bent his head to the side to face you. You coming? Yeah. The question was quiet, but you heard it clearly. He smiled, pleased that he asked, and nodded in the affirmative. Cove turned fully and made his way down the hall. Have fun, you two. We'll call you when the food's ready to go. With that, you followed after Cove. The two of you made your way down the hall. Going over to Cove's room was a standard occurrence for you nowadays. Cove got to the door first, opening it and stepping inside. You joined him. There was a mat on the floor in front of the door. As you stepped over the threshold into his room, you felt the crunch of sand beneath your feet. The sensation was nothing new to you, of course. Cove constantly came back to his room covered in sand, not bothering to clean himself off at the front door, and got it all over his personal space. That's just how it was. A little bit of a mess. A little bit. Dude tends to be a bit of a hot mess from time to time, but you know, well, I won't say that. You haven't heard Mr. Holden ever scold him for it. Not like your moms would have if you'd done it. You can sit wherever you want. Cove himself took a seat at the edge of his large bed, looking like the picture of comfort, and let you decide. We sit next to each other. Cove smiled when you made yourself at home beside him. You grinned back. With the silence growing, your gaze began to drift. You stared at the bright fish swimming in the tank. There were a bunch of them, floating to and fro in the open space. They stood out starkly against the green aquarium plants. How long have you had those fish? My dad bought them for me not very long after I moved here. I guess it's been years now. Wow, that's a long time. He peered carefully into the tank. The fish looked to be doing well. He must take good care of them. Most of them were small, but there was one especially big one. What are their names? I don't name them. Well, not really. You lifted an eyebrow at that. He continued the explanation sheepishly. Mostly I just call them things based on what they look like. Squirt for a small one, tangerine for a really orange one, that sort of thing. I've had a lot of fish and I'm not good at coming up with names. You found that relatable. You didn't have any pets, but you always had trouble naming your stuffed animals or whatever else. It was such a hard choice. Oh, you know, I really have a hard time naming, like, OCs and original characters. Like, I don't know what it is, but I guess it's kind of like, once you name them, it's like, that's like the name they're going to be, like, stuck with forever. Like, in, like, it has to be a good one, it has to fit. I guess it's, like, the commitment of it that's, like, it gets really hard for. I know it took me a long time to name any of my characters. Like, sometimes it, like, comes easily, but, like, most of the time it's just like, Bob, no. It's like, it just does not come as naturally. And sometimes it's like, oh my gosh, I remember, like, searching, like, so many times on, like, baby name sites, like, oh, top 100 boy names, top 100 girl names, the meaning behind these names, and stuff like that. Like, trying to have to make it, like, so deep. But it doesn't have to be that dramatic, just pick a name. It's like, no, it does. It has to be perfect. Oops, I'm not in the game. I'm in the chat. Oopsies. Oh, a couple of them have other types of names. You point to the small orange-ish red fish. It was running its own business away from the others. My dad named her Dreamcatcher, and that other one's Mark. I'll come with that one. Cole smiled to himself, his eyes reflecting the glow from the tank. You let other people name your fish? Nice. Yeah, that's nice. No, I don't have to commit to it. He then turned to you, tilting his head to the side. There was a considering look on his face. Do you want to name one? Can I? His smile grew a little at your interest. Sure. There's a few who don't have names right now. The newer ones. You can pick which one you want to name. He pointed each of the recent acquisitions out to you. The first was the smallest fish in the tank. It was completely orange and zipped all over the place. Running laps around the others. The second was slightly bigger and red. Its tail was dotted with black spots, which almost resembled freckles. Blastfish was the biggest one. Its multicolored scales rippled under the bright light of the tank as it slowly made its way across the vast expanse. The big fish. Cove only nodded at your answer, waiting on you to decide on a suitable name. You watched the fish you chose closely. As you did, a name eventually came to you. Bubble. No, that's a basic bitch name. We're gonna name it Space Cadet. Alright, it's Space Cadet. With that, his attention moved from you to the tank. He peered fondly at it and its inhabitants. He smiled proudly at Space Cadet as it swam through the tendrils and the plants, disappearing then reappearing soon after. You know, I'm not allowed to have pets in my house. Not even fish. Corners of Cove's lips turned down at that. That doesn't sound fair. It's not like fish would make a mess of your house or anything. Just gotta take care of their tank and feed them and they'll be okay. Right, my moms can be strict over the weirdest things sometimes. They trust Elizabeth and me to go around the neighborhood alone, but they don't let us have a pet? It doesn't make sense. Maybe when you're even older they'll let you? I don't know, they seem pretty against it. Your current conversation brought to mind a memory from years ago. You launched into it without any warning, earning a brief confused look from Cove. One time, Elizabeth came back from playing at the beach and just shut herself in her room. She only came down for food, and then she ran back upstairs straight after. It was kind of weird. Mom didn't think much of it at first, though. But then that night, Mom went to her room to say goodnight and started screaming. Mom and I ran over to see what happened. Lizzie had this huge lizard in her arms. Cove's eyebrows rose at that, and he leaned forward with an interest. A lizard? Where'd that come from? Elizabeth said she saw it half buried in the sand and didn't know what it was. Thank you for the tip, Shaggy. Then she pulled it out and got the answer, so she brought it home. She hid the lizard in her room for most of the day because she wanted to keep it. I'm gonna be burping all night. Mom and Mom were not happy. They worried about putting it out during the night, but she was going to have to let it go in the morning. Lizzie was really upset. She did bring it back to the beach eventually, but she wouldn't talk to anyone for days.
When she did get over it, it was almost like it never happened. You laughed, thinking back to that time. Elizabeth had always been stubborn, but when she was younger, she forgot grudges quickly. Now it wasn't so easy. Cove had been quiet for most of the story, apart from the reveal of the lizard. He had a thoughtful look on his face. Can't even imagine what it'd be like to have a sibling. Give a serious thought to this statement before you told him. It's fine. There are ups and downs. You're lucky to be an only child. That's nice in general, but my sister is Elizabeth. I don't know how to explain what it's like. I don't know. It is kind of difficult to explain. Like, as somebody who does have siblings, like, I wouldn't be sure how to explain it to somebody who doesn't. It's like, there's another person there, and you're stuck with them for life. It's like family. I mean, yeah, there's ups and downs. But other than that, like, what else are you really meant to say about it? It's fun to have her there when she wants to be there, but now Elizabeth barely feels like hanging out with me. Cove pursed his lips at the words, considering them quietly for a while. That's interesting. I think your family's cool. He didn't have much else to say, though while on the topic of your family, he considered your relationship with your moms, too. We got along. You had disagreements with them, but at the end of the day, you loved them and they loved you. That was what really mattered. Well, say what you want about them, but at least your mom's never tried to pay someone to be your friend. Oh, the thought prompted you to look over at Cove. You probably still didn't know what that happened. You doubted that Mr. Holden mentioned it, and you never had. You wondered if you should tell him. It was a long time ago, but you were keeping a secret from Cove. Ooh, ooh. So what do you think, buds? Should we tell him, since we didn't tell him in the first step? Or should we keep it a secret? Secret? No secret? You know, I'll make a poll, and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I think that's what I'll do. And if nobody answers, then I won't tell him. How about that? Okay, new poll. Okay, so. Tell Cove the secret. Yes. No. Is secret. There we go. And then I'll make it go on for, let's say 3 minutes. And then I'll be back. Oh, allow additional votes. What the fuck? No. You only get the 2. Alright, I'll start the poll. Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, but I shall be back. Y'all vote if you like to, but like I said, if there's no votes, then we will not tell him. Period. Alright, I'll be right back. Mammy?
I'm back. Alright. Let us see the results. Review results. Let's see. No, is secret. Ooh, we keep it a secret still. Okay. If that is what is chosen, that it is what it is. You know what? Let me make sure all my audio is still working and all that. Okay, good. I always get paranoid. It's happened a few times where it's just randomly it'll stop working. Add starting suit. Oh my gosh, just in time for me to come back. Damn. I'm just so good at timing like that, apparently. But alright, so we're not picking this one. Let's see. You didn't tell him it was a bad time. You didn't tell him. You weren't sure how he'd react. You didn't tell him secrets were meant to be kept. You didn't tell him. You just didn't want to have that talk with Cove. Let's see. We're not sure how he'll react. I mean, I know how to react, but we in this universe aren't sure. Let him be happy. Look at him. He's so happy. What if he got really upset? Just thinking about his possible reaction made you nervous. Time passed, but you didn't really notice. The two of you were busy, making plans for the rest of the summer and chatting about your respective days. And once you heard a muffled holler from a different part of the house, you and Cove raised your heads in unison. It's time for dinner. Cove watched the firmly shut door he had been locked behind for most of the night, but he didn't make a move to get up from the bed. You couldn't see his face, so you didn't know what expression he was wearing. I think it's that one. I'm glad you came. Cove peeked back at you from the side. It's been awkward. I get that. It's been hard on you, huh? You felt sympathetic towards him. You didn't know what he was going through, but you cared about him. Cove says nothing else, remained sat where he was. Now would be as good a time as any to ask him why his parents so suddenly wanted you to come over. Is there a reason you wanted me to come over tonight? It hasn't been awkward for just me. Sometimes it gets like this when no one else is around. But now you're here. Huh, I'm gonna consider that. But it sort of made sense in a way. There was another shout from outside, too muffled to actually know the words, but you could imagine what they were. Let's go. It's time to eat. Cove finally got up, lumbering away from his shoulder with his shoulders sagged. You followed after him. Together, the two of you made your way back to the living room. As you expected, Cove's parents were politely waiting for you at the kitchen table, beside the windows overlooking the back of the house. Food had been prepared and set. Mr. Horton beamed as you and Cove took your places. I hope everyone's hungry. I cooked up a feast. I know I am. Yeah. Cove's mumbled response wasn't nearly as upbeat as theirs. His parents didn't notice, or they pretended not to. Mr. Horton instead looked at you, grinning. So I'll just take a moment to thank our special guest for being with us here tonight. I'm so glad you're able to make it, Dae, and on such short notice, too. I mean, I wasn't doing anything. I don't have a job. I'm like 13. But thank you for inviting me. I'm happy to be here. Thank you both for inviting me. Well, that's it. Everyone, please dig in. You can help yourselves to the food. Upon his encouragement, you looked over the meal spread out in front of you. There was a large garden salad in the center, surrounded by a variety of Mexican dishes. There were a lot of sides and optional sauces to add. Yippee! I like Mexican food. I'll eat it. You love Mexican food, and there were so many dishes to choose from. You were practically drooling. Utensils and plates scraped and clinked together as the group began filling their plates. Cliff, could you pass the salt over, Dae? Of course. Thank you. Let me just say, you really outdid yourself tonight. I'm so jealous. Jealous of what? Your cook is nothing to sneeze at, Kira. Ko's parents made small talk, filling the silence with what seemed to be barely any effort. You chimed in as well. Did it take you a long time to cook at all? Cook all this? Cook at all? Did it take you a long time to learn how to cook? Damn. Did it take you a long time to cook all this, Mr. Holden? Oh, not at all. Sure, this is more than I usually make for me and Ko, but I enjoyed every second of it. Might have gone fast if you had some help, though. Ko's mom grumbled, but it was lighthearted. Mr. Holden chuckled and shook his head. Not this again. I make the rules here, and I say guests don't cook. Even when they're staying for literal weeks. Even then. Brief silences interspersed the small talk. You piled some food on your plate, waiting for your turn as someone was serving themselves a dish that you had your eye on. Once the food had been divided and things settled down, Ko's parents started talking again. Now then, you sat up in your seat when you noticed they were both looking at you.
How's it going?
How's everything been over at your house? Are your moms well? You been keeping busy this summer? Or maybe you're just trying to take it easy during the break? Oh my gosh, such an interrogation. I'm trying to eat my Mexican food here. You felt overwhelmed by the sudden rush of questions. You're blindsided by them. Your mind blank. Then again, this was Mr. Holden. Maybe you should have expected this. You answered how things were. It's been good. Oh, that's wonderful. Moms are great. Mom took us out for dessert a couple weeks ago since her project went really well. Is that so? I'll have to congratulate her when I see her. Here's some things you've done this summer. You should know what I've been up to since so much has included your family. Mr. Holden laughed and loud and short. You caught him off guard with that. A fair point. That's it. Kira nodded along. You could tell she was actually listening to the words you were saying. She was trying to include you, not humor you. Did you know, Clef, Dae is really into art? Mr. Holden's face lit up, and he stopped eating so he could lean forward, his arms braced against the table. Oh, that's right. Very cool. I'm pretty serious about it. You are? At such a young age? That's really impressive. If you keep putting in the time, I'm sure you can do something great. Thanks. Cove's parents were definitely the encouraging type, but you could already tell that much about them. There was a lull in the conversation as everyone focused their attention on their respective plates. You noted enough for the first time that Cove's parents were the ones guiding the conversation. You wonder if you should break the silence this time. I also like other things. Would you like to tell us more?
Yeah.
Absolutely. They looked genuinely eager for you to keep talking, so you did. The rest of the dinner continued just like that, with light conversation as you ate your meals. Eventually, all the dishes on the kitchen table were pretty much gone. I'm not really one to talk really when I'm eating a meal. I mean, it kind of depends on like who I'm with, but like with my family, we pretty much don't really speak that much. We mostly just like sit down and just like eat, you know, just like eat our meal. Like maybe like a little bit of conversation, but not much. I remember that was like pointed out to me the first time when I went on like out of state, went on a trip with my dad and my brother to visit my uncle and his family, and we all ate out at a restaurant together. I remember I got a cheeseburger. I never get burgers, but the three of us just like was just not talking and just eating. And my uncle looked at us like, "You guys really don't say anything when you eat, huh?" And that's when I was like, "Oh shit, I guess we don't." Not much as like the conversation time. I mean, like somebody started a conversation, and yeah, we would speak. But we're just hungry, you know. We just want the food. So I never really noticed that until he pointed it out. My mind's on the food. What can I say? A hungry bear. Kira set her down her fork and rested her arms at her sides, letting loose a satisfied sigh. Her plate was completely empty. That was delish. Thank you for your culinary creations, Cliff. Miss Holden was like a flower soaking up the rays of the sun. He beamed, flattered by the praise. You ate until you were satisfied. It had taken you some time to finish it all, but eventually you'd cleared your plate. Cove successfully kept his presence to a minimum for the full meal. He was slumped over, even now, toying with his silverware. His parents practically only talked to you. Most attempts to entice him to join the conversation failed. Then again, Cove didn't tend to talk a lot unless he happened to be in the mood for it, so you were surprised things ended up this way. You didn't get much time to contemplate Cove's situation because your attention was taken by Mr. Holden pointedly clearing his voice. Not to sound like a broken record, but thanks so much for coming, Dae. I'm glad we finally got the chance to have you over for a real dinner. Did I hear that right? This is the first time Dae has ever had dinner here? Why in the world haven't you invited them over sooner? Cove was always the one going over to Dae's house until now. I mean, how was I supposed to reject the generous offers of the Ursa family to the host my kid? Kira shook her head, but the amused smile she was sporting told you that she wasn't actually mad. This guy, honestly. The three of you looked at Cove in unison, his small sound being more than enough to get the focus on him after his silence. By now, he'd stopped fiddling with his fork. Would it be alright for Dae to stay over, like, for the night? He shot you a shy glance, then, smiling a little. If you're cool with that. Among us sleep over? Mr. Holden's shoulders stiffened. He sat up straighter, eyes darting back and forth between you and Cove. His mouth opened, but not a peep came out. You'd never seen Cove's dad say no to him before, but this was different than the usual request. It wasn't so simple that and Mr. Holden was lost. Oh my gosh, I remember whenever I would ask my mom if like somebody could sleep over, she would always tell me later, "Don't ask me when they're standing right there." Because she'd always hate saying no when they were there. Like saying no to their face too. It's like, ask me when they're not around. And of course, I never listen. Then Cole's mom reached out and took hold of his shirt collar. She pulled him closer. She glanced at you before leaning in and bringing a hand up in front of her faces. The two adults whispered seriously to each other. Cove's eyes opened wider. He leaned forward, as if that would help him overhear his parents' conversation. Mr. Horton kept gesturing with his hands, while Kira made sure he didn't get too far away with all his movements. Every now and then, both of them would watch you and Cove out of the corner of their eyes. It didn't seem like they were fighting to you. They seemed like some kind of tiny sports team having a private huddle. After a bit, they broke the group up. They moved back to sit properly in their chairs. You snuck a look at Cove. He stared at them expectantly. You were eager to hear their verdict, too. We, Kira and I, think that should be fine, but... He lifted a finger dramatically, his brows raising as he met Cove's and then your own. We'll have to talk with Dae's parents to make sure they'd be comfortable with it. If they are, we could arrange for a sleepover to happen on a different night when everyone is more prepared. If Dae's folks don't like the idea, there's nothing we can do. He finished his mini speech with a wide shrug, using his full arms. He also checked out Kira from the corner of his eye and gave her a crooked smile. She nodded approvingly and grinned back. You thought you saw her give him a thumbs up, but her hand was partially blocked by the table. They looked so pleased with themselves over the answer, but they just passed the actual decision on to whether it was alright or not to someone else, namely your parents. If this was a sports game, they would have punted the ball anyway. Punted the ball away. Cove hung his head, deflated. He had been hoping you could stay over today, not some hypothetical time in the future. And hypothetically, you could have a sleepover, but no. You gave him some words of encouragement, you pat him on the back. See the fun tomorrow tonight. You could always sneak into my room again. Cove's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. You wouldn't be surprised to have him knocking on your window sometime. Though he likely still would without the invite. With that, dinner finally came to an end. Mr. Horn stood up from the table and began collecting empty plates. Cove was asked to help out, which he did with little fuss. Kira tried to lend a hand as well, however Mr. Horn didn't let her. It seems she was barred from cleaning as well as cooking. You weren't allowed to chip in either, since you were there as the declared guest of honor. Although the meal was over, the night wasn't. It's like you weren't going home just yet after all. You were asked to wait on the couch. While Cove and his dad were cleaning up the mess, Kira disappeared down the hall after shooting you a wink. It was a bit strange, sitting by yourself while everyone else had something to do. Luckily, you weren't alone for too long. After a couple of minutes, Cove's mom returned with a deck of cards in hand. She strolled into the room confidently while shuffling. So, who's up for a few rounds? Cove and his dad looked over their shoulders at the question. They were mutually intrigued by the cards in her hands. She beamed at their expressions and stepped further into the living room. Ignoring the couches, she sat cross-legged on the floor by the coffee table. She turned to you and gestured at the space beside her, smiling invitingly. You accepted and followed her lead. The living room carpet was soft, though the hardwood floor underneath could definitely still be felt. Kira did an overhand shuffle while she waited for the others to finish their tasks. The smile had yet to leave her lips. This is going to be good. Ooh, a card game. Are we going to play war? It's not war. It's never war. You enjoyed card games, and it would be fun to play with Cove and his parents. It didn't take much longer for Cove and his dad to wrap things up enough to call it good. Cove's dad appeared first, followed closely behind by Cove. Mr. Horton rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Alright, I'm ready. As he took a seat across from you on the floor, you noticed that Cove hadn't joined him. He went straight down the hall instead, without even a word. You stared on confused as he disappeared through his bedroom door. Cove's parents didn't look concerned at the stunt. Kira nonchalantly split the deck of cards into two and rifled the halves together while offering an explanation of sorts. Cove doesn't keep his wallet with him when at home. He puts it away. What? And Cove quickly returned to the living room, a black wallet in his hand. He then took a place at the foot of the table with the rest of you. You blinked as Cove unzipped his wallet. You all use real money on card games with family? Y'all gambling? While you sat there, your hands idle in your lap, the two shot looks at one another and sized each other up. That's right, $5 per round per person. Winner takes all. Go big or go home. Oh, are you planning on kicking Dae to the curb? Or do you intend to donate to the guest of honor spot, Mr. High Roller? I was about to say, they're trying to get the money out of me. Mr. Horn narrowed his eyes and leaned back against the side of the couch, completely at ease. If Dae wants to play, I'll fund their way in. Don't you worry about that. He rested an arm across the top of a knee that he propped up. Cove's dad was acting slick in a way you'd never seen before. You joked that he shouldn't be so confident. You felt awkward about the situation. His surety in this was pretty appealing. You ignored it. Don't be so confident. Are you sure? Enemy could be spelling your doom. Right, you are, Dae. I hope you can back that attitude up. Ooh, she's like, nice bark. Let's see your bite. You know I can, Kira. Dae's my friend. If they're playing, I can give them money for the round. Mr. Horton wasn't intimidated by Cove's scowl. He only grinned, chuckling. Alright, bud. I can see to your might of personality. Cove still looked a little sour, but he didn't protest more after getting his way. Well, you've got your ticket. Interested in throwing in? You glanced around. This seemed like serious business. In response to your consternation, Kira softened her competitive smile. Don't worry too much. We'll probably just do some rounds of Go Fish tonight. No biggie. What do you think? Let's go. I'd love to play. So I want to give you a big thumbs up while Cove nodded firmly back. I would like to say I'm pretty good at... How come... Actually, isn't Go Fish kind of like based on chance? How can you be good at Go Fish? Like, it just happens like you just get really lucky in it? Because it's not really much of like a strategy, is there? You know, leave it all to luck. Card games were mostly about chance after all. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Fantastic. We'll play for however long everyone wants to keep going, or until people start running out of cash, but are still refusing to quit while they're behind. Speaking for yourself, I see. With a laugh, Kira nudged you using an elbow, then motioned towards the other two with her chin. Don't be fooled by their soft faces. These boys are sharks. In reaction to her words, Mr. Holden smirked, and Cove's eyebrows became more angled. Kira's phrasing made you think back to when you were young, specifically of Mr. Holden's favorite shark pants that he used to wear all the time. Perhaps they had been a fit for him in ways you didn't know of. It was a foreshadowing. The card shark. Oh my god, that's why she said sharks. They're card sharks. You could feel tension in the air. Cove and his parents glued their eyes to one another, then all placed $5 bills into the empty space in front of them. Cove dropped an extra one for you, giving you a tiny smile after he did. Once this was done, Kira began dealing out cards to everybody. It was time to begin. The first round came and went quickly, with the group getting into the groove of things. You lost, which meant you didn't have any money to add to the pot for another game. Imagine competitive Go Fish. That's what I was thinking of. Like, imagine. Like, think of all of, like, these games that, like, people play competitively. Like, not just, like, video games, but, like, chess or something like that. Where you actually have, like, strategies and, like, plans to, like, try to win. Go Fish! Got any threes? Go Fish! Like, where's the strat in that? Hey, I'll vouch for you this next round, Dae. How generous, even though you lost your own bet already. Kira stuck her finger in Mr. Holden's chest. So did you, hotshot. Cove had been the one to claim the prize this time. He was quietly pleased with himself while his parents jokingly ragged on each other. Kira wasn't lying. The boys were sharks. I'll pay for it. Pass out another round. Fine. They answered in unison and got their heads back into the game. As the night went on, so did the games. Mr. Holden would jokingly shake his fist whenever someone other than him got a pair. Kira acted as a news anchor, reporting on every move everyone made by speaking into a curled fist. Cove was still a few words, but now it was because he was focused on the game instead of being overcome with awkwardness. Most of the time, you even spotted a smile on his lips. How do you focus? Still, where's the competitiveness in this? There is a tiny bit of strategizing around figuring out how many of the cards in a set is actually in play. Ah, okay, I guess that is also true when you think about it like that. It's like, okay, so these are the cards, these are the sets. You didn't win many of the games, but the others always chipped in for you. In fact, it was always a bit of a fight over who got to be your backer. It became clear that where the money went in the moment didn't really matter. They ended up giving it back to one another in other ways, and not just through more rounds of cards. You sat back, looking over the scene. A tiny smile grew on your face. Cove's family was pretty cool, you thought. You were glad you got this chance to come over to spend time with the three of them. You know what? If there's ever a competitive Go Fish tournament, I want to try it out. I'd probably lose badly. But I want to go. No, I just still think it's like so funny to think of it like that. Like, it's just supposed to be so chill, you know? Okay, I put a number in the, I'll fix the numbers. I did the number picker and we got 3. So we're going to be doing family next. We're going to be breaking the family's necks. No. Yeah, I never really like played that much actually of Go Fish when I was younger. I always played War. That was always a game that I always liked doing. I think my dad taught me and that's how I got in on it. And then when I would go home to mom, I would make mom play it with me. And then I would also like taught my nephew how to play it as well. That was always my game of choice. Okay, family. Alright. The sun warmed your skin from its place in the sky, and you closed your eyes, enjoying the mix of the heat with the pleasant breeze that drifted past you. You and Lee had spread out a blanket on top of one of the hills behind your house, and had been relaxing there for a while now. He had come over earlier in the day, and while a range of activities had been discussed from staying home to heading down to the beach, a picnic on the hill had been the choice you both settled on. A small spread was laid out in front of you. Some bottled water, soft drinks, as well as chips and sliced fruit. A little picnic. You sat up and reached for a snack, listening to Lee talk away about the musical she had gone to see a few days ago. It was unbelievable. There was singing, dancing, and crazy stunts, and it was all done live right in front of my face. Maybe one day we could go together. I've got to see more shows like that. It's the same war we have in my country. There's absolutely no strategizing in that game. Well, in my card game war that I know, basically you if you usually play with 2 people. I don't know if you can actually play with more people, but you have 2 people. You split the deck in half, and you both keep like drawing a card. And whoever has the bigger card gets the other person's card, and you keep going until the one person doesn't have any cards left, pretty much. So yeah, there's no really strategizing going there. That's pretty much like a game of chance, like hoping you manage to get all like the bigger cards, pretty much. I liked it like that because it was easy. 7 is bigger than 6. Give me a card. Maybe one day we could go together. I've got to see more shows like that. You smiled at Lee's enthusiasm, knowing how much she enjoyed singing and performing. And she was good at it too. You'd gotten the chance to hear her sing a couple of tunes, and you knew she put a lot of effort into it. You also liked to sing, but you were very good. You also liked to sing and had talent of your own. You didn't like to sing, but you had always been told you were good at it. You weren't good at singing, and that suited you fine. I still said I'm not that good. It wasn't something you were interested in doing anyway. I wonder, if we could put on our own show? Think of how fun it'd be. You could perform for our parents, and ask our friends and some other people to come and watch too. It'd totally work. Yeah, let's do it. I don't know about that. The idea gave you stage fright. Sure, I'll give it a go. It's not a bad idea. It'd be embarrassing. I don't know. It's a little spooky. But wouldn't showing off to everybody be fun? The thought of an audience made you feel queasy. Not really.
You sure?
Are you really super sure? You have so many skills you could show off to the masses. Okay, I'll do it. You see that Lee was really excited about the idea, so with a small nod of your head, you agreed to go along with it. I want to sing. What about you? I know singing isn't your thing. I am going to do a little dance. Okay, we can pick an upbeat song. That way it'll be easier for you to move. Is there anything else that's coming to your head? And I'm going to make the backdrop. That's what I always pick. Yes, that'd make it a real show. I'll draw something. You had an art kit at home full of colored pencils. What the fuck? Colored pencils and markers that you could use to create a piece for the show. You just hoped there'd be a large enough piece of paper or cardboard for a backdrop. Get those like cardboard like backdrops that people use for like their like science projects in school. Is there anything else that's coming to your head? No. That's it. The 2 of you ran back home to your house to grab the supplies you needed, dodging your mom's amused questions before heading back out to the blanket to get started. You spread a large sheet of paper out in front of you and began imagining a backdrop of your scene for the show. Lee and you discussed the plans in detail, settling on a song first and then practicing out parts for the show. The afternoon passed quickly, the sun dropping lower and lower in the sky, and after having thoroughly worked out how the show was going to go, you decided to take a break. Oh, you know, we should find Cove to watch us practice our show. He could tell us if it's bad before we put on the real thing. I'm glad he didn't see. Oh, why? It's probably not something he'd like, and I don't want to hear if he thinks it isn't any good. I don't think he would be mean. You didn't answer her, but you never knew when it came to Cove. He could be pretty blunt at times. Too bad Derek is in the neighborhood today. I like him. I like him too. I knew you would. Yeah, we're friends. Imagine like, I hate him. So exactly how much do you like him? Or maybe there's someone else that I haven't heard of yet? Lee wiggled her eyebrows at you suggestively, and you knew exactly what she was implying. Lee, there's nobody I like that right now. Lee huffed in disappointment, pressing her lips together. Right now, though. Darn. But you promised to tell me if that changes, right? I'll do it for you. Listen, Lee, unfortunately, you're stuck in the slow burn route, so you're not going to hear about it for a while. Maybe. Yeah, boo to you too. You knew her whining wasn't serious. That's just how she was. Speaking of crushes, there's one boy I think is pretty cute. You leaned back on your elbows and listened as Lee talked about her crush, all in great detail. It was nice to have her telling you a little gossip for once, rather than always trying to get it out of you. She's like, I'm just vibing. Like, that's kind of like how I feel in real life too. People always tell me like all this like gossip and stuff like that, and like drama, and I never have anything to give it back. I'm just like, I'm just vibing. I go home, I watch the animes, I do a little art, I play my video games in front of my buds, and that's about it. Nothing much to tell. Finally, you both decided to pack everything up and head back home for the evening. Lee talked excitedly about the shows you did, and you thought back on what you had already accomplished for it. You could definitely do with a little more practice, but what you had so far was a solid foundation for the performance. Upon walking through the front door, you were met by your moms and Elizabeth hovering around each other in the living room. Tension hung thick in the air as the three of them turned to you and Lee, frowning slightly. You had interrupted something. Exactly what, you weren't sure. Hello. Hi, Dae. Hello, Lee. Welcome back. The room felt quiet again, with no one quite knowing what to say. You felt incredibly awkward, but the silence didn't last long. You don't have to stop just because those two are here. There's no reason to try keeping it a secret. Elizabeth was mad. Her arms folded defensively over her chest, but your mom's not in agreement with her. Elizabeth was asking about her parents. Her biological ones. The world spun around you at the news. You couldn't understand. Why was this happening now? When you glanced at Lee, she shuffled her feet uncomfortably, as though she didn't know if she should be there or not anymore. You didn't know either. Your moms had always been open and honest about the fact that neither of them had given birth to you or your sister, but the details hadn't been fully explained before. It made sense that Elizabeth didn't know a lot about her biological parents and wanted to know more. You just hadn't ever thought you'd accidentally stumble into it. Elizabeth looked at your parents expectantly. She wasn't going to let the unintentional interruption derail things. We don't want to keep that information from either of you. It's your right to know your past, but we didn't want to wait until you asked us to hear yourselves. Well, it's happening now. So? Your mom shared a nervous glance, and Ma took in a quick breath before speaking again. I adopted you from the Philippines when you were just a baby. Elizabeth dropped her arms, her eyebrows shooting upwards in surprise. Wait, I wasn't born here? You weren't. You could clearly see that your sister was appalled by this information. You struggled even more with what to do or how to react. Am I going to have to pass some tests to even be a citizen? No. You were adopted into the country. We took care of things. You're already a citizen. You have nothing to worry about. I followed all the laws when it came to bringing a child into the U.S. Nothing can be held against you. Elizabeth sighed, placated with the information, but still far from happy. Who were my parents? As people? Why did they put me up for adoption in the first place? Ma softly put her hands over Elizabeth's shoulder, trying to provide some support before she gave her the answer. Your parents were reported to have died. They didn't go into details on the specifics of how, but you were an orphan. I wish we had better news for you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was torn between emotions. Her eyes filled with tears as she threw her hands in the air, settling on in rage. Great, so I can never meet them, even if I wanted to. Not that I could have, anyway, since they lived in another part of the world when they were still alive. Elizabeth turned her back on you and your mom stormed off, sprinting up the stairs into her room before anyone could stop her. I have to go talk to her. Ma immediately started to follow her, but Mom gently held her by the arm and shook her head. We should give her a little space to process it all. Your mom's head hung low, but she stopped walking. With Elizabeth now gone, the two of them seemed to remember you, and Lee were still standing awkwardly off to the side. I'm sorry you had to see all that. It's not how I expected it would have happened when the time came. But since it's the topic of the day, Dae, is there anything you'd like to ask? You deserve to know, after all. Lee patted your back and gave you a supportive look. I can't remember what I chose the first time. I think I chose not to hear it, I think. I think that's what I chose on stream. I mean, I've chosen all the options, let's be real. But, I think on stream I chose not to hear about it, so, you know, this time we'll be like, I want to know. Your parents both nodded in sync to your reply, ready to talk. I can leave if you want to have things be private. Sure, thanks. Lee smiled and understanding before heading down the hall, going to wait in another room until it was over. Poor Lee. She's always the fucking, what do you call it? Like, I guess in this situation, she's the fourth wheel of the tricycle. She's like, oh, this is really awkward. Family drama. You turned to face your parents again, preparing yourself for what they were about to tell you. Ma was the first to speak, her voice quivering with emotion. You were adopted as a baby, but 2 years after Elizabeth. We used a different organization that time, and you were adopted within the U.S. We're sorry to tell you, Dae. Your parents had also passed away, and no other family member took you in, if there were any. That's why we wanted to wait until you asked. We didn't want to suddenly drop that in your lap. We wanted you to be prepared. We're sorry, Dae. Thank you for telling me. Okay, you said nothing. It's not your fault. You didn't kill him, right? You started to cry. You were so angry. Thanks for telling me. I did want to know. Now I do. Can't really complain. Thank you for listening, Dae. If there's anything else you want to know, all you have to do is ask. We'll do our best to answer any questions you have.
Are you okay?
How are you feeling now? Are you going to be okay?
No.
I feel fine. But you didn't mean it. You spoke in the most convincing tone you could. Your moms gave you a sad smile, and you weren't so sure they believed you. No one seemed to have any words after that. I'm gonna get out of there. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go out, just for a little while. I'll be back before it's really late. Your mom's not understanding, trusting you to make the best call for yourself. We're gonna go alone. Sure thing. Take all the time you need. We'll keep her company. Without knowing where you really wanted to go, you began to walk down the street quietly, dragging your feet. You turned and kept walking, unsure what else to do. Everyone else had been so upset and you didn't have the first idea on how you could help. Eventually you found yourself at the beach, your feet sinking into the soft sand while you looked out over the ocean. You took off your shoes and placed the sand over to the water's edge, letting the cold ocean swirl around your bare feet. It was comforting being there, with the ocean breeze rustling your black hair and the smell of salty water filling your nostrils. Eventually, you took a seat down on the ground, watching the sun as it dipped down further and further towards the horizon before it disappeared completely. The sky shifted from blue to pink to orange, and then to deep blue of the night. A sudden shout drew your attention away from the sea. Someone was calling your name. Your head snapped to the source of the yells. At the edge of the beach, where the grass met the sand, was a silhouette in the darkness, but the person was still unmistakable to you. It was Cove. What was he doing here? His eyes settled on you ahead, realizing you were in fact there. He rushed down the shore to where you sat. You could tell he was out of breath when he approached. You rose to meet him. Cove? Did something happen? No, not to me anyway. I wanted to know what happened to you. I went to your house to say hi, but your parents said you were gone, that you needed to get away. I mean, I had to think something was going on after something like that, so I came to find you.
There's a lot going on right now.
Thank you for coming. I'm glad you— My parents are dead. Imagine just opening with that. Thanks for coming. Cove's forehead furrowed in concern at your words. My mom and dad, who gave birth to me, they're dead. Not having to say anything else, Cove reached down and pulled you into a tight embrace, his familiar warmth enveloping you. I'm sorry, Dae. His words were whispered comfortingly into your shoulder. You don't have to do this. Yes, I do. He didn't say anything more, but he didn't let go either. Can you explain everything to me? You nodded softly before taking in a heavy breath and launching into the story. Cove sat quietly and listened attentively, nodding every now and then, or taking in a sharp inhale. It took a long time for you to relay the details. Dozens of stars were pinpointed in the sky as the night wore on. Silence settled between you as Cove sat quietly for a moment, contemplating everything you had said. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, drifting through the night towards you. Dae.
I'm so sorry.
I'm really sorry about what happened to your parents. So sorry. He stopped suddenly and took in a deep, shaky breath. You got the impression he was struggling with what was right to say. I'm sad I'll never get to know them. I feel bad that I don't feel worse about it. I'm just still mad. How dare they die? You shrugged your shoulders, not knowing how to feel. I don't know, obviously I've never been adopted, so I can't really speak on it, but I always thought it'd be kind of weird to, like, feel something for, like, somebody you never knew. It's like, yeah, it's like you said that they're gone, but, like, you didn't really have that, like, sort of, like, attachment to them, you know? So, yeah, I'd feel bad that I didn't feel worse about it. I never knew them at all. They're strangers, even if they did have me. Dae, you're not doing anything wrong. You know that, right? I think that you can be as sad as you want, for as long as you need, or you can feel okay about it whenever you want to. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair as he looked out over the ocean.
It's okay.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, whatever you feel about is how you feel about it. You don't have to force yourself to be different. Thank you, Cove. His words had made you feel better, and you knew it was true. You didn't have to apologize or make any excuses for the way you felt about it all. Cove smiled at you a little. You could tell he was trying to be comforting. And your moms definitely don't. It doesn't matter if you're not blood related. You're definitely family. I can see that. And I hope you can too. You felt the reassurance in his eyes. Hey. The sudden voice of your sister behind you made you jump. You saw her standing a little way away. She walked closer and you didn't quite know what to do, or what she was planning on saying.
So,
Would you mind going? I want to talk to just Dae. You can come back. It's not going to be forever or anything. Cove seemed equal parts concerned and skeptical. Leaving now wasn't a concept that thrilled him. I want to talk to you too.
Really?
Oh? Then we're on the same page. She made a little move-along gesture with her hands, and it was settled. You waited until the two of you were alone before fixing her with an inquisitive look. Elizabeth folded her arms, looking you over. Did Mom tell you about your parents too? Yeah, they're also dead. We have so much in common. No, I shouldn't say that. It's a dark joke. I'm sorry. Elizabeth broke eye contact after that.
Sorry.
Why did you want to talk to me? Wasn't there like a Hamilton song about that? It was like the second one where like Hamilton, you're an orphan. Of course, I'm an orphan too. Or something like that. Like trying to bond with Aaron Burr over it. Like, oh my god, both our parents are dead? It's like, this is not something we should be bonding over. Not at all. It's like, maybe choose something else. Why did you want to talk to me? Elizabeth raised an eyebrow at the question, as though the answer should be obvious. I was worried about you. I was the one who brought it up, but I made you deal with whatever was left when I was gone. She sighed, glancing upwards for a moment before settling on you once more. I wanted to ask you what happened without everyone breathing down our necks. And that was pretty crap of you to just bail. I'm amazed you noticed that wasn't kind. Thank you for thinking of me. I'm not mad at you. You were probably surprised by our admission. Thanks for thinking of me. She stuck her nose up a little at that, but her smile was soft. I'm okay, Elizabeth. It didn't upset me. How are you allowed to be that mature? The lightning spirits in her were quickly gone, as she slipped back into a scowl. You had to be born in the U.S. to become president. What? You had never heard that dream of hers before. She noticed your bafflement and continued. I get I was never going to be president, but it just feels weird, having stuff taken away, not even getting a chance at it. I don't like having to know that when I was born, I was going to have a completely different life. So different that I can't even think about what it looked like in my head. I could have spoken another language, lived away from everything I've ever seen here, had someone else as my sibling. Then my parents died, and I was adopted, and the life I got became a totally new thing forever. I can't go back to what it was, even if I wanted to. Having to settle between you and the person who became your sister. I don't really understand. I can't see that other stuff as being my life. The one I have is what my life is, and everything else is only what didn't happen. Elizabeth watched you seriously. She was still trying to make sense of this to you, and herself. I don't know why today was the day. Nothing came up to make me ask the question. It was just something I've had in my head for a while. When it was just me and Mom's in the living room, I just kind of said it, finally. And there you go. She shifted from one foot to another, relaxing her stance just a bit. She also spoke more gently, learning about them and what happened. Doesn't change how I feel about our family day. She smirked, fixing you with sharp eyes. I'd already figured out a long time ago that moms weren't our biological parents. That wasn't news. I kept listening. Nothing about the family I was born with and would have made me decide that this wasn't my family anymore. If you had hoped you'd be free with my big sisterly status, don't think you're so lucky. She bumped her shoulder against yours playfully, lips tilted at the corners.
You'll always be my little sibling.
Aw, damn, we're stuck with her forever. You jokingly groaned at the prospect. You'll always be my family too, Elizabeth. Chuckling, she seemed pleased with how the conversation had gone in the end. Ready to head back home? It's been a long day. She gave her a nod.
Come on.
Come on, you two, let's go. You walked home together in a comfortable silence down the well-worn street. The familiarity of it all felt nice. When we stepped through the door, you found your moms quietly sitting together at the kitchen table. Their heads snapped up and they got to their feet to meet you, Mom giving you a careful smile. We're so glad to see you. I'm sorry for walking away before. That's alright, sweetheart. We're just happy to have you here again. Mom then came over and wrapped her arms around you and Elizabeth, giving you a tight hug. It didn't take long for Mom to join in, putting her arms around the both of you.
Love you.
You really couldn't have asked for better kids. We love you. More than we could ever say. Moms. You smiled at their comfort. I love you too. It was a nice moment, and you enjoyed it for as long as you could. They both pulled back eventually and grinned at the two of you, and you knew then that you all had each other, and you always would. Hey, I hope you're alright. Lee came up towards you, a soft smile plastered on her face. And are you okay, Elizabeth? Elizabeth rolled her eyes and huffed a breath, and you knew she wasn't used to showing her vulnerable side. I'm fine. Lee nodded, though you could tell she didn't quite believe her. Well now, since we're all here, how about we do something together as a family? That sounds like an excellent idea. We should have some fun before the night's over. I love the sound of that. Yeah, okay. Why not? You had the smile that threatened to tilt your lips, knowing that Elizabeth must have been in a good mood if she hadn't even teased Ko for being part of it. And no matter what she could have said about it, you wanted him to be there. The two of you had practically grown up together for over the past 5 years. Who's got a suggestion? It should be something we can do here in the house, with everyone in the same room. You suddenly remember the show you and Lee had been working on earlier. Let's do our show. A show? This is the first time we're hearing of this. I'm intrigued. It would be amazing if you could put it on for us to watch. Oh yeah, I need to see what you've cooked up. She says, let them cook. That'd be cool. You smiled at Lee, who returned the gesture while bouncing on her heels in excitement. Take some seats and we'll get everything together. Your moms collected the chairs from around the dining table and set them in a row in the living room, where there was enough space for the show. While they did that, you and Lee quickly gathered the supplies you needed and rehashed the plan one last time. You listened through the song you had chosen one last time. You also took a moment to cycle through the dance moves you had planned. The backdrop you had prepared earlier was also ready to go now that it was needed. When the two of you returned to the living room, everyone was sitting and chatting amongst themselves while they waited. The group quieted down when you and Lee stood in front of them on your own makeshift stage. Lee was buzzing quietly with excitement beside you. We're pumped now. The time you and Lee had put into practicing was worth it. You were ready to go. I was like, listen, we may have had stage fright before, but if we just don't think about it and we just go into it, then we're good. Okay, that kind of reminds me, when I had to go eat with my friends yesterday, we were meeting up at a set location, but the location was about half an hour away from where I lived, and I'm not used to like driving for long distances by myself, so it was the first time I had to do it. So I was pretty nervous when I was on the road, but pretty much I just like went, you know, like my process getting into the car was like, listen, if I just don't think about it and I just go, I'll be there before I know it. And granted, I was still stressed, but you know, I made it there in the end. I did my first Big Bear drive. Well, telling everybody else about it. It's like, oh, well, good for you. It's like, no, this is a big deal for me. Be proud of me. I drove like, the farthest I ever driven was like 10 minutes away from my house to go to work, and that was it. Like, be proud. I'm growing up, even though I've already been grown. Listen, I'm just a late bloomer when it comes to driving. Driving's scary. Okay, so welcome to our show. We only came with it today, but we promise it'll be good. No refunds. After we go through the mini audience, then you noticed at Lee that you were ready to begin. Not at the lead. Oh my god. Lee took in a deep breath, waiting the few beats it took to get into the song, and started singing. The dance moves you had practiced went perfectly with the tempo of the song. The backdrop you had created gave a great atmosphere to work off of. When the performance was over, Lee took your hand in hers, and the two of you bowed deeply together. Everyone gave you a round of applause and cheered for an encore. When you straightened yourself up, you were happy to see that even Elizabeth was clapping for you. Bravo! Bravo! 10 out of 10. Encore!
Good job.
You're so talented! Your family rose from their seats and came over to congratulate you more directly. You were beaming from ear to ear. Cope was the first one to approach, stepping up to you and Lee with a smile on his face.
That's nice.
Nice job. Thank you. You're a really great dancer, Dae. It was cool. That was pretty good, huh? And you're humble, too. Of course. We laughed together, feeling as light as a feather. Were you the one who drew the backdrop? Yeah, that was me. Ko smiled, content over his guess being correct. I thought so. That was good. You couldn't help but feel pleased that he could recognize your talent so easily. Your parents gushed about how great everything was, and thanked you for sharing it with them. Elizabeth was complimentary in her own way, although she didn't describe the show as cute, which you knew she meant as kind of kiddie. You laughed it off, however. You were just happy that everyone had a nice time. In that moment, you couldn't have been more pleased to be a part of the family you had. Oh damn, I forgot it kind of just ended like that. But alrighty, that's 2 down. We got 8 more to go. I'm still feeling pretty good. I'm still feeling pretty confident. Although that'll probably change soon. I do know. It is a lot of moments. It is a lot of reading, too. So it's nice to take these like little breaks in when you can. Okay, I take another sip of water. I might burp, though. Maybe? I don't know. There we go. I just had to let it brew for a little longer.
Okay, I was waiting. I was about to say, is Pepsi gonna get it? Pepsi, are you still here? Let's see. I only have like a couple more days left until March. I gotta make it to 200. If I do 100 burps a month. Oh my god. I have 1,200 burps if I did 100 burps per month. Oh my god, that's a lot. That's kind of crazy. I mean, it's not the 1 million that people were guessing it would have come out to, but still. Okay, let's see. 1 through 8. Yes. Generate. Oh, okay. I can never tell if it's like it's generating the same number or if it's not going through. You know, I'm gonna just click it a couple times and look away. It can't be 3 again. Do it again. Okay, it's number 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it's summer work. It's summer. Summertime, loving. Loving in the summertime. You stared out the window, watching as the scenery passed by as your mom drove down the quiet streets at a leisurely pace. A singer crooned sweetly from the radio, turned low enough that you could block it out if you wanted. You turned away from the window when your mom suddenly spoke up. Well, kids, are you excited to be going to the library? I guess. You don't sound so sure there, Dae. Mom wasn't wrong. It was what it was, but your real interest lay elsewhere. There hadn't ever been a time that when you were super excited to go to the library. What about you, Cove? You're part of the conversation, too.
Not really.
Not really. If I didn't have school stuff to do, I would probably be somewhere else. I get it. I wasn't so keen on the library in my day, either. Really? Well, no, unless you count under 6 years old as my day. Back in my day, when I was just a baby. She grinned over at the two of you briefly. Your mom refocused on driving, humming along with the radio under her breath. You went back to staring outside. As you passed one street, you caught a glimpse of someone in brightly colored clothing passing out balloon animals. It sparked a faraway memory, and you felt your lips twitching up before consciously remembering why. How long ago was it that you and Cove watched the amazing Alexander performing magic tricks? Hey Cove, do you remember that one guy? That one guy from that one time? Yeah? Cove waited, and you took the moment to elaborate. Alexander! The amazing Alexander. He gave us dolphin balloons for free. At this reminder, Cove smiled faintly. Oh, yeah. I wonder if he's ever there now. Maybe we should go check more often. Maybe. That was the first time we ever went down that street together, I think. I miss my balloon. He was a good dolphin for that one afternoon I had him. Yeah. Hey, Cove, what were you going to name your balloon? You never told me. Oh, huh. I don't know. I can't remember what Kid Me was thinking. Probably something obvious, like Flipper. You couldn't help the way your own smile curled up higher at the sentiment. You just wanted to say something else, but couldn't quite think of what, so you just settled back into your seat. When silence filled the car again, you returned your attention to the window. It was an absolute gorgeous day. You leaned your face into the sunshine, tempted to close your eyes as the gentle rays warmed your cheeks. Dae? Huh? You lifted yourself up a bit more, seeing your mom twisting her torso to face you, confused from the front seat of the car. Next to you was nothing. Cove's car door was already open. You had reached the destination before you even realized it. I was asking, what time should I pick you two up? Oh, 4 should be okay. That should give you enough time to finish your summer assignments, or at least make a large enough dent. Thanks, Mom. You hopped out of the car, remembering to grab your backpack at the last second. Alright then, have fun you two. Yeah, fun. Your mom snorted, but you couldn't help but pouting a little. A beautiful afternoon like this, and you were going to the library to do homework. The two of you went right to the door of the library. Cove reached it first and tugged it open, stepping inside. He kept it propped open so you could pass through behind him. The air was much cooler inside the building than it had been for the few seconds you spent outdoors. The space was filled with the soft din of papers being moved and whispered voices. Hey, you seem kind of distracted on the ride here. Just enjoying the day. I'm excited to see you. I want to walk around for a bit. I don't think I've ever picked this one. What? I am distracted, so? Cove looked dangerously close to rolling his eyes. Don't tempt me. Cove's eyes strayed towards the door. You considered trying to persuade him despite his protest, but eventually talked yourself out of it. Maybe if Derek wasn't waiting. Yeah, we can't just get Derek behind. Your study buddy was standing at the front of the library by a long rack of magazines. Predictably, he was flipping through one with the various sports players on the cover, looking intense enough to burst off the page. His head snapped up when you walked over, beaming wildly. Hey, Dae, Cove. Hi, were you waiting for a while?
Not super long. Derek put the magazine back in its place. Then he gestured towards the space at his side. Most of the tables were empty, only a few people leafing through the books. There's plenty of room. In unspoken agreement, the three of you started moving towards the seating area, Derek taking 2 steps for every one of Cove's. Oh, guess what? I'm pretty sure I've mastered the fake shot. I'll show you some other time. Derek looked over to gauge the level of interest. Do you know it? Soccer's not really for me. All the sporty stuff Cove liked was beach-related. Surfing, snorkeling, bodyboarding. And he never played games that involved working on a team. Even volleyball had to be one-on-one. How does it go? Derek's eyes flashed with excitement as he explained. Well, you move the ball like you're going to go one way, then... He demonstrated by running a few steps ahead, showing off some fancy footwork. You do it like this, so does it like that. Wow, such good explanation. You do this and that, and there you go. You laughed, bobbing your head at his attempt to get the trick across with no ball. The three of you looked over to the checkout desk. The librarian stood behind it and was wearing a deep frown. Sorry. Mel's sorry, she sighed, before turning back to the book she was reading. Derek scratched his cheek, choosing not to let that derail things. So, what are you guys working on? I'm working on getting my birth count up, apparently. Let's see. There were some things you'd gotten to start with. But it was still early in the summer, so there was a lot left. I think I'll work on my history assignment. Wait, what's the other stuff? Wait. I went back too far, I'm sorry. I don't care. I don't know. I was like, wait, what are the other 2 options? No, I won't be specific. History. You have to do this timeline thing. It makes sense to work on that while you were here, since you'd probably need to consult the reference books. There's some summer reading too. I have to go through an assigned book, but I'm gonna do that later since it doesn't need extra references or anything. What about you two? I've got a few worksheets. They look pretty easy. My school gave us 3 books to read. Can they just stick with just one? I'm also doing the timeline. Y'all found a table close to the tall bookshelves and set up camp. Within seconds, pencils and folders and books were strewn out on the surface. Yeah, you doodled. I know what I'm picking. I know who I am. I got one thing I do, and that's it. You lightly sketched on the paper, your tongue poking out between your lips as you did. You're in the middle of attempting a shark with a toothy jaws open wide when you felt someone looking at you. You glanced up, seeing Cove looking over your scribbles. Cove's eyes rose to meet yours. Are you going to do the rest? Add the second dorsal fin? He pointed to a spot on the unfinished shark. Yeah, thanks. You pushed forward with your scribbly creation. I wonder if teachers ever, like, take note of, like, the doodles that, like, people do on the worksheets. Because I know I drew a lot on my stuff. Like, tests, worksheets, all that stuff. If I could doodle on it, I did. You ever think they're like, oh my gosh? Or think they're like, oh my god, stop doodling on this shit. I mean, as much as, like, teachers probably hate their job, they probably don't give a shit either way. Oh my gosh, everybody's so creative. Garbage bin. Nah. After some time, Cove shifted in his seat, twisting his back as if trying to work knots out of it. Feeling cooped up? Yeah, I'm gonna get up for a little while. Okay, I'm gonna stay here. I'm making good progress. I'll come with you. Might as well take the opportunity to refresh yourself before getting back to work. The two of you strolled away from where you'd been working. Your eyes roamed over the titles of books as you passed by. Some were dull, some intriguing, and others were just strange, but you didn't spot anything that made you pause to pick it up. Looking for something? No, but something might catch my eye. You never know. I might go out of here if there's enough time. It's common reminding you of the clock ticking away. Even after you finished your work for the summer, the countdown to the new school year would still be on track. Before you know, we'll be back in class. Yeah, we just got out, and it's almost here again. Are you looking forward to going back? Cove gave you a wry smile. No, I still never want summer to end. He wistfully let his gaze go distant. He wrapped his arms around himself. You weren't sure if his longing was for the beach or for the concept of summer itself. Summer means you can do what you want. I wish everything wasn't always decided for me. I want to grow up already. Don't you say that. Don't you ever say that. That one meme. Don't you ever say that. Stay young, stay free. You gotta grow up and you gotta pay the bills. Cove didn't feel safe knowing it was others who really determined what his life was like. You understood that much. New classes, new teachers, new people. It's too much. He raked a hand through his hair before brightening up. What if we get to be in the same classes? That'd be cool. I like that. A smile spread across his face, crinkling his eyes. What about you? Do you want to go back to school already? No. Never. Never. They made you depressed just thinking about it. I still get nightmares about being in school. I don't want to go back. Because always, I can't find my classroom, or I have to finish this project that I haven't started on it, and it's due today. And it's not just like school, it's also like university as well. Like, I think I had a dream recently where I was getting stressed out because I was like moving back into the dorm, but I couldn't find my room or something. It's always, I always can't find something. That's always what it is. Like, I'm always lost. And of course, I wake up and I'm like, oh, I don't go to school anymore. Thank God. I go back to sleep. Like, what the fuck? Oh wait, have you but heard of that one meme where like it's like a doll wakes up, a doll person wakes up and is like, oh my God, I'm late for school. Oh wait, I'm an adult. I'm like 30. I don't have to get up for school anymore. And they go back to sleep and then they suddenly bolt away. I'm a teacher. I always think about that one. I saw that one with what is it? Present Mike? Is that his proper name from My Hero Academia? I saw that meme like with like the person drew like that meme with him. And it still lives rent-free in my head. I just love it so much. I'm a teacher. Never escape. Cove nodded, obviously getting where you were coming from. There was really no getting away from the topic of school right now. It prompted you to think back to the classes you were in. You pursed your lips. I love art class. It was a mandatory at your school, but you definitely hoped to participate. And I liked English. Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah. It's a good one. I'm not the biggest My Hero Academia fan, but I do like that. I do like the memes. You liked the books we had to... You liked the books we had to read in English class. The writing assignments were engaging, too. History's okay. I think the only one that I would probably say no is math. Does anybody like math? Do the people that are even doing math majors like math? There's so much out there to learn when it comes to the past. It would take ages to know everything. You'd hope there'd be more cool experiments this coming semester in science class. And that's it. Bye, math. Each lost in your own thoughts, you continue to stroll through the library for a little while longer, till Cove caught your attention again. We should probably head back. Yeah, let's go. Before you could take a step back, Cove cleared his throat, avoiding your gaze. Thanks for listening before. Don't make a habit of it. Okay, I'm curious to pick it, because if he's going to be sad about it, I'm going to go back. Cove rolled his eyes, but he couldn't conceal a smile. You jerked your head towards where Derek had been left sitting. Oh, okay, it wasn't as bad of a response as I thought it would be, but you know what? I'm going to pick any time anyway. Cove smiled, his cheeks pink. Oh, Cove, this is a slow burn route. You're not supposed to be getting those lovey-dovey feelings yet. You jerked your head towards where Derek had been left studying. Time to get back to work. Cove and you rejoined with Derek and settled back in as quietly as you could manage. Work continued as normal from there. The sound of shuffling dragged you out of your head. You looked up to surprise to see Derek picking up. You're done? Derek casually shrugged, but you could tell he felt proud to be the first finished. Uh-huh. Told you it wasn't anything hard. Which one was that easy? Want me to look over it? Maybe I've got some tips that'll help. That'd be great, thanks.
I gotcha.
Ah, bud. With a smile, Derek leaned over your part of the table. He took some time to get the gist of it and point you in the right direction before turning it back over to you. Derek leaned on the back of his feet. Okay, I'm gonna look around while you guys finish. See you. Bye. See ya. Later on, Cove shifted in his seat, closing his book as he looked over the notes he'd been taking. Glancing away, you contemplated what you had done thus far, too. You'd finished most of the assignments. You'd say there was about half yet. You still had a long way to go. You had spent most of the time being unable to focus. Let's see. Sorry, I was replying to a message. Okay. You'd finished most of the assignments. Just as you thought, it hadn't been that difficult. You were sure you'd be able to complete your other work next time. Derek's advice made it easier in the end. Are you about ready? It's almost 4. Yeah, I think so. Come on. The two of you gathered up your books, and after returning the ones you'd used for reference to their proper shelves, set off to find wherever Derek had wandered off to. He was in the biography section. His back was to the two of you, one hand above his head and the other supporting himself against the shelf as he's trying to grab one of the books. Hey Derek, we're ready.
Okay.
Oh, okay. He glanced towards the sound of your voice and up towards the shelf he was trying to reach. Gimme. I can get that for you. Yeah, thanks, Dae. Derek directed you towards the book he wanted. It was an autobiography of someone you'd never heard of before. And then the three of you had moved to the front of the library to wait for your rides. You stood close to the window and let out a content sigh, feeling the rays warm you from the slightly chilly library interior. I wish our assignments were so more exciting. Student space got any plans after this? Gotta work on my technique. Can't get rusty while school's out. That answer was inevitable. Technique for what? Soccer. How about you two? You consider the question, mostly in case your mom said something penciled in for the evening that you'd forgotten. Nothing planned. Me neither. Oh, that's my dad's car. Derek lifted a hand to wave, pushing the door open and heading towards the blue pickup truck waiting in the parking lot.
See you later.
See you, Dae. Bye, Cove. Bye, Derek. You watched Derek jog off before scanning the area for your mom. Did you get everything done? Sort of. I saw you're basically done. He smiled, impressed. You felt pretty good about that. I feel like I'll need to come back to the library again before summer's over. I'll come with you. I still have those books to read anyway. He smiled at the idea. Despite not working on the same thing, it'd be nice to have some company. I'll go with that. Hey, do you want to do something with me after this? Oh, sure. Cove seemed eager towards the offer. You hadn't exactly expected him to say no, but the agreement still made you happy. It's always the thought of asking that still counts, even if you know the answer. The two of you smiled at each other. It wasn't long before you spied your mom's car coming down the road. There she is. Time to go, then. You climbed into the car, sliding into your usual seats and buckling the belts. Hey, kiddos. Did you get a lot done? Yeah.
Nice.
Nice. Nice. Nice. I can't make that noise that he does. In the meme. The car shifted into action. You watched as the library shrunk into the distance. It wouldn't be the last time you saw it this summer, but at least you knew you were going to have company. You fielded questions from Mom while you tried to juggle a conversation with Cove. When she learned you two were planning on returning, she immediately offered to give you a ride next time. You continued to answer Mom's questions about what you'd been working on, then told her about your plans to stick with Cove after getting back. But soon enough, the trip was over. You'd arrived back to your neighborhood. Cove had to run over to his house real quick to drop off his stuff. You also made a pit stop to put your backpack away before heading out again. The two of you regrouped in the middle of the road, halfway between your houses. With everything wrapped up, you could now freely enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Your conversation resumed as you both began walking down the street together. The afternoon came and went, dinner was eaten, and you were cleaning up the dishes left behind from it. Cove had elected to stay for the meal today. He passed you a couple plates to rinse in the sink, even though he didn't have to. Cove has to do at least something to help. You scrubbed the last of them and let out a satisfied sigh. Okay, they're done. I'm going upstairs now. You dressed your guests for the evening. Are you going to come with me? Yeah, I'll have to go back. Till later. Take it easy, kids. Thank you for the help. When you got back to your room, you noticed your backpack from earlier. You figured it would be best to unpack the stuff you needed before going to bed. Cove popped into your desk chair, and it spun around a bit as he got comfortable. He watched you contentedly as you walked across the room. He didn't need or expect you to try entertaining him constantly. It was just nice to be near each other, even when nothing was going on. You hefted your bag up onto the bed. It sunk into the comforter. With that, you started to sort through books and paper packets. Not all of it were things you'd need anytime soon. A small pile of the most important assets began to grow at the side of your backpack until you'd gone over it all. You had actually finished flipping through the contents, but that wasn't all of your work. You instinctively pulled out the opening closer to you and peered inside. A second look-through commenced, and then a third, and then you began to open the smaller pockets. You were missing your history assignment. Dae? At this point, Cove could tell something was wrong. That was part of your summer work that you'd gotten done, and that was gone. It hadn't been that noteworthy before, but the bag wasn't really zipped when you had first begun to look through. The work could have fallen out somewhere, if you had in the first place. You were upset with the revelation, but made yourself stay calm. You started to panic, all you could do was shrug. Your stress level shot up. It was best to think positively. You felt paralyzed. A little upset, but we're staying calm. You got the problem early. There was still some time to make it right. You couldn't lose your head. My history work isn't in my backpack. At your word, Cove jumped out of his seat. Oh crap! Is there somewhere we can look? The bag was kinda open, so... He winced sympathetically. They left a lot of options for where it might be. Most of them bad. You resolved to check the spot the backpack was originally left in. It couldn't hurt to look. With nothing in sight there, you expanded the search to the rest of the space. Cove did his best to stay out of your way, while keeping an eye open for your missing work. It was a fruitless effort. Your assignment wasn't here. Let's check downstairs. It might still be in your house someplace. Fine.
How are you?
Why, hello again. Is everything alright? You told your mom what was going on. I unpacked my bag and one of my assignments wasn't there.
I'm so sorry.
What's missing? An assignment for school, from the library today. Mom's eyebrows raised with concern at the answer. That's a pickle. I'll call right now. I think they might still be open. Thanks, Mom. Just leave it to me. Cove, honey, can you tell us if there's anything you noticed? You were with Dae, right? I saw the assignment when Dae had it out at the library. I don't remember them putting it away, but I'm pretty positive there's nothing left on the table when we were done. He spoke resolutely. Before now, he hadn't considered that something might have been left behind. He had felt the same when leaving, though it was hard not to second-guess things now. Your mom re-entered the scene a few minutes later. The look on her face was not promising.
Well,
So I got a hold of the librarians. They don't have any papers with your name on them. Not that they could see, anyway. I'm sorry. Thanks for trying. Of course, sorry it was a bust. It's not your fault. Dae, hey, let's go over to my house. I can check my bag. Maybe I took it when we were packing up and didn't notice. Good idea. Since we're getting heavy here with your mom's worrying, maybe he needed to get away from it, or maybe he thought you needed a chance to get away from it. Let's go. Cove nodded and made his way to the door. Your mom stood by with creased eyebrows. Take care, kids. Good luck. Bye, Moms. You briskly made the trip across the street, and in less than a minute, you were going through the threshold of Cove's house. Cove had been in a rush earlier today, too. His backpack was tossed on the couch without a thought. No one had moved it since then. You can sit down or anything. I'm gonna look. He lifted up the backpack and unzipped it in a fluid motion. You were left to wait as he rooted around inside with an unexpected level of seriousness. This was actually starting to get to you now. You hadn't wanted to make this into a big deal, but if you didn't find it, you had to do everything all over again. You weren't able to get it done again, and not form in your stomach. We love a little drama, a little angst. You leaned closer, trying to get a peek into what he was seeing. Every second of not knowing made you more tense. Your impatience didn't go unnoticed. He tore through the contents rapidly, until Cove's eyes drifted from the opening of the bag and traced the length of the room's floor. His arm was still tucked away inside, but the search was over. Your heart sank. It was obvious there wasn't much of a chance Cove somehow had it this whole time. Still, you wanted to hope. Finally, Cove lowered his backpack to the floor, while slipping his arm out, and he wasn't empty-handed. Cove extended a few papers your way. Here. Your eyes flicked down at the assignment, and then went right back up to his face. That's your copy. In the almost silent room, you could hear the slight crinkling of paper as his fingers gripped tighter. The expression was just as firm. No, it's yours. Cove, I can't take that from you. I appreciate you want to help, but that's not okay. That's cheating! Are you sure? You could only stare at him. I can't take that from you. Why not? That assignment and grades, they're important to you, and, you know, you're important to me, so... He flatly dropped the papers at your feet, refusing to meet your eyes. I think I did pretty good with it. The mark shouldn't be bad. You hugged him. He's such a sweet boy. Our best bud, Cove. Without another thought, you threw your arms over his shoulders. The papers scattered. After a second of stunned motionlessness, Cove returned the gesture and wrapped himself around you. Cove's consideration made you feel good. Even if the situation was still bad, you were touched at how much he cared for you. He didn't let you go as he began to speak again. Missing an assignment is something that doesn't bother me. I mean, you know me long enough to see what does upset me. The statement had started out lighthearted, but it quickly shifted to one much more serious. You're always there. He leaned his head into you affectionately. The movement was interrupted by the piercing ring of the home phone. Oh my gosh. Hate that. Kira appeared from the hall from the far side of the living room, summoned by the noise. Oh, my bad. Sorry, I got distracted. Okay, 1 second. My bad. Wait, what? Oh. Why was it alerting me to a message I'd already seen? That was weird. I was like I had like a direct, I was like added on Discord and I wanted to go look at it, but it was something I already, I'd already like responded to. I always get triggered when they use my name. That was me. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Is there... But I don't see... There's nothing new, though. Are you... Are you gaslighting me? Teasing me with a message and then taking it away. I'm trying to send you a video, but it keeps fucking up. Oh, okay. I see. I say, what's going on? Why am I being gaslit? But no, you're good. You're good. I was just curious. But alright. Ko robotically took his arms off of you, pinning them securely against his side instead. You don't know if she noticed or cared, but he was embarrassed. Ah, don't be embarrassed about holding me. Listen, hug your homies. For some reason it turns up an MP4 file into a download. Oh. That's weird. Discord do be funky like that sometimes, though. Hey, Cove. Hi, Dae. I didn't know you were here. She strode on past. Your eyes followed her. Cove's mom answered the call, giving a chipper greeting to whoever was on the other end. A few ahs and hms later, Kira thanked the person and placed the phone down once more. Oh yeah, Kira, it's you in this universe. You're a mother to this child here. Dae, that was your ma. She said your stuff was in the car. What? Really? That's what I was told. Now just return to the guest room. You can have your privacy. Ko's face cycled from shock to sour as his mom made her escape laughing. There, look, don't watch on stream. Okay. Is it bad? No, I'm just kidding. It's not there. You lied to me. Oh, there it is. It wouldn't load. I was like, you're still gaslighting me. Oh shit, I'm afraid. Okay. Do you want me to watch it now? Here, let me make sure there's no sound on. Is there sound? Nope. Okay, turn that off. There is sound. Okay. Let me turn off everything that could possibly do that. That. And... Okay, I think that should be good. Scream at me if sound does happen, though. Where is it? We need a new... What? Need a new codec to play this item. Ah! Okay, not now. I'll look at it at some point. What the fuck? Well, why am I being cucked? Like, there's nothing happening. I was rushing time E, so I used the sound of it to test stuff. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I'll have to watch it later if I figure out that codec stuff. God damn it! I just want to see the video. There we go.
Someone was asking me about my profile pic on Discord. It's like, my friend made it. I know my drivers, and it messed up my encoding on OBS. Oh, that's not good. Which I've heard like so many stories of like people's like OBS getting like fucked up all of a sudden one day and have to like redo everything. I get scared that's gonna happen to me someday. Like I'm just gonna open OBS and all my scenes are gone. It's like, I have to do it all over again. Okay. Yeah. Ko's face was from shock to sour as his mom made her escape laughing. Okay, I already read that. He shook the interruption off and refocused on you. I've got it. You were relieved you were so embarrassed you couldn't believe it. You didn't know how to react. Embarrassing. It was just in the car? That was humiliating. You were speechless. They've got it. Ko smiled crookedly and shrugged one shoulder. We should probably head to your house. Your mom's might want to talk to you. Yeah. My parents really care about me. They had kept searching even after you left, and because of that, it all worked out. Cove nodded in agreement. Cove, it means a lot that you stuck with me. Thanks. He brightened up with sparkling eyes. Anytime, Dae. While stepping toward the door together, there was a thought in your head that you knew to be true. You were going to be there for one another, when it came to the big things and with the small things. That's so sweet. Just so two bros being bros. Okay, 7 left. Almost at the halfway point. Alright. Let's do generate. Oh my, what the fuck is it with the random number picker? I'm picking 3. I feel like it's picked 3 so many times. Okay, number 3, road trip. I like road trip. I think road trip's one of my favorite moments in this. Okay, I was checking to see, because sometimes when I like click out of the game, it'll the game will kind of like blink in and out. So I was wondering if it showed up on stream, but it doesn't. So good. Even though you were awake, the sun had barely peeked its head above the horizon, and the sky above was still dark, though lightening by the minute. And good morning! Usually you wouldn't be up so early, especially during summer vacation, but today was different. Today, instead of the lazy days you were used to, everything around you was a flurry of activity as both your family and Ko's prepared for what lay ahead. Because parked in the street, just outside your house, was a massive RV camper, so big you couldn't even see Ko's house behind it. His parents had rented the RV for a few days to take him on a short road trip to see the Redwood National Park. You glanced at Cove, who was standing nearby taking in the scene in front of him. The prospect of the trip had to be mixed bag for him, but it was only 3 days, so it seemed he was dealing with it as best he could. Especially now that you and your family were joining them. You weren't sure how exactly it happened. You and your parents and Cove spoke to each other often, and somewhere along the way plans were made after Cliff offered to share the space. The parents all thought it was a fantastic idea. You had already gotten a good look inside while helping to load everything in, and you had to admit that while it was a really big car, fitting that many people inside was going to be snug.
Let's go.
Move it or lose it, kiddo. Mom bustled past with a cooler in one hand and a large bottle of water under the other. She was upbeat for this early in the morning. Ma, however, seemed to be on the other side of the wavelength. She followed behind her wife, dragging her feet on every step. I'm going to need a whole jug of coffee once we hit the road. You can relate to Ma. It was way too early. Personally, you were always raring to go as your mom. I feel like you're in the middle ground between the two. Yeah, I feel like, you know, I think I could used to say that I could relate to Ma, but now that I have to, like, get up at 4 a.m. to go to work, I won't say I'm raring to go. I'm saying, like, pretty neutral, probably. Yeah. I don't really feel the tiredness until, like, I'm getting off of work, you know? Because, like, once I'm awake, but then I feel it later. It's like, it's sleepy time. So I'm in the middle. You tried to keep up and took in some deep breaths. The air was still a little damp from dew, but you didn't mind it. And then at the end of the chain came your sister. She had a bone to pick before the trip officially started. Her rattling off critiques added some level of normalcy to everything new going on. I don't get why I can't sleep in the bed tonight. Dae is the youngest, and I'll never fall asleep in that loft. 'Cause it's my turn in the bed. I got a bad back. Let me in the bed. We're trying to make things fair on everyone. If you want to play the older card, you should be offering to take the loft both nights. It's important for big siblings to make sacrifices for their younger ones. Elizabeth huffed, not happy with that answer in the slightest, and folded her arms, leaning back against the side of the RV. The trip plans had been nailed down prior, and sleeping arrangements included. Elizabeth still held on to her objections with them. There was a main area of the RV with a couch, loft, and some floor space
At the end of the car was a room with a large bed. Your moms were sharing the bed, Kira was on the couch, and father and son intended to sleep on the floor. The adults determined that you and Elizabeth would switch between the small loft above the driver's seat and sharing the bed with moms. You were fond of the arrangements, you were excited to sleep in the loft, you felt sharing a bed with your parents was going to be awkward, you were looking forward to a sleepover with your mom, you weren't too happy either, but didn't want to make a fuss. You thought it was unfair Cove had to sleep on the floor. Why can't we share the bed? I don't know, I feel like in this situation I'd be a little bit stressed with the sleeping arrangements a bit. Like having to share a bed or get like a bed that's not comfortable, you know, be in the loft. I don't know. You know you'd have to deal with the arrangements just like everyone else did. It's just like it is what it is situation. Alright, you lot, does everyone have everything they need? We're heading out in 5 minutes. Now's the time to double check. You don't want to forget something important. At the word, Elizabeth yelped and dashed back into the house, her bedhead pair bouncing behind her as she went. Ma came over and gave you a smile, sitting her hands on her hips. How about you, Dae? Do you have all your clothes packed? Toiletries? Deodorant? Floss? Anything else you can think of? I have it all. I'm confident. That doesn't mean I got everything, but I'm confident. Wanting to make sure everything was organized and ready to go, you had packed the night before, and you set your alarm too. Yep, I'm good. That's great. We'll have to wait for the ones who weren't as organized, but we'll be heading off shortly. The few minutes left to spare before leaving, you mentally went over what you had packed for the trip. Clothes, a pillow and blanket, usual day-to-day gear for most people. You also have more personal things, such as, my gaming console, so I can play my video games. Which okay, so sometimes, when I open up, Google on my phone, it gives me, like, a sort of little advertisement for, like, stuff like I've, you know, searched before and all that stuff. And it gave me one for, like, another dating sim game. And I think it can come out, it's coming out on the Switch. And I was like, oh, I think I will. I think I will partake, because it sounds pretty good. I don't remember what it's called. Let me see. Because I looked into it, and I looked at, like, people. I didn't read the characters much into it, because I didn't want to get spoiled. But I did read, like, the person's review of each of the characters' routes. And they sounded pretty good. So let me see. What's it called? Symphony Kiss. That's what it's called. So I was going to look into that. I gotta remember that. Sympathy Kiss, not Symphony. Sympathy Kiss, yeah. So I'll have to look into that after the stream. I don't know if I'll stream it, but I'll definitely get it. And maybe play it. Listen, you know, I do like playing dating sims, but I don't think I really like play the games that like are considered like otome. You know, because I feel like those have like a very specific vibe to them. I think like the closest I played was maybe Necropara Catboy's Paradise, but that even then that wasn't really much of a dating sim, more so kind of like a slice of life running a cafe with some catboys kind of a deal. Like, if it had more of the like, romance aspect, then yeah. 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 But I don't really like dip into those sorts of games. I'd like to. Some of them seem fun and quirky. So I'll have to look into that one. Sometimes the advertisements hit. Sometimes, most of the time they don't. But when they do, no, they do. Alright, the drive to the Redwood National Park would take an entire day one way, so you wanted to make sure you had a way to entertain yourself while traveling there and back. I have my favorite stuffed animal. Without fail, it always made you feel more comfortable whenever you went somewhere new. It was like taking a little piece of home away with you. I have my MP3 player to play music. With so much time going to be spent driving in a car, you wanted to make sure you'd be able to have some music to put on. Some pencils and paper. You had to be prepared in case you saw something to sketch at the park, or if you had to write anything down, or if you needed to pass time just doodling. And my manga. You picked one of your old favorites and a new one you'd never tried before. You knew you'd have plenty of time for them both on such a long drive. And my camera for the pictures. I take everything. It was just a little pocket camera you had gotten from your mom's, but you couldn't miss the opportunity to take some new snaps. And that's it. Hey, let me take that for you, Dae. I'll sew it in the RV. There's a few spots left that'll fit. You let Kira take your bag and gave her a grateful smile. With nothing left to do, you watched the others getting ready for the trip. Kira and Cliff seemed to have the most energy of anyone. They were finishing packing the suitcases away while your moms had gone to lock up that house. They high-fived whenever another one got crammed into the storage compartments of the vehicle. Even though your own parents were more low-key than Cove's, you could tell they were both excited for the trip. It had been a while since your family had been away anywhere together. Elizabeth skipped towards the RV, a bag slung over her shoulder, and you were surprised to see how she seemed more optimistic about the whole ordeal now. Usually she wasn't one to exit the confines of her room unless it was for TV or food, or to leave her family behind or be with friends. You would have thought 3 whole days packed in an RV with 6 others would be too much for her, but it was a nice surprise. You supposed any vacation was better than no vacation in her mind. The garbage will do. Cove had been pretty quiet so far, more than anything, seemed to be overwhelmed by the situation. I'm excited. It was great to get away and explore new places. Soon the miscellaneous remaining tasks had all been wrapped up. Everyone piled into the RV. It was officially time for the trip to start. And it did. Cliff took to the... Oh my god, I can't be slowing down already. Cliff took to the first shift of driving. He cautiously navigated the massive car out of the narrow neighborhood streets. It was touch and go for the first part of the journey. Your moms and Kira were all huddled at the front, trying to get a view of how much space they had on each side. There was a sense of relief when the first long leg of the trip was hit, and the RV would only need to go down one stretch of highway for miles. The mom group cleared out of the driver's area, leaving Cove's dad to it, taking more comfortable seats around the main cabin. Hello, Rainbow. Welcome in. How are you today? Just playing through the second step of our life here. Got about 6 more steps out of this one, and then we'll be done with it. You felt like you could finally relax now, too. Time slipped by as morning faded away. I'm also doing pretty good. Thank you for asking. I did have a headache before I started stream, but you know what? It's pretty much gone now. I do still have like a little bit of like the body aches, but you know what? It's all pretty much went away. It's the focus on stream that's probably helping out more than anything. And I always have a good time playing Our Life. There's a reason why I played it multiple times. It's my favorite. But I'm glad to hear you're doing good. Before you realized the engine of the RV came to a stop, but only halted for a few moments as Cliff climbed out of the driver's seat and Mom took over. Mom was sitting shotgun, giving Mom a quick tutorial on the controls as it was her first time driving anything this large. Cliff groaned as he headed towards the rest of you, stretching his arms above his head and loosening up his muscles. I wonder how much... I have never, like, really been in an RV before. Is it really that much different to drive an RV than it is to drive, like, a regular, like, big car? Like, what's different? I want to know. Maybe I want to try driving one. No, I'd be too terrified to be, like, hitting everything around me. Cliff groaned as he headed towards the rest of you, stretching his arms above his head and loosening up his muscles. We're making good progress. Yeah, maybe you should take a nap in the back for a while. That was a long haul you just did, and I know you're on less sleep than usual. Cliff waved a hand, that trademark grin of his slipping into place. I don't need sleep. I've still got a few miles in the old tank. He flexed an arm, showing off his muscles to drive the point about how resilient he was home, and Kira rolled her eyes in amusement. Dad, everybody has to sleep. Cove groaned at the tough guy act, though Cliff simply chuckled and ruffled his son's hair.
So,
Are you going to be driving again anytime soon, Mr. Holden? I want to know so I can prepare. Did anyone pack some rope? I might need it. There's no seatbelts up here. Elizabeth called down from where she was lounging in the loft above the driving compartment. She was laying on her back, her hair falling over the side and swinging around as the RV started up again and took off down the road. A bag of potato chips was balanced on Elizabeth's stomach, and she tossed a couple in her mouth right as Cliff held a hand to his chest, pretending to be offended by the remark. Kira laughed lightheartedly. Luckily, for all of us, we have enough adults to cover the shifts today. He won't be driving again until tomorrow. Justin, I know I should be trying to, like, do a variety of picking the options here than I did the last time, like, be a little bit different, but some of them just hit. Just enough time to write up my last will and testament. Not you, too. Et tu, Dae, et tu. The rest of the group laughed while Cliff pouted, and you gave it an apologetic shrug. Mom then shouted back in her seat to join in the conversation, a playful smile tilting her lips. What I'm more worried about is this old monster getting us there and back again before falling apart. Looks as though it was built in the early 90s. Must be older than some of the occupants. That's just the aesthetic of the decor. It's not that old, I think. Did you ask what year the model was before you rented it? Kira wrinkled her nose and thought. Yes, I did. I just can't remember what the answer was. Cliff chuckled at her while the rest of you let out a collective sigh. The RV lurched a little as it picked up speed, and you held onto the ladder to the loft to keep your balance. You felt something graze the top of your head before a weight settled on your black hair. When you tilted your chin up carefully to look, you heard the rustling of the bag of chips and realized Elizabeth had rested the end of it on your head. She gestured to the opening, suddenly offering to share her snack. Hey, give me them chips. I'm gonna crunch them on my mouth. Reaching up, you scooped up some chips. After that, the weight of the packet left your scalp. You happily munched away as the conversation continued on, and you got closer and closer to your destination. Ping was me again, don't worry. Okay. Is there actually something there? Or am I gonna go in? It's gonna be the same messages. New message. Actually, no. The gaslighting. Okay, I see. There is something there. You happily munched away as the conversation continued. You got closer to your destination. I already read that. Blah, 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 blah. The day flew by, with the group of you chatting, playing games, and passing the time together before finally arriving at the park and setting up for the night. Ma was closing the windows while everyone got ready for bed, saying goodnight to the others as she made her way to the back room. You all had dinner together while still driving, and some hours after had arrived at your destination and found a spot to park in for the rest of your stay. Giving a look across the front of the RV, you noticed almost everyone there was already dozing off where they were, with Cove having completely fallen asleep curled up in the passenger seat. He must have done so while Kira was driving with the last leg, and they had decided not to disturb him. Kira herself was the only one up there who was still awake, flipping through a magazine next to the portable light from her spot on the couch. You see Mr. Holden needed to sleep despite his claims. You followed your moms into the back room and closed the door behind you before crawling into the bed between them. Oh, between them? Oh my god. I really thought, for some reason, I don't know why, but I always thought it was like we were at the side. I don't know, sleeping in the middle, I cannot. Mom, get in the middle. I'm sleeping on the end. I think it's also kind of like part of like a claustrophobic thing or like a safety thing. Cause like, what if I like wake up and like someone's like coming at us? I can't move to the side and run out because there's somebody there, you know? Put me on the end. Also, I feel like it just like generate too much heat as well. I get really hot, you know, sometimes. So I need somewhere to like be able to breathe. It was a queen-sized bed, so there was enough space for the three of you together without too much squishing. Get a good rest, Day. We've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow.
Fantastic.
I'm looking forward to the bushwalk in the morning. It's been a long time since I was out in nature like this. There will be plenty for us to see. You stayed awake for a little while longer while your moms whispered about the park and forest in general. With the sound of their voices in the background, eventually you nodded off to sleep. I'm like imagining that we're in the middle too, and they're still like talking over us. I was like, shut up! I'm trying to sleep. And good morning. The next morning you were up bright and early, preparing for the day ahead. Meh, it was okay sleep. It was nothing compared to your bed at home, but at least you didn't have to sleep on the floor, so you couldn't complain too much. Ma whined a bit about the firmness of the mattress, but Mom had only encouraged her to enjoy the trip while she could. While looking for a spot to get ready, you had some trouble finding a space of your own as the others were doing the same thing. Cove was perched on top of the counter, brushing his hair and tucking up his legs every time someone wanted to move past. The parents were checking, double-checking, and triple-checking that you had everything, to the point where you had stopped listening to them altogether. You knew you wouldn't be returning to the RV at all that day, but by the look of the backpacks that were packed up and ready to go, you doubted anything was missing from them. It didn't take much longer until you all exited the RV in a bustle and headed into the Redwood National Park. Wow! Cove had his head tilted up towards the canopy of trees. Okay, time for bed. Later, but bud. Alright, good night, bud. Have a good sleep. I was really tempted to say it. But I was like, no. Kira needs to go to bed. Don't do it. Yeah, good night. Get some good sleep. Shouldn't you be sleeping too, Pepsi? He's squinting at you, saying, isn't it late for you as well? But you do what you gotta do. Cove had his head tilted up towards the canopy of trees, his eyes wide as he took in the massive trunks on either side of you. Night, Betsy. For some reason, I looked over, like, when I was already, like, walking away, I thought, is that the middle finger one? Why are you being mean to Pepsi? But no, it's the happy one. Don't be mean to Betsy. You knew that the redwood trees here were considered the tallest trees on Earth, but you weren't prepared for exactly how huge they would be in person. Smile, you two. Who's gonna count burrows while I'm gone, though? You know, that is true.
You're always on top of the burps, Pepsi. You're the best burp counter here, Pepsi. So you know what? That's very true. We need you. You're on the clock. The clock that you're not getting paid for. Say click. Take a pic. Say what, huh? What do you mean, Kira? You spun just in time for Kira to snap a picture of you and Cove together before she pointed her camera at Cliff, trying to get a shot despite his weak protest that she should just enjoy that moment. Your parents were walking behind the group a little, with Mom telling Ma some information she had read about the park in a brochure. What? What? Go to bed, Kira. Go to sleep. Don't worry about it. Whatever it is. Ma listened happily while looking around and taking in the sights, every now and then asking a question or making a joke about something Mom had said. You smiled at them, thinking your mom must have read a lot of pamphlets to know so much about the park. Maybe you should come and work here as a tour guide if you know so much about the place. Elizabeth teased, earning a squeeze on the nose from your mom. She seemed to be enjoying herself, but she thought that might just be because she was amused by everyone else's reactions. Oh my gosh, I love trees. The burp counter needs sleep too. Pepsi stays awake forever. But no, Kira is right. I can count the burps. We appreciate your hard work, Pepsi. You deserve rest as well. You were in awe of the redwood trees. You were fascinated by the sensations surrounding it. You were in a good mood. You weren't as impressed as the others. You were embarrassed that the adults were being so touristy. Ew. I always make this stupid joke whenever I'm with my mom and we're like driving through the woods. I always go look at her and say, oh my gosh, I'm going to make a movie. I'm going to call it The Woods. And it's just going to be footage of the forest just walking through. Like nothing ever happens in it. It's going to be like 3 hours long. Like, I don't know why, but I feel so compelled to make that joke every time we drive through. It's like, I'm going to make a movie. And it's just going to be going through the forest. Oh god, I'm on a delay. Anyways, later. Alright, bye. Alright, I'll head off to bed to do that. Off to bed too, then. Pepsi's like, you've convinced me. Alright, good night, Pepsi. Get some good rest. So you can count burps in the future. Fascinating. Bird calls echoed all around you, and once or twice something would rustle in underbrush. You strained your eyes through the trees for any sign of wildlife, and managed to catch a glimpse of a rabbit bounding through the foliage. Hey, good night! One last burp for the road. For you to hear. The adults had decided on some casual nature walks, rather than any serious hiking, and you strolled along at your own pace, taking in the scenery. Oh, not Kira stealing. Elizabeth sped up a little, springing a cove as she fell into place between the two of you, and immediately you could tell by your expression she was going to say something taunting. I can't believe our families are actually on vacation together. She threw her arms out, speaking with genuine sense of bewilderment. I would have joked about something like this happening, but now I'm not sure I want to give them any more ideas. Cove ignored her completely, and continued walking along. Just watch, next year they'll be talking about their next new amazing idea. She put on a fake voice, deeper than her own. We should just sell both our houses and move in together. Think of how much we save on the mortgage. It was clear that Elizabeth was being sarcastic. Cove simply shook his head, not really bothered by her. I suppose he was used to it by this point. But seriously, they really do act like we're a single family just because we live across the street from each other. Elizabeth gave you and Cove a look, her eyes glinting with mischief as she leered at you. Maybe one day we will be related. Legally, anyway. Elizabeth, stop! You're ahead of the game here. This is a slow burn route. Stop trying to speed it up. She said it as though she was a gossipy old lady. Maybe. I guess you and me could get married, Elizabeth. What? Me? No, Liz isn't wrong. You're right, she's not wrong. But still, shh, secret. Yeah, that way Dae would be my sibling-in-law. That'd be fun. Oh, no, don't say that. Cove, you're supposed to marry me. Listen, I know she brought it up, but still. I said not to. Elizabeth stuck her tongue out at Cove, as if the very idea were ridiculous. You told her to cut, right? Cove has a point. It wasn't a great comment. I'll marry you, Cove. You're annoyed, Elizabeth. You're embarrassed. No, Cove, marry me. Think of the tax benefits. We must unite our family ties to increase our pool in the community. A political marriage? Might be alright with you. Then it's an agreement. Okay. We get to step 4. Remember that political marriage? Well, it's happening now. Elizabeth poked out her tongue at both of you, giving you a sour look. She walked ahead, obviously not getting the responses she was looking for, and you and Cove swapped amused looks. The day continued on, with plenty to see and experience. You passed a few different activities that you would have liked to try out if you had the time, such as kayaking and rock climbing, but Mom said that would have to wait for another trip. There was a little stream during the walk that you sat beside and set out a picnic for lunch, nibbling on a selection of fruit, sandwiches, and chips. Various birds flew by overhead, and you made a game out of guessing the species that were hanging out in the trees nearby. You managed to get a couple of them right, including the kingfisher that grabbed half of Cliff's sandwich. You were glad you got to do this in the end. You were disappointed to only have one day in the park. You thought the long trip wasn't worth only one day here. You had more fun hanging out in the RV. You hadn't had a good time into this trip. You had a bad time. Honestly, I kind of agree that the long trip wasn't worth only one day here, because I don't know, I just hate the thought of like having to pull an all day road trip to get to the place, spend one day there, and then do another all day trip to going back home, you know? I feel like you should make more time just to have like spend a couple more days, you know? Like even if there wasn't anything to do over the course of a few days, I'd like find something, you know? I think that's just because I don't really like the travel portion of it. I mean, I kind of like it, but I kind of don't. Like, I feel stressed if I have to do, like, long trips back to back, you know what I mean? Because like, I remember, oh my gosh, there was this one time where, or during winter break, when I was in college, I went on vacation with my dad and dad's side of the family. And usually it was like during Christmas time, and during like the January term, my college had like an optional like term you could do. You had to at least do 3, but you could have like 1 year where you didn't have to do any, and I chose not to do it that year since we had that trip planned. And he said, oh, you could still do it because when we get back you just have to go back to college that day. It's like, I'm not doing that. It's like, well, after the whole long trip of going to our vacation destination, I need time to recover from that, not get ready to go on another long trip to go back to college, you know what I mean? So it's like, I need some breathing room here. Yeah, disappointed it's only one day. There was so much here, and you felt like you needed a whole week, maybe even more to experience it all. You sighed quietly to yourself, wondering if you'd get the chance to come back. Your group made it back to camp, just as the sun was setting in the sky, and the stars were appearing, one by one. Everyone had enjoyed different parts of it, most. You traded stories of what you thought while you were eating dinner, and afterwards you pitched in to help clean up. You, along with Elizabeth and Cove, got to head back to the RV early and spend some time together while the parents stayed outside longer. It was nice to have the space for yourselves after the cramped journey there, and while Elizabeth had locked herself in the back room with her headphones, you and Cove were left in the main lounge area. I'm hanging out with the bud. Might as well get comfortable. Who knows how long it'll be out for. You took a seat on the sofa, while Cove sat down on the other end, tapping his fingers against his knees. You know, I hardly ever see you wearing a jacket, especially in summer. Yeah, I like wearing as few layers as possible. Me too. It's easier that way. I'd rather be cold than extra hot. Me too, definitely. And it's kind of a pain to carry extra clothes around. My parents made me bring this jacket. It's a nice jacket. I'm the same way. They're bulky and heavy, and they usually make me feel too warm. Cove smiled lightly at you and nodded. I've noticed. You've noticed? You looking at me? Do not perceive me. Hey, what kind of things do you think are nice to see on another person? Cove's eyes widened at the question, and his defensive reply seemed to slip out before he had the chance to proper think about it. Nothing. Nothing. You laughed out loud, and Cove gave you a dry look. That's not what I meant. You composed yourself and sat up straighter, all traces of laughter disappearing from your face. Answer what you do mean then. Isn't there anything at all you think looks good when you see it on someone? Cove mumbled under his breath, and you couldn't quite catch the words. He was having a difficult time with the subject. It was a topic that made him uncomfortable, so you let go. You had a little fun, and that was enough. You changed subject. You're not very good at these conversations, are you? I swear I won't make fun of you. I just thought it would be fun to talk about. I won't make fun of you. This is a safe space. This is a safe space here. That's not really it. Cove seemed pretty grumpy about your statement, but you weren't ready to give up so easily. Please? Cove sighed and looked down at his lap where he was fidgeting with his hands, still reluctant to give an answer. I don't know. You made an unimpressed sound over how this was going. Are you sure? Maybe... I don't know why you'd want to talk about this with somebody else.
Ko was never one to grab on about himself, and you were almost convinced he'd suddenly hold out, but then his shoulders slumped and he caved into your questioning. Fine, I guess I kind of like ankle bracelets. Ankle bracelets? Yeah, everyone can wear a pretty bracelet. Wrist ones are cool too, but they're pretty normal. There's something fun or flirty about ankle bracelets. Ooh, flirty? It's more special or something. I don't know how to explain it. Ko brushed his knuckles against his cheek awkwardly, seemingly unsure where to go from here. So you think they're sexy? What? No! I can't believe you even used that word to describe it! Ko had been absolutely scandalized by your statement. You could only laugh. When he said nothing else, you took a moment to gather your own thoughts. You had to get an anklet ASAP. Would you wear your anklets now? Maybe you want to wear them? You thought about buying an anklet of your own? You were happy to hear more about Ko, but it didn't really change anything. I'm gonna buy one. I'm gonna mess with him. But then maybe deep down we realized, oh, maybe I want him to look at me and wear something that he likes. The slow burn. The seeds are planted. It's causing the foreshadowing. You need to see how Ko would react to that. Ko looked away again, feeling awkward about this. You gave him an understanding look, and soon enough he was smiling like normal again. Well, now you have to answer too. What do you like for another person? I like blue eyes. Ko chuckled as though you had something highly amusing. Good luck. I hope you find someone. It's so funny you say that. During summer term in high school, one time I was doing a camping thing with other people, and we had to walk from a certain point to get to the campsite, and then the day after, walk from the campsite to a certain point, and it was exhausting. Oh my gosh, I can only imagine. Like, driving somewhere is one thing, but, like, actually, like, walking, that's, like, a whole other thing. Like, driving is kind of, like, mentally exhausting, but, like, walking, now you got the physical and the mental exhaustion from that? Damn. I salute you for going through that. Probably a nice workout, though. With that topic abruptly dropped off, Cove officially had no more to say on it. The parents all arrived soon after, each of them climbing into the RV and finding some place to sit down and rest their legs. Elizabeth, having heard the commotion, came out from the room for the first time since arriving and joined you all. You spent the evening chatting and playing a few games, enjoying the last evening of the trip together. Bedtime arrived with the blink of an eye. As the group hunkered down for the night, your mom did a final round to be sure nothing had been left behind. She explained that Cliff was going to start driving early in the morning, like on the first day, but you would be letting everyone else in the group sleep. There would be a need for all of them to get up. Now was the time to check you hadn't left anything outside. You, as well as everyone else, were confident you had it all packed up inside the RV, which meant it was time to go get some rest before the journey home tomorrow. Your moms and Elizabeth said goodnight, heading to the back room, while you climbed up to the loft. Cove and his family got situated below in the previously set arrangement. You tried to get comfortable as a million thoughts were running through your mind. It was hard to believe that the trip was practically over, and before you knew it, you'd be back in your own bed at home. It was a great mini-adventure. Just wish it was longer. It was short, that was for sure, but you got to see and do so much during your time here. All in all, it was a nice break away from home. The minutes ticked by silently. It didn't take long for the soft snores of Cliff and Kira to drift up to you. They were asleep now. You wondered if Ko was still awake and decided to poke your head out from the loft to find out. You blinked through the dark. Looking down the hall, you noticed Cove laying on his back, his eyes staring straight up at the ceiling. His seafoam hair was spread out on a sleeping bag. His silly ceiling bag. Oh my god, I can't believe Ko is a vampire sleeping upside down. Like a bat. He must have felt you watching him, because suddenly his eyes locked on yours. It was difficult to see much in the dim light, but you could make out the crooked smile on his face well enough. You know... Wait, let me find that one SpongeBob meme. Yeah. Okay, here it is. Open an image in new tab. Listen, this is very important that I have to do this bit. Yeah, save. For both days, we walked around 60 miles, so I didn't go to school the day after I got home because of how exhausted and tired I was. Oh my gosh. Imagine if you were forced to go to school. That would be awful. I'm glad you got a break. Because that would be rough. I know, I'd hate that. Could you even get up in the morning? I could only imagine your legs would be so sore. Okay, but
So when they mention that you're looking at Cove from the loft, this is what I imagine the face being. Like, this is always the image I have in my head, just looking over, staring into his soul from the edge. That's always what I think. Wait, if I put it up here, it's kind of like, oh my god, we made it in. We're in the game. Yeah, to just looking at him. This is how I always look at Cove. From the other side of the room. Okay, delete. There we go. Alright, that was my little bit. That was very important for me to do. He made a silly face. Cove rolled his eyes at you, or at least you thought he did. Come here. Come here, Cove. Come here. Coaxes him over like a cat. Cove looked unsure about it, but you were happy to see him slowly start to sit up anyway. His sleeping bag rustled as he moved, though he tried to go slow, and froze up like a deer in headlights every time he made a sound, watching his parents for any sign of movement. Eventually he managed to maneuver around his sleeping dad and make it to the ladder, standing on the bottom rung where he looked up at you and whispered. What? How's it going? During the camping thing, though, I almost passed out from dehydration. Oh my god! Did they not provide enough water? What the fuck? You'd think they'd be trying to keep everybody hydrated for something like that. Come up to the loft. Do you want to come up? His eyes widened just so. You could only tell because he had to come to where you were. Cove glanced behind him quickly at his sleeping parents before turning back to you. Okay. Alright. You broke out into a grin and scooched back as far as you could, making space for Cove to crawl in. He was very tall, so it wasn't a great fit for him, but he managed to squeeze himself in. Even if you weren't exactly tall, the loft was still a tight squeeze with the two of you in there together. Welcome to my loft. I hope you enjoy here. Do you like what I've done with the place? Absolutely nothing. You laid down next to each other on your sides, face to face. You got under the blanket a bit. One of his arms was nestled under his head for comfort. The other had nowhere to go and was rested alongside his chest on the floor of the loft. Cove spoke to you softly. What am I doing here? I don't know. Why are you here? Cove raised an eyebrow, giving you a disbelieving look, and you shrugged as much as the space would allow. This isn't a big deal for both of us being in the loft, right? Yeah, we always share. I like that. Usually they're also happy about it. Cove gestured in the direction of the parents, and you nodded in agreement. They had always tried to put you and Cove together, ever since you were little. I wonder how much trouble we'll be in if we get caught. It wouldn't be nearly as much as we would have been if my mom found out you snuck into my room for the night at the start of summer. He winced just imagining it. I still can't believe it did that. It didn't get caught. It was a very dramatic morning. You could easily picture his frantic escape in your mind's eye. You're kind of a troublemaker, aren't you, Cove? Oh my gosh, Cove, you're such a bad boy. No, I don't think so. Look where you are now. You're not supposed to be up here. Cove trailed off, and he seemed to be lost in his own thoughts. Hey, do you remember the very first time I slept over at your house? You left quietly and nodded, the memory coming back to mind so vividly. A smile grew on his face. I hated being in a different place back then and wanted to leave. You had to sleep on the floor next to me so I'd feel better. You have a small laugh at the memory. We were such kids. Why didn't we share your bed if the plan was to sleep in the same spot anyway? You know, that is true. Cove is a troublemaker, whether he admits it or not. Yeah, he is. Like, out of all the things he's done, he's really like, I'm not a troublemaker. Let's see. Step 1, you ran away from home. Step 2, you're up here, you broke into my house. Like, he's a bad boy. He's the sweetest bad boy. I was trying to do the best I could. The sleeping bag was your sleeping place, and I just thought I needed to go sleep where you were. You didn't give me a lot of time to think. You were trying to run out the door alone. Cove laughed quietly again, stifling the noise with his hand. His shoulders shook as he tried hard not to let it through.
Sorry.
I'm sorry I was like that. I just couldn't take any more changes when I was little. I give you comfort. You don't have to apologize. That wasn't your fault. He smiled at Cove, showing that it wasn't a problem, and he gratefully returned with one of his own. You spent the rest of the night smushed up in a little loft together, whispering about your past memories and trying not to giggle too loud at the silly things you had gotten up to together over the years. Eventually the chatting trailed off. When you noticed Cove had drifted off to sleep, he followed soon after. Good night. When you woke up the next morning, it was to the rumble of the RV as it traveled the long journey home. You noticed quickly that you weren't as warm as you had been during the night, and when you checked next to you, Cove was gone. Blinking sleepily, you peeked over the edge of the loft to find out where he had gone. Maybe he had snuck back to his spot on the floor during the night? However, you soon noticed him sitting on the couch talking quietly with his mom. His head hung in embarrassment. Your movement gave you away, and Kira suddenly looked up and caught your eye. Oh, wait. Wait. Now this is what she sees. Now this the image is more fitting for this point right here. She's like, she's busy scolding Cove about being in the lobby. She looks over, she sees us up here, like, ooh. Like, can I actually like fit it now that the option? Oh yeah, it's like right here. Oh shit! How do I cut it? Yeah, like that. There we go. I couldn't actually imagine that, yeah. Here, the head has to be here. It's like, oop. Oh, we've been spotted. Your movement gave you away, and Kirsten looked and caught your eye. She simply smiled amusedly at you, and it was obvious what happened. Cove hadn't gone away with it, and they found him there in the loft, and then you woke up while he was trying to explain. You knew it was going to be a long, long time before you lived this one down, if you ever did. Soon, your moms and Elizabeth emerged from the room, dressed and ready for the day of travel. You spent most of the day hanging out together in your RV, savoring the last few hours of vacation. Kira suggested a few different travel games she used to play with Cove when he was younger, and you all had a great time competing against each other. A little later in the day, you tried to talk to Cove about what happened in the loft, but he simply apologized and changed the subject. It was a bit too much for him to try speaking on, especially right now. You understood. When the RV finally pulled onto your street, it was well into the night, and you were looking forward to crawling into your own bed after the last few days away. Everyone else must have been feeling the same, because it was mutually agreed that unpacking and cleaning the RV would wait until morning. Once home again, you went straight up to your room and dropped onto your bed, shoes and all. It felt weird to be alone. Oh, miss being near Cove. The seeds are planted. The slow burn. The two of you had basically been living together for 3 days. It was nice. But you knew that it wouldn't be the last time the two of you would spend time together, and that thought comforted you. With those last few thoughts drifting through your mind, it wasn't long before you dozed off to sleep. Tomorrow, life would go on like normal. Alright, that's... We got... I don't know what I'm trying to say. Okay. 1 through 6. We'll see what's next. Yeah, I feel like, after all of through all of these, I feel like Road Trip is one of, like, the top favorites here. I really like it. Especially because, like, it's, like, where you get to, like, be, like, in a new environment, too. That, in the RV, in the Redwood Forest. I really like it. It's such a cute, has such cute moments in it, too. I think, also, like, Birthday is one of my favorites as well. And Story. And Escapade. You know what? They're all good. I don't know why I keep trying to pick a favorite. They're all great. Oh my god, what a coincidence. Birthday is next. Happy birthday to Miranda. Finally get to see our future best friend. It was a pleasant afternoon. The sun shone brightly and the breeze tugged lightly at the balloons strung around the park. You and Cove had just been dropped off at Miranda Eckert's birthday party. You didn't really know Miranda. Last year was the first time you had a class with her, and everyone at school knew her as a quiet... As quiet. That's period. As quiet. The shy girl stuck to her own friend group like glue. It had been a surprise that she was having such a big party. You looked around the expansive park, a spacious recreation center in the next town over, and noticed a bouncy castle. Miranda had a bit of a reputation for not caring if she acted mature like other teens sometimes did. It made a certain amount of sense that her party would match that. We want to get to know her better. Maybe at this party you'd have the chance to make friends with her. You were excited at the thought. You hadn't had a choice in coming here today. Your moms insisted on it after you got the invitation, as did Cove's mom and dad. So both of you and he were driven over to the next town with presents in tow. All the parents had been pretty firm about going to a birthday if you'd been invited. Oh, not my mom. I remember, like, sometimes I would get, birthday invitation to, like I said, I wasn't bullied in school, but there were, like, kids that were a little bit rude to me, like, especially in, like, elementary school, and I remember one of them invited me to their birthday,
And I was like, oh, I have to go because they invited me. Mom was like, no, you don't. Because I would tell her about it. She's like, you don't have to go to this kid's birthday. They're mean to you. And I didn't have to go. Also, I think I went to like their birthday party like in the previous year, and I was at a pool, and I almost drowned. But, you know what? We won't dwell on that. But yeah, let's see. You agreed it was best to attend since we want to get to know Miranda, you know? It was only polite to go to Miranda's party. Your moms were happy with your attitude as well. Cove made a small noise which caught your attention. He looked around, scanning the area. He fidgeted with his gift in hand. Any idea what we're supposed to do with these? You looked at your own present and then towards the seating area. There was a table filled with snacks and drinks, supplies for various party games. Past all that, you spotted one table in the back that seemed to have a truckload of gifts. You pointed it out to Cove. Let's drop the presents off over there. Cove shrugged. He didn't look interested in the subject, even if he had just answered his question. You asked! Alright. He moved forward and headed for the gift table. You followed with your present in hand. You walked past groups of people, classmates in semicircles, broken up into the usual friend groups, chatted away. You, or maybe Cove, received the occasional greeting or friendly nod. However, as you passed by even more people that you had never seen before, you became aware that there were more strangers here than not. It was more crowded than you expected. Miranda Eckert, the quiet girl, was hosting the most populated birthday party you had been to in a long time. You looked at the new faces and thought maybe you saw something of Miranda in them? Cousins, nieces, or nephews, maybe? Parties could be a big deal in her family. The both of you reached the table. You set your gift down in an empty space, brushing some confetti aside, and Cove places gently next to it. He looked at the present thoughtfully. What did you get her? Before you had a chance to answer, Cove opened his mouth again and tapped his gift. I found this sparkly backpack. I figured she could use it for school or a trip or something. Your mom said taking you out shopping the other day. You searched through the store and ultimately... Let's see, what did I pick the last time? I don't even remember, actually. I think I did the craft kit, maybe. I think that's what I picked, so let me pick something else, maybe. I mean, I would always like a stuffed animal, so I'm gonna pick a stuffed animal. The wide eyes of the otter plush had called to you. You weren't sure what in its face made you think of Miranda, but it seemed appropriate. Your mom had agreed that it was a fine present, and Ma helped you wrap it. You described it to Cove briefly, and he had no objections. Not a bad idea. But I don't know much about gifts. You both let that sit between you. Eventually you nodded. Yeah, I get it. Without the direction of needing to put stuff away, the two of you weren't sure what to do next. You felt a little awkward, and Cove shrunk in on himself as he looked around. There were more guests heading to the present table, so you turned away and wandered over to a nearby tree where you wouldn't be in the way. From there, you both inspected the area and planned the next step. You were glad that Cove had been invited too. At least you had his company in this unfamiliar place. You watched him, and he gave you a nervous grin. He reassured you a little, and you smiled back. What next? Cove did not appreciate being put on the spot. He was just as unsure as you were. Birthday party stuff? It didn't seem to be time for cake. Well, with all people still arriving. Nothing else seemed to be organizing yet either. He noticed that himself and tried again. We could find Miranda. That was an idea. It made sense to greet the birthday girl. Okay, we could say hello. Wish her a happy birthday. Ask her what she wants people to do. Alright. At that point, it was decided. The Miranda hunt had begun. You wandered around. Anytime you saw someone with Miranda's hair color, you got a little closer. But the more than once, it turned out to not actually be her. Hey, look! Finally, he pointed over to the real Miranda. She smiled slightly when you both approached, but ducked her head. She seemed a little overwhelmed with being the center of the attention today. It's your birthday. You have to be the center of attention. Hi, Cove. Hi, Dae. Happy birthday. Happy birthday! I really...
Glad you could come.
Oh, yeah, like, for some reason... With Miranda, she gets to, like, voice, like, most of her lines, I think, in this moment. Maybe not all of them, but I remember, like, usually when it comes to, like, the voice acting in this, they would, like, say, like, a few, like, words here and there. But they never... It's very rare for them to say full sentences. But Miranda, no. She got that. Y'all stood awkwardly. Miranda did seem genuinely happy, but there was still a distance between you. So are people just supposed to stand around?
Oh, well, you can talk to people if you want. There are games that are gonna start soon.
And the battle house should open later if you feel like jumping. Then after that, it's cake and present time. We'll have ice cream too. After that is when people will start going home. I hope that's okay with you guys. No, I want to go in the bounce house now. Imagine. There's probably some kids that go to birthday parties that are like that. They're like, no, we want the cake now. We want this now. Like, so demanding, even though it's not their birthday party. Cove nodded. He seemed a little more confident about the situation now. Thanks for letting us know. You grinned at her and she nodded back. Marina waited there and you became hyper-aware of the silence forming. You heard a shout for a Randy, and Marina brightened up, a total 180 with how stiff she had been with you. Goodbye! The birthday girl ran off to find her friend, leaving you and Cove with at least a little more of an idea of what to expect. You both glanced at each other wordlessly. You felt a little disappointed. It was going to be hard to get to know Miranda better with how in demand she was probably going to be today. Hopefully you would get to talk with her later. All that was left now was finding something to fill the time until the activities began. You tried to chat with people around, you just talked with Cove, you stood around where you were. Now let's go mingle. Cove kept at your side as you socialized. There was a lot of introductions and small talk, but you weren't surprised. You ran into some classmates and ended up talking about a rumor that there would be a new art teacher in the fall. Ooh, a new art teacher? Cove didn't buy the wildest rumors about her, that she was an international art thief who was hiding out from the law. You wondered how a story like that even got started. They just like to start drama. It's like that one meme. Sometimes I just like to start drama. Dude, in the drive-thru of a fast food restaurant. Why are you putting cheese on my cheeseburger? One of your classmates laughed and said she'd heard it from someone who'd been in the summer school and happened to see a truck with some paintings wrapped in the back. She didn't understand the stretch either. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed over the crowd. The constant buzz of the conversation dropped as one of the adults, maybe Miranda's dad, asked the kids to gather around because it was game time. I wonder what's going to happen. Ooh, you made a joke about something that wasn't going to happen. We're going to play high-stakes poker. It's obvious. Obvious, huh? Look at this crowd. Most of the guests were teenagers around your age, but there were also quite a few adults and some younger kids. Cove nodded sagely at a group of little kids. Yeah, these are the high rollers. Just like you and the rest of your family. He smirked at that one. The adult announced that the children under 10 had the first turn on the bounce hounds. For everyone else, it was time to play pin the tail on the donkey. Cove raised his eyebrows. He was surprised for sure. Okay. I mean, it's a little silly. Yeah, it was such a kid's game. The fact that this was planned for a party full of teens was a little crazy. You reluctantly joined the line since that was what you were supposed to do, and you didn't feel like arguing. The donkey in question was a ooh. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. It's like that one meme. Excuse me. There we go. Oh my gosh, I feel... I'm gonna talk about memes a lot today. Y'all know that one meme? Okay, I think I missed one earlier. Oh my god, what the fuck? When did all... How do we jump that far? 194. There we go. Fixed! The donkey in question was a cartoony poster with big eyes that looked more like ping pong balls. It was positioned a few feet above the ground on the tree trunk. The teen who read first was blindfolded and then spun around. He was nudged to the side and away from the other kids so he wouldn't stick someone with a tail instead. You know, I think you should get bonus points for that. Like you actually, stick it into something. Unfortunately for him, he placed the tail on the donkey's head like some kind of bizarre earring. He wouldn't be winning that far from the target. Well, you never know if everybody else is just as shit. His next opponent did far better by letting it on the donkey's back. The spectators clapped politely and the line moved up. It's like, wow, good job. More teens tried their hand at it. Some got closer than others, but no one had gotten it perfect yet. Soon it was Cove's turn. He was blindfolded and spun just like the others. At this point, it was a close match and everyone was watching with bated breath. Cove approached the donkey and stuck the tail on without any hesitation. Cove stood back and removed his blindfold, cheering when he saw how close he was. He turned his head over his shoulder and grinned at you. Your turn. I take my turn. I'm gonna win. I think I remember what the option is. With the blindfold on, the bright park became... Wait. I had to close my eyes and try to reset my brain. It's like, wait, try again. With the blindfold on, the bright park became utterly dark. As you spun around, the sounds around you seemed to get louder. At least you could tell the direction of the bounce house from the shrieks of the younger kids. You stopped spinning and stepped forward, tail in hand. It was time to give it a stab. I think... It was to the left. You pressed the tail into the target and stepped back. You took your blindfold off to check your results. There was some more clapping from the audience. The tail wasn't too far off. Behind you, there was a particularly enthusiastic ooh, and a few people mentioned how close you got. Okay, I think it was you had to do it exactly in front of you, and then I think that's like the right answer.
I just remember picking left a lot, but that was probably because it was always the wrong one. But I kept remembering it, so I just keep picking it. You smiled and looked back at Cove. He seemed amused. His tail wasn't off by much either, and you couldn't tell which of you was winning. They were just too nearby each other. A few more kids took their turn. One girl managed to somehow pin the tail on the opposite side of the tree, and you're pretty sure it had to be on purpose. With the line empty, the game was finally over. The adult running thing started to inspect the donkey. At this point, the sign was more tails than donkey. After your name was announced, everyone cheered and clapped for you once more. You came up to the front, and the man gave you a handful of candy as a prize for the victory. Thank you! As you shoved the candy into your pockets, Cove walked up to you. You did good. I revel in the win. I am the undefeated pin the tail on donkey champion. Cove shook his head with a rueful smile. There's only been one game. Yeah, 100% win rate though, still. There only need to be one game. Uh-huh. Want some candy? Do you want some? Loser. His sparkling eyes told you yes. You had a lollipop and Cove accepted it carefully. It was a mystery flavor, so you had no idea if you'd like it or not. He unwrapped the treat, and it was a swirl of pale blue and translucent green. He gave it a tiny lick. What's it taste like? Your victory. And berries, I think. You both laughed at that, and you gave him more candies. An urchin walked up, tall enough to tower over you and Cove. You felt a little intimidated by this stern teenager until she started to speak. Her voice was low, but friendlier than her tough frown would suggest. Hi, I'm handing out party favors. Do you want one? She showed you party hats. She insisted they were the key to a true partying mood. She had two options, either a colorful headband with two tiny party hats arranged almost like ears, or a tiara with a star on it. They were both very festive.
It's okay.
No thanks. You knew the teen hadn't actually glared at him. Her default facial expression just seemed grim. Gimme the crown. I am the undefeated champion. I need my crown to reflect that, of course. You pointed to the crown, and the teenager passed it over to you with the solemnness of crowning a monarch. Come on, Cove. Be fun. Don't be a party pooper. We'll get one. If I remember, Dormy shows up. You do remember correctly. I remember as well. You held a pink headband hat in one hand and a crown in the other. You tried to imagine what they'd look like on Cove. You really should try it. It'd be great. Cove looked back at the hats and then at you. With a sigh, he grabbed hold of one. The teens with the hats clapped as much as she could with all the hats in her hands. Excuse me. The unknown teenager nodded approvingly at you both and went to pass out more hats to people. You put the party hat on your head with a smile, and it fit well. It was surprisingly comfortable. Hi, Derek. Welcome in. Let me do a little burp. There we go. It looks good on you. I'm a party animal now. Really? Of course. Cove nodded with a thoughtful look on his face. If the party spirit is contained in party hats, does that mean they're haunted? You snorted at the suggestion. You considered the hat on your head. It didn't seem haunted, but maybe that was what it wanted you to think. Cove finally put his own hat on. Yippee! You're so pretty! You greet me with a burp. I greet everybody with a burp. Sometimes when I'm like in like the starting student screen of the stream, I can feel one coming up and I try to get it out before I actually start, but it always goes away beforehand and I always get so sad. I think once I managed to actually burp. The first thing I do is burp on stream. What can I say? It's my brand. It's my brand. That's just who I am. Disgusting. He was nervous about it, his face uncertain. I don't know about this. I feel kind of silly. Does it look weird? You look beautiful, Cove. It's perfect. Cove scratched his head, being careful not to displace his hat, a blush on his cheeks. Thank you. Quality content. Top tier right there. Does your Oshi burp at you on stream? I don't know. I don't think so. No, I'm pretty sure like there's plenty of streamers that do burp on stream. After that, the people in charge quickly set up the next game. Teenagers milled about until they were told to find partners. You tried to listen to the rules, straining your ears to listen to the adult announcing what you were supposed to do. It was a simple game. One person in a pair would throw candy while the other had to catch it in their mouth. If they caught it, the pair would move on to the next round where everyone would take a step back and the former catcher would become the thrower. The game would continue, the players getting further and further until one set of partners were the only ones left standing, or everyone lost in a round.
But half of the guests had already found partners. They moved fast. You noticed Cove had his eyes on you. What, you want to be partners with me? The undefeated pin the tail on the donkey champion? No. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, well, of course we're partners. We don't know anybody else here. He just stared at you expectantly, and you knew what he was getting at. Neither of you were all that familiar with anyone else here. It'd be the safe choice to pair up. Let's do it, partner. Let's go. Hey, cool. He beamed, and you started wondering about your respective candy-catching capabilities. The two rows of players facing each other formed. Cove tilted his head towards them, and you started to head over. You both lined up directly in front of each other. It took a while to pass out the candy. You were handed a small bag of gummies that smelled strongly fruity. You noticed Cove took it upon himself to do a taste test of the red one across from you. Not bad. Yeah. Gimme. My turn. I take a bite. You ended up grabbing a purple gummy. It was sweet, and you guessed it was supposed to be grape flavor, but it was mostly just really sugary. And then it was time to begin. Cove's row was set to go first. He smiled nervously, his eyes wide with seriousness. You grinned, and Cove's smile looked more genuine, and less filled with tenseness. The game was on. The adult in charge shouted for the throwers to go. You and Cove were only a couple feet away from each other. With Cove's careful toss, you caught the candy easily. Like you, most of the other players moved on to the next round. There were a few gaps in the rows as everyone took a step back. But who lost already? It's so easy. The round was harder with pairs further apart, but not overly so. It could be done if both partners tried. I do my best. You carefully plucked a gummy from the bag and felt the weight. You shoved it in your hand a couple of times for practice and then told Cove you were ready. You went for an underhand throw, careful to aim for Cove's mouth. The blue candy arched and landed perfectly and hit Cove's mouth. He chewed it twice and then smiled widely. Oh my gosh, he can only chew a gummy twice and just go ahead and swallow it. I feel like I have to like chew them like millions of times actually, like get it ready to like choke down. You could tell Cove was genuinely pleased to make it through another round. You were happy as well. We're gonna win. Of course we're gonna win. I know how to win. The next round began. You took another step back. Cove was even further away now, but he made an okay sign. He was in this to win this. Around you, the once packed rows of players had thinned out some. You wondered how many rounds everyone had left in them. Cove swung his arm and made eye contact with you. You nodded, and the green candy flew towards you. Do your best! You followed the arc of the candy and opened your mouth wide. It had a slight spin on it, and you tilted your head to the left to compensate. You bit down on the candy, grinning with your victorious catch. It tasted sweet and vaguely like a Slurpee. Yeah, Dae! Yeah! Wow! Cove was thrilled. He was entirely invested in the game at this point. You and Cove were still in the game. You knew this was the final round. Only a few other pairs were still left. Cove was determined to win. You could see it in the clench of his jaw, the careful way he watched you. Oh my god, why are you looking at me like that? And you were charmed by his attitude. You liked having a partner that was so into the game. His determination sparked something in you. Admiration? An answering desire to win? You weren't sure. Cove gave you a firm grin, and you prepared to throw. Your fingers grabbed an orange gummy from the bag. It felt solid in your grasp, even if your hand was starting to get sticky from touching all those sugary sweets. Oh, you gotta take into consideration of that, because even if you throw it like you usually did, what if it gets stuck on your hand? You gotta compensate. I'm thinking of the strats here. Cove leaned his face towards you and bent his knees, ready to catch. Time came. You looked at the candy, and then Cove. Your best! The candy flew like a missile straight towards him. He positioned himself effortlessly for it. Cove caught the candy just like that. A wide grin spread out on his face as he victoriously chomped down on the candy. Yes! Along with a cheer, he jumped up in excitement and pumped one arm. A beat passed, and then he realized just how loud he'd been. Cove turned red and brought one of his hands up to his face. We got it. You look to your left and then to your right, and you see the few remaining pairs walking away, commiserating over their losses. With some shock, you realize that you and Cove were the only ones who made it that round. You won! You watched the moment when Cove clicked into the same realization. His face brightened like sunshine, and he jogged over to close the distance between you. You stepped closer to meet him halfway. Oh my god. We're so pumped. A hug. His eyes went big when he realized you were going for a hug. He smiled and caught you, hugging back tightly. You'd won this together. He giddily stomped his feet in place in front of you, as though he couldn't contain his energy. We did it! You adjusted the hat that had nearly fallen off throughout the event. Wahoo! The game runner strolled over and merely gave you both a bunch of more candy on top of letting you keep the gummy bags. It was quite the collection. Cove laughed over just how much candy you both had acquired. Between this game and the pin on the tail of the donkey, you were swimming in sugar now. I'm about to get a heart attack. With the candy toss over, you were going to need something else to do. You didn't have to wait long. You heard someone in the crowd shout that the bounce house was officially open for the older kids. You and Cove shared a look. Cove smiled and you knew he wanted in. Let's go, it's bouncing time. You both ran over to the bouncy castle and kicked your shoes off. You crawled into the inflated castle with Cove hot on your heels. There were a couple other teens inside already. You started to get a feeling for bouncing. Cove hopped from the middle to the side and back. Just after you landed from a particularly high jump, someone else snuck in. It was the birthday girl herself. Hi, Miranda. Hi, birthday girl. Miranda looked happy. She waved both her hands at you with a megawatt grin. I hope you're having fun. She hopped around with her hands in front of her like a kangaroo. It was a surprisingly effective way to clear distance in the bounce house. She then jumped high, kicking both her legs out to the side and touched the tips of her toes with her fingers. Wow! Miranda hadn't run out of tricks yet. She jumped a couple more times, gaining height, before doing a backflip and tucking into a ball. She managed to land on her feet, but didn't stick the landing. She tumbled back and fell on her butt. Cove clapped, and Miranda inclined her head, almost like a bow. She was back to jumping in no time. You're so good at this! She bounced close enough to the two of you to talk without shouting across the way. Cove's bouncing slowed down to accommodate their conversation. That's really cool. Miranda giggled a bit, and then her eyes sparkled. Hey, I can launch some if you want. If I jump in front of you, then your bounce will go higher. Launch me. Take me away. I'm going to space. Sure. Miranda leaped over to you, her excitement clear in her face. Cove watched with interest. She explained more clear how this was supposed to work. You get ready to bounce on her cue. 3, 2, 1. The moment she came down, you jumped high. The force of her, just as she had said, helped launch you up. The air rushed past your face, and then you were coming back down. Your feet hit the bounce house hard enough to help launch Miranda up a little as well. She giggled some more, and the two of you took turns bouncing each other up. Cove clapped or offered suggestions, but it was becoming clear that he wanted a turn too. Miranda invited him to join, and try to synchronize your bounces to launch Cove up super high. The first time resulted into everyone crashing down into a pile of laughs. By the fifth attempt, Cove had managed to catch some serious airtime. Woo! You all had fun bouncing around. You twirled. Miranda did stunts. Cove futilely tried to touch the highest tip in the castle's ceiling. You and Cove chatted to Miranda more than you ever had at school. She truly was the queen of this bouncy castle. Whenever someone did something cool, everyone would cheer. If you fell, the others would help you up. Eventually, more people wanted to take turns on the bounce house, so you and Cove left. As you slipped onto your shoes, you saw Miranda get drawn to a conversation with a group of adults. She would be talking to them for a while. You and Cove decided to take a break and hydrate. You went to the party table and grabbed some ice water. Cove handed you a party noisemaker he'd picked up from the same table. He blew on his, and it made a funny sound when it unrolled. Cove downed his drink in a couple gulps. He'd gotten pretty into bouncing after all. You were still sipping on your water when Cove blew on his noisemaker again. Then again. And again. It was almost a tune. You didn't recognize any particular melody, but a noisemaker also isn't an instrument. The noise cut through the hum of the other party guests. Loud and noticeable. I touch him with my noisemaker. You blew hard, enough to unfurl the paper completely straight. It jutted towards Cove, almost tapping his chin. Cove wasn't going to let that stand. He retaliated and blew his back at you. It nearly touched your nose. It was a game now. Both of you tried to land a light hit on the other. Cove managed to get your chin while you scored right between his eyes.
Oh, great. You people.
There he is, everyone's favorite character. Someone vaguely familiar shouted, and you both snapped your head to the side. Cove's noisemaker dropped from his mouth. The speaker stepped up, and there was no doubt. It was Jeremy, that mean boy you met at the start of summer. You groaned at the sight of him. Oh hey, it's the Bolka kid. You felt very uncomfortable and didn't know what to do. You instantly got angry at his presence. You tried to ignore Jeremy being there. You tried being polite. Hey, what's up, Bolka? Jeremy Scout told you everything about what he thought about that moniker. Why are you here? Cove's tone was defensive. You watched Jeremy's face turn slack as if Cove's question was the idiocy of all idiocities. Didn't I explain this already? He hadn't, so both you and Cove exchanged a look. Do you have memory loss, or are you really that stupid? Seriously.
Walk here.
My parents brought me. Apparently, I couldn't just stay inside like I wanted. No, they insisted that I get out, enjoy the day, and have fun on vacation, blah, blah, blah. He said enjoy the day and have fun on vacation, like someone would say scrub the entire bathroom or listen to an off-key singer for 10 hours. They found a park, because they hate the beach. Too bad I also hate parks. Started here. They don't know anything. And then they saw the stupid party and decided to bother some adults by asking what was going on. They think maybe we could be included. It's moronic. Get it now? That's how my parents are. Annoying and embarrassing. Why would anybody want strangers at their birthday party? Why can't they ever just leave things alone? He huffed loudly, and his eyes shot daggers at some grown-ups that presumably were his parents. I mean, yeah, I guess that's awkward. That doesn't sound very bad. All you can do is complain about it. Sucks to be you. Try to be friendly. Welcome Jeremy to the park. He didn't bother trying to respond to that mess of a rant. I mean, you always complain. Shut up. Jeremy's eyes slipped away from you to take in the rest of the park for a bit. It was a little awkward. It was possible he didn't know what to do, but then he spoke again.
So dumb.
How can people really go around in those embarrassing party hats? Do they think it's fun or something? How could human beings be so dumb? It's just kind of nice to do party stuff. Jeremy scoffed, unimpressed. The expression on his face was as nasty as he spoke. I am not surprised an empty-headed person like you would think that. Jeremy looked you over, coolly dismissive. It's so rude you can't help but feel offended. Ko's face hardened. He seemed more offended than when anyone actually insulted him personally. Just because you don't know how to be happy doesn't mean no one else does. And it's not our fault if you hate everything. It's not okay for you to take it out on Dae. They aren't doing anything wrong. You are. Jeremy seemed unfazed by Ko's defense and sniffed. Dae can humiliate themselves on their own. They don't need you to step in and do it for them. Oh my god. The temptation. You poured your drink on Jeremy. You pushed Jeremy. You punched Jeremy in the face. You drowned out his words with your noisemaker. You stood still, shocked. You cheered up. Oh my god. The temptation of just doing a punch. But also the noisemaker works too. Oh my god, they're both just such good. You know, I think I did the noisemaker last time because I was like, you know what, I'll be good. No, punch him in the face. You landed a solid punch to his nose. He shrieked and backed away, clutching his face. He glared furiously at you. You really are crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room filled with Jeremy bitching at me. That makes me fucking go mental. You ruining someone's birthday. People were starting to watch what was going down. Your argument wasn't exactly quiet at this point. Why don't you just leave us alone if we're so awful? Jeremy glared even more and huffed.
Dresses.
Talking to you is pointless. Wow, curse word for such a little boy. He stalked off like the last time you saw him, muttering under his breath. Ko sighed in relief after Jeremy was gone. He relaxed, but only for a moment. He noticed just how much attention you'd drawn from the other guests. Luckily, it hadn't gone long enough to get a real crowd. A concerned adult in a blue button-up shirt approached you and asked who that was, and if everyone was alright. I'm fine. Cove looked at you cautiously, asking just as much as the adult if you were okay. Everything's fine now. You don't have to worry about us. The concerned adult lingered for a few seconds but nodded and left you alone. The Jeremy fiasco was officially over. Cove rubbed his eyes, clearly ready to put all that nonsense behind him. Then he started laughing. It was a surprise laugh, breaking out of his chest without any actual joy. It was nervous and disbelieving and all the complex emotions brought about by one meeting with Jeremy. I can't believe it. He spoke in fits and starts. I can't believe you actually punched him. He shrugged. You deserved it. Feel a little bad about it. You were still mad at what happened. You think it was too much? Cove nodded to himself, then continued speaking. I mean, I wouldn't want someone to do it to me, but it's not like I can blame you. He was treating us so bad for no reason. Pretty sure he'd be okay. I bet it won't even change anything for him. Cove paused and shyly twisted his fingers together. Then in a quieter voice he spoke. And if you're bad doing it, I'm bad too, because I kind of liked watching you do it, Dae. I liked watching you beat the shit out of him. He became bashful, barely able to meet your eyes as he smiled shyly. But only because you deserved it. I wouldn't want that to happen to someone out of nowhere or anything. Sure, Ko. See, Ko, I'm not a troublemaker. Also, Ko, I like watching you punch people. You felt flattered. You laughed happily at Ko's admission. You agreed it was really satisfying. You also felt bashful. You weren't sure how to feel about any of this. Yeah, oh my gosh. Thank you. Do you want to tell your moms about Jeremy, I mean? Are you going to say what you did back at him? They'd probably be nice about it, and maybe they'd know how to handle someone like him. Ko bit his lip and thought. I'm not going to tell them anything if you don't. Thanks for asking. You know, let's just keep it a secret. Well, it's not. I don't think it'd help. Okay. He's sorry for making you wear the party hats, for trying to be a party animal. I'm sorry, Cove. It's my fault you were wearing the hat in the first place. Cove shook his head. If anything, he seemed surprised at your apology.
Don't worry about it.
I don't mind that you did. It's been fun. This whole day has been fun, except for Jeremy, and he's gone now. He reached up and flicked his hat with pride, giving you a small grin. It made you happy. Finally, you bent over to pick up the noisemaker that Cove dropped when Jeremy appeared. It might be too dirty to use now, but you didn't want to leave it there. He accepted it softly when you offered the little favor back to him. Thanks, Dae. I like how we can be there for each other. Makes you feel better about that kind of stuff when it happens. Yeah. Cove suggested that you should find a seat at one of the tables. It was almost cake time, and he wanted to be prepared. It was a good reminder that the party wasn't over yet. There's a free table there. Let's get ready for some cake. Oh, I wonder what kind of cake it is. I don't remember if they say or not. Well, I mean, if I can keep playing, then I'll find out. I love ice cream cake. You and Cove tried to settle down at the last event. You took seats across from one another at one of the park tables. There were a few attempts to chat, but for the most part, you simply watched the adults run around to set up the cake cutting. There was a minor panic when who you assume was Miranda's dad, but apparently forgot the lighter for the candles. He and another man went through and started asking other adults for matches or lighters. They weren't having any luck until the grim-faced teenager who had been passing out party hats pulled a green lighter out of the ice cream cooler. Why the lighter was put in the cooler remained a mystery, but with party hat girls fine, it was time to get things going again. Wouldn't that ruin the lighter, though? Actually, now that I think about it. Miranda sat at the head of the longest table. A large chocolate cake was set in front of her. She lit all... Okay, it's chocolate cake. She lit all 14 candles with a cooler lighter with a big smile. You don't started singing Happy Birthday, and the rest of the guests joined in. At the end of the song, Miranda blew out the candles with a dedicated huff. She closed her eyes, and you saw her silently mouth something. Maybe it was her birthday wish. Miranda caught her own slice. Then one of the grown-ups took over cutting the cake. Another adult passed around the plates of cake slices with a scoop of vanilla ice cream to the guests. Eventually, the cake got around to you and Cove. Cove was pleased with the treat in general. The cake looked rich and moist. It smelled quite chocolatey. I want both. You took a bite of the ice cream. The vanilla wasn't bad, but it was a little bland. Chocolate cake, however, was a rich flavor. Cove then took his fork and started mashing up some of his cake. When the cake resembled a pile of crumbly chunks, he started mixing it into the ice cream. The metal parts of the ice cream made a kind of chocolate cake syrup. Soup, not syrup. You raised your eyebrow. You're puzzled at what he was doing. Cove paid no mind. Well, ice cream's not good by itself, and I'm not going to eat it with the cake either way. I am going to eat it with the cake either way, so why not put them together now? Things like ice cream cakes exist. Putting stuff together is normal. I mean, not like this, though. But you do you. You make your little baby food cake and ice cream concoction. Cove contentedly chowed down on his concoction. One advantage to his mix is that the ice cream seemed to catch most of the crumbs that would usually fall from eating a cake. Unlike some of the kids around him, Cove's shirt remained clean. You started eating your dessert in earnest. You enjoyed yourself plenty. Cove suddenly put his fork down on his plate and stared up to the sky with a faraway expression. You checked but didn't see anything attention-grabbing. This ice cream is better than those ones in the cups. You know, with the little wooden spoons. But I still kind of want that instead. You remember what kind he was talking about? Oh yeah, like the ones handed out at that barbecue before the fireworks happened. Cove smiled nostalgically at the thought. You could picture a younger Cove for a moment with the same look in his eyes. Did you want a bite of my dessert? Do you want any of mine? Cove raised his eyebrows for half a sec before the realization came. Laughter burst out of him. I remember that part too. Laughed along with them. We won't push it. You shared laughter to attract the attention of some of the other party guests. It took a moment to compose yourselves and get back to your dessert. Miranda then started to open her gifts. She systematically attacked the mountain of presents like a pro. She checked for any cards and read them loudly before opening a gift. She smiled at every present, including the ones you and Cove got her. You were glad the presents were accepted. It took time, but eventually Miranda got through all the gifts. She was very sweet and polite throughout it all. The party went until the sun began to set. By that point, most of everything had settled down, and people had begun to leave. Any of the guests whose parents had stayed for the party were already gone, except for Miranda's family. Only a few kids still waiting for their parents to come get them remained, you and Cove included. Miranda's family were cleaning up, and as a guest, neither you nor Cove were supposed to help with that. Instead, you both had decided to take it easy in the bouncy castle. It was somewhere out of the way where you could casually wait for your ride. Miranda had also elected to hang out with you. You weren't even bouncing anymore.
Cove laid on his side with his back to a wall, and Marina sat across from him with her legs stretched out. You also made yourself comfortable. It was nice and warm in the little building. I also felt like you had some privacy, which was nice. You could all speak openly here. Thanks for coming. She looked down, but continued shyly. It's been really cool to get to hang out with you a little bit. Thanks for letting me come. I didn't think I'd be invited. Thanks for me too, Marina. Marina just smiled a little more. Did you notice anything happening earlier with some people you don't know showing up? She had to think about this question a little. It was apparent that she didn't have an encounter with Jeremy since there was no instant recognition. I heard about something. Some other parents were talking to my parents when their kid came and forced them to leave the park. She tilted her head to the side, finding it weird but also not important. Then everyone had cake and ice cream. Co smiled uncomfortably. That's good. He was clearly worried that the Jeremy confrontation had gotten to her. Luckily, it didn't seem that anyone had overheard or passed along Jeremy's cruel words. Cole rolled over on his back and sighed contentedly. Marina seemed confused, but wasn't going to push. Change the subject. What are you going to do with all those gifts? It had been a mountain of stuff. Miranda laughed.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to find a way to get them all in my room.
Cole gave a bent smile and made a suggestion. You can carry some of that backpack you got. She giggled, clapped her hands with delight. That's true! You all continued chatting in a laid-back manner until it was time to go home. At the end of the day, you thought it had been quite the party. Quite the party indeed. With a little party crasher as well. Right, we're halfway there. We're living on the edge. Shake my hand. Okay. Song over. Okay. Ooh. Number 5. Looks like we're going right into the soiree. You know, sometimes it's kind of like when you're like doing these steps, you kind of like, well, I won't speak for everybody. For me, it makes me feel like I have to like do a big moment at the end to like seal off like the climactic ending. But honestly, sometimes things aren't like that. Sometimes things don't end with like a big moment. Sometimes it's just the little stuff, you know? Like that could just be like that sometimes. So we will do the soiree, which I also like that one. Alright. Bam, bam, ba-da-da. Should probably save at some point. There we go. You whiled away the morning, doing whatever struck your fancy, and now you were recharging with lunch. With nothing on the horizon, you were free to spend as much or as little time on your plate as you wanted. It was while you were thinking on all the possibilities for your afternoon that your moms approached you.
Hi.
Hi, Dae. Hi. You okay? Mouth full, you don't have to reply. To your surprise, they both sat with you at the table. Based on the time, you had wondered if they were joining you for a meal, but neither of them brought anything. Great, we wanted to have a little chat with you. The qualifier a little did nothing to downplay the situation. You're chewing slow as your eyes widened, looking from one parent to the other. Anything that required both of them to talk to you must be something big. You perked up, your mind full of exciting possibilities. A vacation, maybe? Or that pet that we've been wanting? A revelation that they were actually undercover agents? You leaned in, eager to learn more. There's a soiree at the Cypress tomorrow night. Your ma and I are going. The Cypress was the country club your mas were a part of and where Elizabeth played golf. It seemed like every other month they had some event or another, all with fancy names like soiree. You nodded eagerly, anxious for one to get to the good stuff. Mom chuckled at your poorly conceived reaction. Leaning in, Ma took your hand and squeezed it. You decided to make the night a bit special. Elizabeth's going to be allowed to stay home fully alone for the first time. You'll still be coming to the party with us. It's Elizabeth's night to party with no family around. Not yours. Sorry. You gotta wait a couple more years. At least 2, maybe. What's it gonna be like? The usual. Well, mostly. We wanted to make it a special night for you two, so we've got something a little extra planned. That was unexpected. Interested. You listened. Your parents shared a look across the table. You cleared your throat, reminding them that you were waiting. They couldn't keep dropping such hints and then turn coy when the conversation was about to get good.
Well,
Since it's a pretty fancy party, that's still chaperoned, and attendees are allowed to bring a guest, we thought it might be a nice opportunity for you to invite someone yourself. As a date, if you want. Your eyes widening as the words sunk in. Your rumps continued, and it was a struggle to keep up. Even though we'll be at the party too, you don't need to worry about us getting in your way. You'll be free to eat, dance, and enjoy the music as you see fit. But no leaving the property. Mom nodded at Mom's interjection.
isn't that great?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the party. And if you'd rather bring just a friend, that's a-okay too. Oh my gosh, who are we gonna bring, I wonder? Ah, the options are endless. It's amazing. You must have lit up because your parents shared an amused look again. The story isn't until tomorrow, so you've got time. Just let us know your plans before we're heading out. And that's all. We'll leave you to your lunch now. Your moms rose from their chairs in unison, disappearing to another part of the house. You barely noticed their departure. All you could think of was what had just happened. The rumors of your lunch stared up at you from your plate. Well, I should probably finish eating. Don't waste food. The conversation had taken your mind off the meal, but you'd opted to try to eat a little more. You picked up the plate for a little while longer. Even though you'd relocated to your bedroom, your head was stuck on the conversation that had unfolded at the dining table downstairs. You knew that having someone come as a friend would be best. You felt most comfortable with that. It'd make the party a lot more fun than going alone, and you didn't want to go along with the suggestion of that being your first date. But taking a friend required a further decision. Who to invite? Lee wasn't an option. She couldn't come by just whenever. Your aunt and uncle had a rule that they need more than 1 day's notice if she was going to visit you. It was too bad, since this sounded like the sort of event she'd love, though. Not so much that she wouldn't tease you for passing up the opportunity to have an actual date. Cope was always easily accessible for hanging out, and you were certain that with him you'd have a great time. Maybe Derek could make it? Things were never dull when he was around, and while he didn't live in the area either, he was close enough to get a lift over at short notice. Oh, that's so rude. I thought it was going to be like, you wanted to invite Derek, you wanted to invite Cove. Forget against Derek. That was one part figured out. Sighing, you glanced toward the window. A flock of birds caught your eye and led your gaze as they crossed the sky. You watched the birds grow smaller and less distinct until they disappeared from sight. Like the snap of a hypnotist's fingers, you were released from the trance and left with a goal on your own. You were going to go take a walk. You ambled through the familiar streets of your neighborhood, picking at your path at whim. It was as quiet as ever, with tourists choosing to congregate in the shopping area near the beach rather than venture into the sleepy residential zones. You continued down the road and soon found yourself at the shore. The fresh, salty air hit you first, rolling to meet you over the grassy dunes that tickled your legs, followed by the familiar view of the sea stretching out across the horizon. You came to a halt. A lone figure was standing in the ocean, the water reaching up to his knees. Though he had his back to you, you recognized the familiar silhouette as Cove's. It made sense that you'd find him here. He was always in his element by the sea. You had no idea if he heard your arrival or if it was a coincidence, but he looked over his shoulder. Their eyes met. Oh my god, Cove! Come here! Come here! Excited to run into him, your arm whipped back and forth. Cove grinned at you from over his shoulder before turning around to wade back to the shore. Hey, what are you up to? My moms are taking me to a soiree tomorrow at their country club. A soiree? Sounds exciting. Cove tried to show a level of enthusiasm, keeping his grin pinned in place, but you could tell that he had no envy towards your plans. Will you come with me? Oh, you can bring someone? Mom says it was okay for someone to come along. You watched him process the offer, his eyes becoming far away for just a moment before he broke into a smile. I'll come. Yippee! That's great! I hope it is. I don't know how to act at those kinds of things. Listen, I don't either. As long as we don't get kicked out, it's a win. He looked a little worried by the prospect and rubbed one of his arms. You'll be okay. You clapped your hands together, ready to share the resolution with your parents. Can you come by to my house right now? So we can let my moms know the plan? No problem. He'll be a nervous wreck. Like, we all know what's gonna go down. Mr. Anxiety here. Cole went to where he discarded his things in the sand, tugging his shirt over his head and slipping on a pair of shoes before joining you and setting off home. The two of you stepped inside the front door of your house. Given the proximity you had growing up, it was an action you'd taken together countless times, and you thought yourself lucky to have such a great friend living close by. At the sound of the door opening, your mom poked her head into the hall. Hello. Ah, Cove, it's you. Oh, what a surprise. She chuckled at her own joke. Cove was always there, and she knew how close the two of you were. Bringing anyone other than him back would have been an actual surprise. Hi, Mrs. Ursa. So I take it Cove's going to be our guest for tomorrow night? Yep. And is it a date? Her voice was like teasing, and it was painful. No, we're just gonna hang out at the party together. We're just friends, Mom, gosh. For now. Okay, Cove, I'll give your folks a call and get everything squared away. She went off to fetch the phone. You shook your head, betrayed. How could she say something like that with no warning? Cove gave you a crooked smile, a weak imitation of his usual one. You weren't the only one caught off guard by her comment, and the rest of the afternoon passed by just like that. Back in your room, your mind was abuzz with visions of tomorrow night. The story was an exciting prospect, not that you'd get to experience it with Cove. You just hoped you'd have a good time when it was all said and done. That's debatable. The evening of the story had arrived, the daylight hours having slipped away in a blur. Up in your bedroom, you were getting ready for the big event. That was your intention, at least, but you hadn't settled on an outfit. Stationed in front of your wardrobe, you scanned over the clothing you had at your disposal. Though Ma had mentioned this event was a bit dressier than a normal get-together, you didn't necessarily have to comply. I will be fancy. I'm so fancy. You attempted to decide between the nicer pieces in your wardrobe, the ones that rarely had a chance to come out. You decided to dress formally because you wanted to make Ma happy. I think that's such a cute response. Being all fancied up for special occasions always had an impact. Any feelings you had for the clothes was nothing compared to the idea of her face lighting up when she saw you dressed so smartly. To start, you decided to wear a shirt. Crisp shirts were a classic formal look for a reason. They were essentially foolproof. You paired your top with pants. You picked a pair that complemented the color of your top and nodded with satisfaction. It was a slick look. You began to get dressed, your fingers working stiff zips and awkward fastenings. It felt different against your skin, reminding you with every movement that you were dressed up. You grimaced, telling yourself that it was just for one night. You could put up with this for that long, probably. Now, dressed, you gave yourself a final glance over before heading downstairs, ready to head out.
Self-voicing disabled.
Gonna go. I'm getting tired. Okay. Thank you for stopping by, Rainbow. I hope you get some good sleep. Get some rest. Have great dreams. You found your moms already waiting in the living room. They were putting the finishing touches on their outfits. Mom strapping her heel into a stiletto shoe, and Mom trying to fasten that bracelet single-handed. They looked up as you entered. Dae, you look so nice, don't you think, Pam? Your expression spoke the words you were holding back, making your mom laugh. Thanks for dressing up, Dae. Once tonight's over, you can put those clothes to the back of your closet and forget about them for another few months. Mom still struggled with the bracelet. You lent a hand, literally by taking one side and holding it as she secured the clasp. Thanks, kiddo. Mom then glanced over at the clock on the wall. Seeing where the hands were pointing, a frown creased her face. When's Cove going to be here? Do you know? I'm picking him up. Oh, yeah? She raised her eyebrows, a broad grin replacing the earlier frown. That's very polite of you. Get going. Get the fuck out. We want to leave in 10 minutes. Okay. Cove's house was mere seconds away from yours, making the warning unnecessary, but you dutifully went out. After crossing the street, you found yourself at Cove's familiar front door. You rang the doorbell, whose chime was lodged in your head from all the times you'd rung it over the years. Though unlike usual, Cove's mom, Kira, was the one who answered it this night. Hey, Dae, come on in. She beckoned you inside, as if she was so excited to see you that words alone weren't enough. Thanks for coming. The boys will be right down. They're just in Cove's room. I can call them if you want. That would be great, thanks. It's alright, I can wait. Can I go check? Can I go check? You probably know better than I do. I'll go. You headed down the short hallway towards Cove's room. The door was ajar. I don't think I've ever done this. Picked this route, actually. Peeking inside, you spotted Cove and his dad standing close together. Cove's usual beach-ready clothes have been replaced with a prime set of formal wear. It was nice that the two of you would match, dressed alike in fancy clothes. Mr. Holden was bent over Cove's arm, fiddling with the buttons at the end of the shirt sleeves. Cove held his arm out patiently, his gaze distant. You clean up well. You blend up right in with the highbrow crowd at that Cypress. He spoke the name in a more enunciated and exaggerated tone. It was what you guessed was his idea of a country club accent. Straightening up, Mr. Holden caught sight of you in the doorway. Grinning, he flashed you a wink. Hey, Dae. It's great that you came. We'll be out in a minute. Feeling Cove's eyes on you, you hung back a moment. He didn't seem to be able to find words to express whatever it was he was thinking, though, so you nodded and took your leave. You returned to the living room. Kira nestled on the sofa, perked up at your arrival. How are they getting on? They're coming. Then we're waiting. Take a seat. A short while later, Mr. Holden strolled into the room, giving you a wave. Cove screwed into a smile. As you reciprocated, the tension in his face seemed to ease. Hi. Hi. Cove seemed to take your appearance in with a glance. He smiled. He opened his mouth to speak more, then paused. Cove checked the time using a clock hanging on the side wall and addressed his parents. We've got to go. He abruptly headed towards the door, his parents waving you off. Bring him back in one piece. Have a blast, you two. Bye. You ducked out, following Cove into the street. Once out in the fresh evening air, Cove breathed deeply before smiling at you. I'm kind of curious about what's going to be at the party. You were glad that he was in a good mood. A little intrigue about the night ahead was a good sign. Don't expect a red carpet. It's not that big of a deal. I'll lay a red carpet out for you, Cove. You return home, Cove in tow. Your mom's welcomed you back before whisking you right out once more to get in the car. You pulled up at the country club. The sun had sunk deep into the horizon, the last of its light sleepily warming the oncoming night. Your mom led the way to the space around the back where the event was being held. The place had been transformed through decoration, with smart tablecloths and elegant ribbons contributing to a festive atmosphere. Musicians dressed in matching black and white were setting up their instruments and flicking through pages of sheet music. And, as promised, there was a table covered in plates of carefully prepared food. Destination reached, your parents ran out on you and Cove. Things haven't kicked off yet, but don't let that stop you from enjoying yourselves. We'll be around if you need us. Bye. Cove waved your moms off. Once they retreated a distance away, you found him watching you expectantly. What now? His voice was light, but from his wide eyes and their nervous glances, you could tell that he was feeling out of his depth. We'll have to wait for some things to start, like the band, but there's stuff going on already. Cove perked up at that. Oh, do you want to do any of those, whatever they are? Let's go introduce Cove. I know most of these people because I've been brought here a lot over the years. You can meet them. He frowned. Talking with strangers was not generally his preferred activity. It doesn't matter if you make a good impression or not. They'll be curious about you no matter what. You beckoned for him to follow you and meet the other guests. Most of the attendees skewed significantly older or considerably younger than the two of you. Ooh, Getaway Tiger, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that, bud. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in. Hope you enjoy your time here. You beckon for him to follow you and meet the other guests. Most of the attendees skewed significantly older or considerably younger than the two of you, with only a few people around your age. Despite his apprehension, Cove was cordial in his interactions. Not that there weren't any difficulties. Sorry, could you repeat your name? It's Cove. Cove? They rolled the word over their tongues, clearly surprised. How unusual, but lovely, of course. As you expected, there was an interest in who you'd brought to the party, and what your relationship with him was. Dae, good to see you. This your date? This your boyfriend? No. He's like, no. Your matching stunned reactions answered the question. The group roared with laughter. I'll take that as a no. There were also the inescapable comments about how you dressed. Hi, welcome in. How are you doing today? Yeah, welcome, welcome. There were also the inescapable comments about how you dressed. Don't you look snappy in that outfit? You scrubbed up well. But the basic necessities, oh my god, niceness taken care of, you moved on to something else. Just get some snacks. We can go eat some food now. Even the music hasn't started yet. That's okay. It's not too soon. Yeah, I like these parties because of the free food. I need to just come for the free food. Yeah, I wonder what they'll have this time. You're here for the food. I did not. I press, what is it? X to doubt? Yeah, it's X to doubt. I was gonna say F to pay respects. Pay respects. That's the wrong one. The two of you wandered over to the refreshment table. With it being early in the night, it had barely been touched, and the plates were nearly as pristine as when they'd left the kitchens. The offerings were all tiny and bite-sized, ready to be picked up and sampled. It was immediately apparent that there was plenty to choose from. Shara, nice to meet you. How you doing? How's the game going? The game's going pretty good, and I'm doing pretty good too. It's been very fun. I love playing Our Life. This is like probably like my I've had so many playthroughs of this. It's my second time streaming it on Twitch. But I have played this game like plenty of times in the offline. But in all those times, I've never gotten a certain confession scene, and that's what the goal for this route is going for. So I'm calling it kind of like the slow burn route because it doesn't happen until step 4 in the epilogue. But I don't mind. I'll play through this game over and over again if I could. So it's been great. Pretty much aiming to have like all of step 2 done tonight, which I think I'll be able to do so. I'm still feeling pretty good. I'm not feeling too tired yet. And we have about, I think, 4 after this. Yeah, 4 after this. Plus, of course, like, you know, like the after
step 2 epilogue, you know. So it is going great. Yeah, thank you so much for choosing to chill here for the time being. Right, just as the level of care with it, which it was presented, it was clear that this was fancy stuff. Cove stared at one plate, then another, confused. I think I know some of this. I don't. Oh, I know that usually there's food, but not what it is. Cove smiled at your reaction, seemingly reassured that you were on the same level as him when it came to understanding high cuisine. Cove squared his shoulders as if gearing up for a match. His stance was familiar from all the times you'd seen him preparing for some sporting event. I'm going to try it. He picked up a plate and took one appetizer, then another, and another. Soon, you realized he was taking one of every single type. You're taking everything? Uh-huh. Why not? Oh, that's cool. I like this. Probably one of my favorite novels. That's why I land here. It's one of mine. It's probably like my most favorite of all time. Like, I think I came across it like probably like 3 years ago, maybe longer, depending on when it came out. And I've been stuck since, pretty much. I want to say, I think it was before they had like the extra content in the steps that were released. I was there like in the early days, before all the DLCs came out. But oh my gosh, every time a DLC was coming out for it, like the extra moments in the steps, Derek's DLC, Baxter's DLC, I was on that. I loved them so much. My favorite. It's kind of hard to say my favorite game of all time, but you know, definitely favorite visual novel. Definitely. Yeah, I'm gonna join you in the sand blend of this cove. Maybe there'd be some hidden gems this time. It was worth a try. Cove nibbled his way through everything the cypress had. The results of his endeavor were mixed. He was revolted by some of the things he tried, openly screwing up his face and rushing to find a drink to wash the taste away. Yet these bad experiences didn't stop him from plowing on, moving on to the next act with an open mind. There were some foods he was neutral about, dismissing them with a shrug, but best of all was his reactions when he stumbled across something good. Each time caught him by surprise, his expression morphing from wary curiosity to skeptical interest before making way for astonished enjoyment. Regardless of how he felt about what he was currently eating, you could tell he was having a good time, just being free to eat whatever he laid his eyes on. He thought that was nice too. After going through a round of sampling... Sorry, had to hold back a burp. Alright, let's just keep on munching, or we can move on to just relaxing. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I don't want to miss out on the conversation. We should pick out a table. Okay. You found a place to sit at the edge of the party area. It was quieter with fewer people bustling around. You pulled out a chair and sat down. Cove, already seated, was stretching. Well, that's cute. I kind of wish I could have been in that whole journey. Yeah, but you know what? No matter where you start, the journey is still important. I got just in time for that last batch of DLCs. Yeah. I was pretty lucky that I stumbled across it. I don't even know how I even did, to be honest with you. Because I don't think I was really playing that many visual novels. I feel like I just, at one point, it just, like, all of a sudden got recommended to me on Steam. And I just, like, was like, oh, this looks interesting. Because I think, like, what got me was, like, the whole, like, I guess, like, time progression. And I was like, I never heard anything like that before. And so I just, like, took the plunge. And also the game was, I think, like, the base game is free, pretty much. So I just went for it. And it's like, and I haven't looked back. I've been changed. Well, I won't be that dramatic, but it has been a very happy journey. And I'm very excited for the second game to come out. I cannot wait. One day, hopefully. It's like that thing was like, I want them to take their time on it, but also I'm like, I want the game now. Me too, it looks so pretty. I know, it does. I love it so much. Even though it's not out yet. I'm subscribed to their Patreon, so I like looking at the updates and seeing what they're doing too. I was just like, ah, bless. I'm trying to refrain from like playing like the beta and all that though. Because I want to be like, I want to have like, be surprised when it like finally comes out. But yeah, one day, like I said, take your time, but also hurry up. But mostly take your time. Yeah, totally get that. Yeah. I think I played the very first like beta they had of it, and I really liked it. And then from then on, it's like, all right, I'm sold. No, I'm not gonna touch it until it's done. All right, these clothes are kind of uncomfortable. He flexed an arm at the elbow, frowning, before twisting it back behind him. Yeah? My arms can't move the same as normal. Like, I'm gonna rip it off if I do anything. Like, you're the Hulk, just like flex and it rips apart. But yeah, I get that. Right? Why did they make it like this? He toed it with one cuff of his shirt, wedging a finger between the fabric and his skin. Now that you had a spot of your own. Let's keep chatting. In no time at all, the sun set in full. The lights faded in, and the opening notes of the band's first song rang out. You and Cove stopped what you were doing, turning to contemplate at the party that had been steadily unfurling while you were distracted. It was much busier now, both in terms of people and activity. The first steps were taken onto the dance floor, some tentative, others eager. Even if the band hadn't been playing, the constant level of chatter would have ensured that it wasn't a quiet night. With the party now in full swing, your options had increased. Let's go see what moms are up to. I think we all know what they're up to, though, but... You scanned the partygoers, looking for your parents. They had been excited for tonight, and you were curious as to whether they were enjoying themselves, whatever it was that they'd wound up doing. Where had they gone to, though? It wasn't visible from where you and Cove were now. Hey, Cove, can I go find my moms? I don't see them. Alright, I'll come with you. You led the way, peering around and trying to guess what they might have occupied themselves with. It wasn't long before you spotted them out in the center of the dance floor, hands entwined as they slow danced together. You came to a halt, causing Cove to bump into you from behind. He opened his mouth as if to ask why you'd stopped, then closed it as he noticed what you were looking at. Watching them sway to the music, Cove smiled. Your parents seem happy. I think so, too. You didn't know how to follow that, so you stayed quiet. Your parents only had eyes for each other, but eventually Mom managed to look away from Mom long enough to catch your gaze. Her eyes widened, quickly followed by a bright grin. She retrieved one hand, her other still holding on to Mom, and used it to wave towards you with wide, frantic motions. She even began to hop on the spot, just in case you might have somehow missed her. Mom had spotted you now, too, and lifted a hand to her mouth in order to call out to you both. Hi, Dae. Hi, Cove. Hi, Mom. Yeah, but I'm gonna give them a modest wave back. Indulging them was no issue, but you weren't going to match the intensity of their greeting. Cove cautiously lifted a hand and gave the stiffest of waves. Your eyes met, and you shared a look. Back on the dance floor, your moms laughed at your reaction before resuming their dance. Alright. Let's watch the band. Yunko found a spot to the side of the simple stage that had been set up for the soiree. There you were tucked out of the way of the dance floor while still enjoying an excellent view of the band. You got in there in time to watch them from the start of the song, their expressions solemn as they teased notes from the strings of their instruments. Cove was entranced, nodding his head along with the music. Catching you watching him, he smiled sheepishly. It's cool. Yeah. This is great. Ooh, what are your thoughts? Your eyes turned back to Cove. What do you like about this music? I don't know how to explain it. Cove's like, I just like it, okay? But it's kind of hard to believe some people are making this music by performing it on an instrument. How does it just work like that? How does it all come together? A lot of hard work and practice. The band began to play their next song. Cove was enraptured once more, his head tilted curiously as he watched the musicians wield their instruments. During a particularly beautiful solo, he even closed his eyes, focusing on nothing but the music. But after a couple of songs, it was decided that you'd watched the band enough. It's time to dance before the inevitable happens. Smile. Let's see. Cove, can I have the pleasure of your company on the dance floor? Cove raised his eyebrows in surprise at your eloquent invitation. Even though it was a dance party, he hadn't anticipated this outcome. I could also imagine, you know, like throwing my hand behind, one hand behind my back, and the other hand like unfurling away from my body and holding it out to him. May I please have your presence on the dance floor? He could only shake his head. He looked out onto the dance floor, discomfort radiating off of him. Your heart sank. You counted Cove as a good friend. You thought he would feel okay if it was with you. I don't know how to dance. It's crowded out there. Following his gaze, you saw the dance floor was now packed with swaying, affectionate couples. He rubbed his arm, shoulders hunched inwardly. Sorry. No, it's okay. If you don't want to dance, you don't want to dance. You don't be able to change his mind. There's nothing you could do but accept it. Try to lighten the mood.
The situation was what it was. Making Cove feel worse about it would only bring you both down. There goes my secret plan to stomp on your toes. Cove smiled weakly. Guess so. Stomps on him anyway. He just had to do something else. Alright. You focused over Cove, wondering how he was finding in the evening. He sighed. It was so quiet and unobtrusive that you wouldn't have caught it if you hadn't been watching him. His gaze was roaming. With how far away his eyes seemed, whatever he was searching for couldn't be found at this party. He turned to face you before you could say anything. I want to sit down. We can do that. Ko began to move and you instinctively followed him, yet instead of taking a seat at one of the many free tables as you expected, Cove ignored them as he purposefully strode outside of the party area. Where are you going? You called in and seemed to register with him as he continued forward, out onto the greens of the golf course. You went after him, trying to watch out for the uneven ground underfoot. The clouds of earth dislodging and games of golf were perfect for snatching unwary feet even in daylight. Up ahead, Coke didn't appear to have had any difficulty traversing the uneven land. He's just going. He's just gotta go. He settled down on one of the little hills of the golf course. You joined him, still unsure over what was going on. Are you alright? Why are we here? What's wrong? Why'd you drag us out here? Look at us, breaking the rules. Cove started as if he'd acted on instinct and your statement had brought him back to reality again. He tilted his head curiously. What? We're not supposed to be out here. Oh, sorry. You say that, but you're not getting out to leave. Troublemaker. He looked sheepish over his now knowing troublemaking. Yeah, it's nice here. You can go back to the party. You didn't budge from your spot. From here, the party was just a glowing haze in the distance. You don't want to leave him behind. I'm not going to leave you here, and I'm not going to drag you back if you don't want to. Oh, thanks. Now the Cove was more at ease. You tried to find out what had caused him to take flight in the first place. Did the party make you uncomfortable? It upset you that Cove had been unhappy attending an event with you, but logically you knew that the issue was likely the event rather than your company. No. He shook his head empathetically. It's not anything I did tonight. It's definitely not anything you did either. You nodded, relieved to have your suspicions confirmed. Cove attempted to fill in the gaps of understanding. I don't want to think about going back to the party. I just feel ready to go home. To your home planet? Don't tell me running that far. Kept quiet. I'm sorry you're not having fun anymore. Should I get my mom's? Excuse me. I'm sorry you're not having fun anymore. Cove stared off, and his words filled just his distance. It's okay. Let me get that burp in. I'm sorry. I know this is a very important, serious moment, but I have to get this in. Cove sat there quietly, gazing out into the shadowy hills and valleys of the golf course. A comfortably warm wind rustled between you, tossing his hair. It was so far away from the hubbub of the party, you couldn't even make out the quiet sound of crickets chirping. This is kind of like how we first met. Do you remember? How could I forget? You'd always liked him, even from that very first day. It's so weird. That was a long time ago now. You thought back to the day when Cove first arrived in the neighborhood. He had run away from Mr. Holden, taking solace in the hills behind your house. It had been late, too, on a clear night like today. Looking at the sky, you wondered if the stars that were looking down were the same ones as then. Cove's face was brighter, though you could still see the signs of the strain that had caused him to depart from the soiree. When he first sat down, he had curled up like a pill bug, hunched over, knees pressed to his chest and his arms wrapped around them. He'd unwound as you'd been talking, straightening up, his hands free to gesticulate. Ooh. It was as though the two of you had constructed your own little world away from everything else, and he was beginning to perk up. The small smile that had crept onto his face was quickly ushered away by a frown. This is a lot like a date. Cole followed up on the statement before you could react. He spoke in a distinctly whispered tone, as though you were the only one in the world who he could share these words with. After I said I wanted to come, I wanted to take it back. Not because I really didn't want to do it, but because, I don't know. It seemed like a big deal. It made me feel bad somehow. I started feeling like I couldn't do it, even though I just wanted to do it. I guess it was sort of like having to give a presentation from the class, even though it was just me and you doing something like we always do. He charged on, his words streaming out. I still could do it because thinking about not being there and you and what you might think if I did take it back made me feel way worse than whatever else I felt. I'm sorry, Dae. I'm sorry I can't just deal with stuff like this and have to make everything so complicated. You don't need to apologize. You silly hungry head. I'm sorry if it made you feel bad. I don't want you to be here if you don't want to be here. You don't have to come. You could have told me. After all of this, he had just been feeling bad. Why did he put the both of you through this? Why couldn't he have said something? Oh, damn, I don't like that response. Go back.
You don't need to apologize. Yeah, that's better. And leaned against him. It always made you feel secure to lean against Cove, having him support you in the most little senses. Maybe he felt the same way. He finally moved his head to look at you straight on, eyes meeting yours. Thanks for inviting me, Dae. You stared back at him, not comprehending. But didn't it make you feel bad? So, yeah, I didn't like that one. I was like, I don't know. That kind of, I don't know. That was a bit too negative for Mate's.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did, when I had to think about how I was actually doing it. But getting to hear what you wanted me to come made me feel good.
It's nice.
I'm happy when you think about me, when you want me to be there. When I just do it and you're with me, it all feels better in the end. Cove stood up without warning. Support gone, you threw out an arm to catch yourself from toppling over. At that point, you didn't even have much choice but to join him on your feet. That was low-key rude. Just go back. So real. Yeah. Listen, I know it's a game, but I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be rude. Especially to Cove. Listen, about all the times I've played Our Life, I've never chosen the indifferent route. Like, I've chosen maybe, like, for the first step, but never for the second and third. Like, I just can't do it. Like, I can't. Like, something's stopping me. It's like, no. Yes, we have to be friends. If anything, same. Yeah, right? Exactly. Like, it's just too much. It's cursed. Even if we're not together romantically, we have to be friends. Best friends. In the first step, I was like, nah, that feels weird. Yeah. I don't know how I managed to get it for the first one. I guess in the first one, I was kind of like, oh, we just met, so I'm kind of indifferent about you right now, so that kind of made sense. But after, like, thinking about going to the second step, like, we've been neighbors for, like, 5 years. Like, we haven't been friends during that time? That don't make no sense. Hate that. It's like, never. Never will I pick it. Maybe one day, just to get the achievement, but that's about it. I'll probably pick indifferent, and then as soon as I get the achievement, I just go back. It's like, okay, never mind. Yeah, now I got the 100%. I didn't actually play through it. I just got it. That's as far as I'll go. So real, just to get the 100%. Yeah. As soon as I see that achievement pop up, I'm closing the game, going back to my friend's route. I'm going back. I'm choosing direct, friend, fond. That's how it's gonna go. Because I feel like I've seen, like, one screenshot of, like, the indifferent route in, like, step 3, and I'm like, no, never. Just seeing his sad face, and it's like, never. Never! In every universe, we are friends! Yeah, what's up? Ko smiled awkwardly, brushing some grass off the side of his pants.
Wanna dance with me?
Oh, so now you want to dance? Your eyes widened involuntarily. You're not expecting that after what happened earlier. I thought you didn't want to. I know, but it's a dance party, right? And I think... He trailed off, brow furrowed as if he was trying to figure out the answer himself. Nodding slowly, he continued. I think I want to dance with you before it's over. With the only words he had to explain gone, he just held up his hand to you. His expression was soft. Alright, let's dance, partner. Then you reached over his hand and took it in yours. Cove grinned, and his chest rose with a deep breath he took. You returned hand in hand. With the party reaching the end of a long evening, dancing couples had become scarce. One pair among many were hard to notice, but now the space around you would act as a spotlight. Not that there were many left to watch you. He was still at ease, even buoyed by the dissipated crowd. There was a spring in his step as he walked onto the dance floor together. Cove kept hold of the hand you had given him back on the little hill. He rested the other on your shoulder. Cove hesitated while you waited for the sign. With the song in progress before you stepped onto the dance, there was no signal for the right moment to begin. The same thought occurred to Cove, who shrugged his shoulders with keeping form. Taking that as your starting point, you cautiously began to sway. Cove readily followed your example. You danced wordlessly, dimly aware of the music guiding you. You were more focused on Cove, whose attention was firmly fastened on you. He didn't look down or away once, not even when your knees knocked against each other and you both briefly fumbled in your steps. Instead he smirked. You want to take this dance in stride in more ways than one. You were utterly at peace, safe and relaxed in his presence. A little slip-up, the whole evening really, only served to underline how nothing could dent the foundation of your friendship. All too soon the song reached its conclusion. You could have continued quite contentedly for some time more.
You and Cove let go of each other, though your feet remained rooted to where they had been when the song finished. You heard your name called out, and that brought you the dance truly to an end. You both spun to find Mom yelling for you and Cove. Beside her, Mom was shaking her head.
Sorry.
It's time to go home, Lonnie. I had to get a hold of them somehow. What did you want me to do, sneak up on them? Her chosen method was admittedly better than that. You still cringed at how unaware you'd been when she announced her arrival. Cove looked so embarrassed to be caught that you worried about him making another dash away from the party. Despite Cove's reaction to the scene with your moms, to you it had been a perfect ending to the evening. You're so glad you got a chance to dance with Cove before the night was over. And it definitely was over now. You didn't need to say anything to Cove. The two of you marched wordlessly over to your parents, who were still bickering playfully. Standing shoulder to shoulder, your parents surveyed you and Cove. You wondered if they were checking that they were returning Mr. Holden's son in the same state that he'd left the house.
So,
That was quite the night, huh, gang? Wasn't it just? Cove managed a self-conscious smile. Yeah. Ma was smiling too, with an expression so soft it could have cradled a newborn chick. Good, but we better ready ourselves to get back to Elizabeth. If we're lucky, the house might still be standing.
yeah.
Oh, shush. She swatted your mom playfully, laughing at the comment. You cast one last look at the party. You saw people exchanging farewells and suppressing yawns. Most of the faces were happy ones, despite the weariness that was starting to creep in. Cove's head was angled away from you. As you watched, wondering what he was looking at, he came around and met your gaze. It was strange. Though it had only been a few hours of your life, you felt a little older as a result of attending the party. It was like a step away from the world of your childhood, where dressing up is reserved almost exclusively as a form of play, towards something new that you hadn't yet grasped. Turning away from the final moments of the party, you shelved that thought for another time as your moms eagerly led the way back to the car. As you and Cove trailed after them, you felt childlike once more. You know, I don't think I've ever done a route where he rejected dancing the first time. And I think I kind of preferred that maybe a little bit. Because it kind of made more sense. It made, like, him asking if we want to dance seem that much more, impactful, Oh, this is still one of the cutest moments ever. It is. Yeah. I really like the soiree. Like, I really liked it. It's always, do you want to dance with me? It's like, how could I say no? Of course. We will dance forever. Yeah, I've never really gone that before. My rejection therapy. Oh, he didn't want to dance with me, but then he came back. I heard of people that actually going through rejection therapy intentionally. It's like, I want to get rejected, and so they try to get rejected as much as possible. It's like, oh my god, y'all so good. I love it. It gives it drama. We love drama. Give a little spice, a little bit of angst. We love that. But alright, we got 4 left. Let me go to the random number generator. We got 1 through 4. Oh my god, it's number 1. We're gonna do wave. A little bit of intensity. I kind of like, it kind of seems like with Cove and Derek's routes, the drama that does happen in them, they're definitely important and impactful, but it doesn't really give as much angst as Baxter's does. Baxter gives so much angst. If you want an angst route, if you want that that angst in the love story, Baxter's is a very good one to go through. Right? Yeah, yeah. It's I'm not trying to diminish of the stuff that happens in the other 2 routes, but Baxter's really takes the cake there. That should give me the whole drama. He gives the whole tea. It's such a good transition between the 2 steps as well. It's I can't get close to anybody. Don't talk to me. And then years later, I'm the wedding planner for your best friend's brother's wedding that you're helping out with. I'm sure nothing will happen with this. It's actually, that was very full of drama. So much drama. Well, Derek was introspective drama. Baxter was hot emo boy drama. Yeah, exactly. I agree. Baxter was I'm feeling edgy. I can't be friends. I can't be friends with people. I can't be in a relationship because you'll just leave. It's no. You thought that, but here we are 5 years later. I'm still here, bitch. You can't get rid of me.
But yeah, I agree. It's nice that you can get like a very... All the routes are different between the three boys. Yeah, everybody gets what they want. You want drama? Go Baxter. You want a shy little... a little shy guy? A little childhood friend route? Go Cove. You want the himbo? Get Derek. No, I shouldn't say himbo. Derek's not stupid. But he is very friendly. The golden retriever? Yeah, go for Derek. And like you said, the introspective drama. So true. You can't run from me, emo boy. Like literally during like the ending where he's like trying to say, okay, we're gonna do this, but I just want to warn you, I'm gonna do this, this, and this. It's like, I don't care. I said I don't care for each thing. I don't care. Let's just be together. Stop being dramatic. It's like, gosh. All right, wave time. All that romance, all the possibilities. We love it. The family shopping trip had lasted most of the morning, and you still had to unload everything from the trunk before you could go enjoy the afternoon. You cradled another bag in your arms as you headed towards your house. It was one of the heavier bags from the grocery store, loaded with fresh apples, ripe tomatoes, a bunch of carrots, and even half a watermelon. Oh my gosh. All the tomatoes are up at the top so they don't get busted. Ma came out from the front door and paused just ahead of you. Need any help with that, Dae? I can bring it the rest of the way if you want me to. No, I can do it. I'm a big, strong bear. I can do it, mommy. No, I've got it. Even if it was large, it wasn't really any problem for you. Ma gave you an encouraging grin and rustled her fingers through your black hair. You set the next bag on the counter. Your sister began to root around the inside for the contents with a sigh. How much is left? Still a few more bags. With a huff and a puff, Elizabeth continued putting away the groceries, and you retreated out of the kitchen before you could become the target of her bad mood. Careful, Dae. You hadn't been looking where you were going, and bumped right into Mom, almost stepping on her toes to boot. Sorry. I can give you a pass this time, but be sure to watch where you're going. If you run into the wrong person, you might get your license revoked. She grinned at the bad joke as you continued through the door. Mom, I'm 13, I can't drive. Outside, Mom started organizing what remained and putting back any loose objects that had fallen out during the trip. When you stepped up to the trunk beside her, she took in a big breath of air, her dress gently swaying around in the breeze.
It's a shame.
If you had to spend the morning cooped up in that shopping center, it's a beautiful day, don't you think? You tilted your head to the sky, gazing at the clear blue expanse. Days like today are my favorite. Mom smiled at you, her amber eyes glinting with affection. You and your sister are a lot alike in that way, and me too. You gave her a familiar look, but eventually you turned back to help her with the last of the bags. Oh, hi, Cove. You noticed Mom wave over at Cove, who had just exited his front door, his surfboard propped up under one arm. Let me see, surfboard and wetsuit. Where might you be off to this beautiful day? Cove flinched at being called to so suddenly. He didn't realize there were people out here already, but he quickly recovered. Cove stayed on his side of the driveway, giving a small wave in greeting. After a moment or two of deliberation, he jogged over to properly say hello to you and your moms. Hello, honey. Hi, Cove. He adjusted the surfboard under his arm a little, getting a better grip on it. Hey, if you want to go to the beach, we could hang out there later. Sure, I'll meet you there when we're done.
Cool.
I'll see you, Dae. Yeah. You watched as Cove headed off towards the beach, unable to hide your grin, knowing that you'd be joining him soon. Once everything had finally been taken in and put away, you got yourself ready to meet Cove at the beach. And give me my surfboard. Wow. You've been practicing your surfing more and more lately. I was always ready to go. After grabbing your board and getting everything ready, you headed down to the beach. Have fun, honey. Stay safe. I try to keep these sorts of things as accurate to real life me as much as possible, but I have never surfed. This is more me living vicariously. The most I've done is like boogie boarding, and even that I just shit at. When you arrived at the shore, you were greeted by the crash of waves and the soft calls of seagulls. You took in a lungful of ocean air and felt your peachy skin warm in the sun. You noticed a small setup nearby with a towel, some sunscreen, and a bottle of water. It must be Cove's. You spotted Cove himself nearby. He hadn't gone out to sea yet. He was just sitting in the sand at the water's edge, his board propped up beside him. You showed up beside him. Hey, I'm here. Dae. He looked up at you with a smile and quickly hopped to his feet. I was gonna go in on my own soon. Kinda seemed like you weren't coming. I wouldn't have missed it.
He chuckled shyly at your insistence. Okay. Then he cast his eyes out toward the waves. I'm ready to get in there. Me too. Let's go. You tucked your board under your arm and nodded at him, and the two of you ran into the water together. You paddled out into the sea to where the good waves were. The water was cool against your skin. Not too calm, but nothing crazy. It looks perfect today. He smiled at you, and you couldn't help but smile back. You felt totally content. Until Cove kicked the water a little too hard and it inadvertently splashed you. Hey! I hit you? Sorry. You could tell he really did feel bad that you had gotten caught in the crossfire.
How dare you! Splash him back.
You laughed but waited for an opening to revenge. The second he looked away, you kicked back, spraying him. It quickly evolved into a splash war. You had no idea who was winning at the point when the ocean decided to throw its weight around and douse you both with a tall wave. Cove laughed, his smile infectious. You couldn't help but join in. Draw.
Splash war!
Nah, it's only one. How does that work? You conceded first. That means I win. Cove shook his head and went silent for a minute. It was a sound argument. Eventually, he just shrugged. Fine.
I knew it. I knew it. I'm once again the undefeated champion.
Cove pointed out into the distance. He followed his finger to see some nice-looking waves. Hey, let's get going. You agreed. No doubt there was room for you to do something good. You were ready to have some fun. You started taking on waves. Cove tried out a few tricks and you got into the rhythm of finding just the right waves. Have you ever thought of what the fish and other ocean animals think we're doing here? Have you? Not really. Alright. Good talk, good talk. It seemed that was all he was going to say on the topic. He started to turn away to paddle to the next wave when he spoke again. Oh, that's weird. Cove reached in the water and pulled out something small and brown. Was it a tiny stick? A clothespin? Ah, litter in the ocean. Ah. Who did this? I'm not mad. I just want to know. So I can send you to jail. Cove looked at it with disbelief. He blinked slowly. Then he raised the clothespin with a mischievous look in his eye. I guess it's needed. How else would dolphins hang up their flippers? They've got to be stored somehow. It was terrible on any scale. He giggled shyly and kicked lightly in the water. You played around for the rest of the afternoon and kept chatting in between the waves. You thought about how you had surfed today. You're pretty good. You're definitely improving. A while ago, you never would have been able to ride some of today's waves. You really were learning. If you kept this up, who knew how good you'd be at the end of summer? Cove gave you a lot of encouragement about your performance. What an afternoon. The sun setting was visible on the horizon. Every time you would look away, it had sunk a little lower. The beach was darkening, but still pleasantly warm. You knew you should get out of the water before it was completely dark in the sea. Just go night surfing. Oh my gosh, that reminds me. Sometimes I get like these YouTube shorts of a guy who is blind. You know, he talks about like stories about like, you know, his journey of being like a blind person. And he actually surfs a lot. And what he would do is he would go up to, if he heard a person nearby, he would go up to him and be like, hey, just want to let you know, I'm blind and I'm not trying to like get in anybody's way or anything and stuff like that. I just can't see. And they're like, oh, okay, that's fine. And apparently he would do he told that to one guy. And then like a couple more times he would be telling people this. And then finally he said, you've come up to me like 6 times now telling me that you're blind. I get it. He kept thinking it was a different guy, but it was always the same guy that he was telling that he was blind and giving them the same spiel. And I was like, well, can you blame him? He's blind. You don't know. I'll think about that. Dude was probably just like so confused. Like, oh my god, stop. I know. I understand. But jeez. But he does like a lot of other videos too. And stuff like that. I wonder... I wish I remember what his name was. If I look at him up, will it tell me? Okay, YouTube. Blind... blind guy that surfs. Pete Gustin. That's who it is. Yes, that's him right there. His name is literally Blind Surfer Pete Gustin. That's so unfortunate yet so funny. Yeah. Yeah, he does like a lot of like YouTube shorts about that. And it looks like he does like some like videos as well. I lit my boxing on fire. A blind guy unboxing. Wow. You know what? Good for you, Pete. Be a blind surfer Pete Gustin. That's who it was. I don't get him about YouTube shorts anymore. I keep getting the shorts I don't want to watch. Bring him back. He was one of the good ones I used to get. But alright. You rode one slave wave to get back to the beach. There, you picked up your surfboard and gave it a quick once-over. Cove followed behind you to the shore. He put his board with his other things and grabbed his towel to start drying off. As he ruffled his hair with the towel, you watched the sunset together. The colors were beautiful in the distance, and the shadows around you deepened. There was no need for words between you two as you both enjoyed the sight for a moment. Cove broke the silence. The waves were good today, I think. Yeah, totally. Totally, dude. Surfer boy talk. He nodded timidly. You've gotten so good. Thank you. You couldn't help but smile at the praise. It meant a lot coming from him. You chatted a little more until the conversation truly died out, and you all heard was the rhythmic sound of waves. Then Cove sighed. The day can't be over. Not yet. He scowled into the distance as if the sun exiting the sky was a personal offense. Fuck you, son. Come back up. Don't you think it should be longer? Yeah. Cove stood up straight in defiance of the approaching darkness. I'm not gonna go home yet. I want to go somewhere. I don't know. Cove was still dripping in salt water, so you weren't sure what the alternative was. Wetsuits were flying from the beach, but not much else. It wasn't a good idea for him to lug his surfboard around town either. You'll be real cute in that wetsuit wherever you go. Cove's face and ears flushed red as he looked down and inspected himself. He crossed his hands over his chest self-consciously. He'd been so used to wearing it that Cove hadn't given his current choice of dress any thought. At least that was before you pointed it out to him. Stop it! Stop it! Then he looked down the shore with wide, shining eyes. There's at least one place that's always okay to hang out in, no matter what time it is. The park. You nodded. The park was virtually always empty. Even Elizabeth only went over there nowadays. She was looking for you. It's my park now. How times have changed. She used to be so protected of the place. Need me a surfer cute like Cove, even though I'm afraid of the ocean. Right? I am terrified of the ocean, but I want a surfer like that. In fact, the only person there's a chance of running into might be that Jeremy kid again. You brought the idea up to Cove, and he cringed, but I'm still going. The sun is still there a little. I'm staying on as long as it is. You tagged along. Oh, actually, I've been playing Boyfriend Dungeon on stream recently. Well, I say playing. I played it like once on a session. But I'll be playing it on Saturday again. And there's a surfer boy in that, and he's pretty cute too. I was trying to decide who I wanted to go for in Boyfriend Dungeon. You know, since I'm thinking about Surfer Boy Code, maybe I'll go after him. It's like, where in every universe I pick Cove. Yes, he's the cutest. Yeah, yeah. He's just so wholesome. He's such a guy. Like, I'm trying to pick between Jonah, him, or Isaac. Like they're both so valid. Love them both. Okay, let's go. Cove took a minute to put his stuff in order. He made sure to get it all, though it didn't take much care to shake the sand off. You dealt with your own things. I'm gonna take my time to pack my bag. LMO, for real, yeah. The two of you finished at about the same time. He led the way down the beach to the park. It wasn't far, so it didn't take you long at all. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared just yet when you made your arrival. Cove stuck his surfboard upright in the sand and tossed his towel over top. By now, the two of you were almost dry. The summer breeze on your skin had kept you pleasantly warm. Cove idly went over to the monkey bars. He grabbed them, feet flat on the ground, and pretended to go across. He had definitely grown in the past few years. You could barely use the monkey bars yourself. There wasn't much space at all between you and the ground. When he got to the bar in the middle, Cove pulled himself up and through, then sat on top of the bars. His legs dangled off the side of the bar he perched on. Let me up. Without Cove's height advantage, getting up there was more difficult, but you made it. You climbed on the side of the monkey bars and pulled yourself up to the top. You settled yourself in between two of the slats. The skinny middle wasn't the most comfortable thing to sit on, though you'd enjoy the height it gave you. I like to feel tall. Oh my gosh. I think like the conversation that happens here is like one of my favorites. Guess what? He smiled broadly, like the whole conversation. He smiled broadly and raised an eyebrow. He's not here. Right. That was true. There wasn't a single sign of Jeremy. Looks like it was just going to be the two of you tonight. Cove hung his head and groaned dramatically. Your eyes widened when he whipped his head back up. Ugh! I can't believe how dumb my parents are for forcing me to come to this stupid place. You were taken aback and blinked for a second before you realized he was quoting Jeremy. Parents don't know anything. Cove chuckled back at you, amused. You looked around. The old park, the streets you knew like the back of your hand, and the beach. These were your stomping grounds. You wonder how Cove actually felt. How much was his joke just a joke, and how much was his sincere dislike of this place? Moving had never been his choice. I know you don't think it's dumb. Cove kicked his legs carelessly as he dangled. He smiled softly. I like it here. I really do. It's a nice place. It's spot on. I hate my parents. I hate my mom. I hate my dad. He didn't hesitate. There was no uncertainty. That was his genuine opinion. You're the best thing in the neighborhood, Cove. Ah, I always have to pick this. Cove beamed at you. That is always my favorite. Because he is the best thing here. It didn't take long for the day to finally draw to a close. The sun was gone, and it was dark. You chatted a while longer, but it was definitely winding down. I wish days were longer. I wish this day was longer. So cute, I know. His feet kicked out. It made him look like a pouty child. Oh well. Cove sighed. It was time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars so the thump when his feet hit the ground. You clambered down the monkey bars yourself. You rolled yourself more slowly than Cove and barely made a sound when your feet reached the ground. Cove grabbed his surfboard and threw his towel around his neck. With his water bottle in hand, he was ready. You both began your trek up the road. It was a quiet night and you didn't run into anyone else. And what felt like no time at all, you had reached your street. As you walked, Cove smiled to himself. It was a soft expression, and you couldn't help but wonder what put it there. Everything okay? I just remember when we were younger. It used to be such a big deal to come home after dark. You could indeed recall. If you got sandy, your parents would have something to say. If you got wet, your parents would have more to say. And if you came home after dark, well, your moms and his dad better have said it was okay beforehand. You used to need permission for everything. That small comment made he exposed just how much freedom you really had this summer. Cove looked up into the sky, a small smile still on his face as the two of you walked side by side reminiscing. When you came to your house, you turned to each other. Bye. Thanks for the awesome day. Cove waved, and you both turned around to your respective houses. This was a pleasant end to the outing, you thought. Ah, pleasant indeed. We love it. Oh my gosh, only 3 left. Yeah, it's so hard to pick a favorite moment. Because, like, they all have, like, their good moments in them, too. Good moments within the moments. Yeah, as cute as always. I know, it's just adorable. That's, like, that's the word for step 2, is just adorable. Okay, let's see. Generate. Number 2. We go into the mall. Lee's visit today turned out to be more involved than you expected. After overhearing where the Horton family was going, Lee insisted on seeing Mr. Horton's shop firsthand. An hour later, Lee was busy looking at every item on display. Because Cove's dad offered supplies, lessons, and tours, his shop had all the scuba-related stuff you could imagine. Fins, masks, suits, and snorkels. After circling around the shop, you finally stopped and looked at the whole room. I spent a lot of time here. They can't stop me. They can't get rid of me. The shop was as familiar to you as your own neighborhood. It was practically another extension of home. You were in good spirits. It was a pleasant surprise. You enjoyed showing Lee around the shop. Doing this was better than just telling her about it. Lee was still busy poking through the various wetsuits displayed, so you decided to see what Derek and Cove were doing. They were too absorbed in their conversation to notice you standing near them, leaning against the counter. You were able to pick up the topic quickly. I'm inserting myself into the conversation. My dad told me the new stuff is selling like crazy. Yeah, the material has this new blend with less neoprene. My dad says people were really interested in it. It brought a smile to your face hearing that the shop was doing well. You decided to join the conversation. Those wetsuits with the bright colors are probably popular too. I haven't seen many with that style in other places. I like those ones. Some of them might be too bright. I don't think the point of scuba diving is drawing a lot of attention to yourself. Maybe people just wear them on the beach. Standing out would help there. Your family could always spot you. Go smile at Derek's positivity.
But really, there's just so much to think about with a business. It's crazy. No matter how much I come, I still don't think I get it. Cove hummed and nodded in agreement, causing a good-humored laugh from Derek. I thought you only liked the scuba diving part, not the job part. That's just the best part. I think about other things too. Oh, you think? Just be so fucking rude. Cool. The business side, running it, that's my favorite. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught movement, and you realized that Lee was now standing next to you. When your dad's retired, do you think do you guys think you're gonna carry on the store? Both sons shrugged in unison.
Well,
There's still nothing I could do. My dad thinks so too. He doesn't want me to plan on working here forever. I'm a complex person, Derek. I'm complex. There's more to me than just water. Cove's gaze fell to the floor. You could see the conflict flashing across his face. It's a lot. Being the real boss of something and totally in charge. You know, Mom said that one since I take over. No, I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't want to take over either. Care on a business. I wouldn't want to take over someone else's shop either. I want to do my own thing. And then you think your dad's be taking me over the shop? My shop now. My dad's now. You thought I had two moms? Well, I have two dads too. And I took their shop. No matter what you both do, shop or no shop, you'll be amazing. Yeah. Derek smiled in equal parts, happiness and bashfulness. He bounced on his feet a bit. Thanks, Dae. I'm happy you believe in us. Me too. Derek and his epilogue. 4 parents, the ultimate form. Mm-hmm. Damn, Dae, how come you get 4 parents? Oh, are they like your stepdads? No. They're married to your mom? No. My moms are married to my moms, and my dads are not married to each other. They're married to their own wives. Oh my god. Wait, actually, Mr. Holden isn't married, actually. Only Mrs. Suarez is. So actually, I would have 3 moms and 2 dads, and 1 ex-mom. I think she's still a mom in that case. If your parents divorced, you now have an ex-mom and ex-dad. Co's parents left the back office and came over, catching your attention. Sorry, kids. It looks like it's going to be a long one. I know usually others hold the fort down, but I really need to stay here today. I only just want a little visit. You weren't getting stuck all day because of me. Here you can take my car and go back to the neighborhood. Cove and Derek gave him an understanding look. Mr. Holden crossed his arms and flashed you all a big smile, trying to lift the mood. The one condition is that someone has to remember to come back for me later. You don't get to strand me here, no matter how funny that might be. That's when you say my family is complicated, okay? And listen, it's a lot. I just have parents, okay? I always have somebody to sign the stuff for school. Kira laughed and gave a thumbs up. Mr. Holden seemed satisfied with that. He moved on with the explanation. Derek, your dad also has his hands full today, so he doesn't have time to run you back home.
okay.
That's alright, sir. The tall sir got an awkward chuckle out of Cliff, which was cut short when Kira elbowed him teasingly. You already said I could borrow your car. Why don't I take all the kids somewhere fun for the afternoon?
Absolutely.
That's wrong with me. Just, please, come back eventually. Sometime today, Kira. After multiple jokes about being left with no ride, you had to wonder if that actually happened in their past together. It most definitely did. Look at that smile. Look at her smiling. You know she did that. For you, my good sir, I swear. Cross my heart. Happy with the promise, Cliff took out his black wallet and offered a $50 bill to Kira. Here, in case you need gas or anything else while you're out. Kira smiled knowingly and accepted the bill without hesitation. Thank you. Cove's dad stuck the wallet into his back pocket while he waved with the free hand. Okay, time for me to jump back into work. Have fun for me. Bye, Dad. Bye. Bye, sir. Bye, Mr. Holden. Goodbye, sirs, madams, and most respected guests. Ah, that's me. He left the room with a wink and flare, disappearing into the employees-only area of the shop. I like to imagine, like, the flare is just, he does, like, a little twirl around and just goes back into the back. When Mr. Holden was out of sight, he silently strolled over to the counter and carefully placed the $50 bill in there. Totally. Yeah. A little dramatics, a little spice. She turned back around and beamed a large smile at you and the others. Come on, gang. Let's see if this town has a mall. With a whip of those long gorged locks. Yeah, it just flips it back. Yes. It'd be a crime if he didn't. Like, they're so pretty. He takes such good care of his hair. Especially in step 2. Not that he does it in step 3, but it always changes, you know? Right now, he's like really in his like hair care era. Unable to contain her excitement, Lee actually jumped with joy, while Cove and Derek just grinned. There wasn't a mall in your hometown, but Mr. Holden's store wasn't in Sunset Bird. It might be possible to find a mall out here. Let's do it! Heck yeah! Let's go. She quickly herded the group out of the store into the car. As the driver, I get to choose my partner in crime, my passenger princess. Naturally, I bestow the position of shotgun to my baby. Her comment had both Derek and Lee snickering. Cove rolled his eyes at his mom and opened the front passenger door. Can I be your baby? Can I be your baby too? I will someday. I jokingly complain. Come on, there's gotta be a better way to choose than whoever your own kid is. That's kinda hard to laugh at Akira. Sorry, you get where I'm coming from when you start driving. I mean, I'd pick Cove too, but still. What about me? Pick me. Choose me. You continue your teasing, pout in the back. You'll understand when you're older was the worst excuse. I'll take the middle seat. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want a window seat. You two can have them. Are you cool with that? Well, too bad he is now. Pick me, choose me, love me. Exactly. You thought it was odd that anyone would give up a window seat. I would never give up a window seat. But you knew Derek tried to be especially polite when he was a guest. You nodded. Good. Sounds like we're all in agreement. Everyone squeezed into the car, buckling in, and Kira turned the radio on. She set it to the top 40s pop station. That's my jam. Turn it up. You enjoyed. Quickly recognized the song playing. It was the new one by an artist you were listening to a lot recently. It wasn't long until your group realized that they were lost. But after driving enough circles, Kira's struggle paid off when she found a local mall. There were more cheers from Lee as Kira pulled into a parking spot. Once your group had made it inside, the first order of business on this trip was checking what this mall actually had. Where should we go? Home. I think I see a makeup store up ahead. She rolled up on her tiptoes to get a better view. Meanwhile, Derek was eyeing the direction. Oh, it's the Sephora. the 10-year-old Sephora kids. I'm always passenger princess because I'm in charge of the music, or else we ain't driving anywhere. Give me power over the radio, or else we ain't going. You take the keys. Poke a hole in the tires. You steal the engine until you get the access back. Usually, if I'm traveling, yeah. Give me the music. Usually, it kind of depends. If I'm traveling with just one other person, of course I'm passenger princess, but usually if I'm traveling with like multiple people, I'm usually in the back. Unless I am traveling with my one friend, I am always the passenger princess in her car. I will always sit in there. It's not even like people try to fight for it. They always go in the back because like, that's Dae's seat. It's like, yeah, it is. Are you spying on me? Maybe. I'm sitting there next to the engine as you take it. She wrote up on her tiptoes. Oh yeah, I already read that. My bad. There's a chocolate shop. Seriously, we have to go there. Yes, wait. We need to find a decent jewelry shop. I need new hair ties and barrettes.
Nice.
We've also got to at least look for a game store. There's tons of things you can't get anywhere, but a store that's just for video games. Oh yeah, that's right. Derek's a gamer. We love a gamer boyfriend. But this ain't his route. Hey, what are you thinking, Cove? I want to look at the fish in the pet store. You could have guessed that much. Anywhere else? He smelled with some bashfulness. The bookstore. Can we go to a camping and outdoor supply shop? What about you, Dae? Oh my gosh, there's so many places. Okay. Where else do I want to go to? That's not what somebody already said. I want to go everywhere. I'm fine with that. I guess a clothing shop. You know, we need some more hoodies and jackets. Your game and BF are so underappreciated. They're so cute. Yeah. Like the gamer boyfriends that actually like actively want you to participate in the gaming with them. It's like, oh my gosh, play this game with me. Couples that game together, slay together. Okay, a clothing store. I'll play anything with you, babes. Let's just play together. Yeah, play Animal Crossing. Or League of Legends. The two sides of the spectrum. A whole variety. Okay, that's it. Because I want to go where everybody else wants to go. That's certainly a list. Good thing we have all afternoon. Yeah, I have my own stops I want to make. Let's agree to regroup here at 7 p.m.
What?
You're not coming with us? We're all in the same building. You won't be as alone as you think. I'll only be a few minutes away at most. You're old enough to enjoy the mall without me hovering. Okay.
See you soon.
Be back here at 7 p.m. Toodaloo! They're so like, oh, no, I don't. Oh yeah, let that chaos begin. Hell yeah. No adults, let's go. Yo yo. Leaving Derek and Lee stunned by their newfound freedom, Kira walked off. When she was almost out of sight, Derek's face twisted in confusion. He goes, wait, come back. Wow, she's really gone. Can't believe she just did that. This is so cool. We get to do whatever we want. Let's light this place on fire. You're happy about it. Talk about an amazing opportunity. It really is exciting. With a decision already made, Derek tried to pull together his early enthusiasm for the trip.
So,
Where are we going first? Tom's waiting. Whatever's closest. Things were coming together, but you realize there might be a flaw in today's sudden plans. What's wrong, Day? Did everybody bring money with them? Yeah, I did. I always have some on me when I come all the way out here. Okay, good. Immediately you feel better about the situation. It would have been a downer to not be able to even think about something at the mall because they didn't have money. I'm good. Cove, can you buy for me? Derek was genuinely concerned for a second being banned in the mall, and I mean valid. Yeah. It's like, we're all alone here. Not that everything was squared away, you explored the mall together as a group. There were many shops that you managed to venture into so far. You even went into a clothing store, leaving you with a pep in your step. This was better than you thought, and there was still so much to see. After having hit many of the top priority stores, you found yourself passing by a small booth. It was decorated in wind chimes of various sizes. Oh, here we go. You raised a hand up to one of the smaller ones. What sparked your attention next was Cove. You thought for sure he was going to stop at the booth by the way he looked at it, but he kept going. Do you want one? It wasn't until Lee asked that you realized that you had stopped in front of the booth without saying anything. Lee just continued to encourage you. You should get one. Oh my god. Okay, so I was out with friends yesterday, and my one friend said, oh my gosh, Dae, your toxic trait is that you'll encourage everybody to buy stuff, but you won't buy anything. And I was like, what? That's my toxic trait? Because, like, what'll happen is, like, somebody will be like, I really want this. And it's like, oh, you should get it then. And I just happen to not want anything. She called you. She did. I was like, is that toxic? Encouraging people to get what they want to make them happy? Like, listen, if I want something, I'll get it, you know? She's like, you make us spend all our money and you don't spend anything. It's like, yeah, because I don't want anything. You do. I'm also like, listen, you all are adults. If you truly don't want to get it, don't let me sway you. Why are you listening to me? But listen, if that's my one toxic trait, I guess I'll take it. Probably the most watered down toxic trait ever. It's like, if that's it, then you know what, I'm doing pretty good. Embrace it. Yeah. It's like, alright then. And buy it then. Buy everything. I want one, but for someone else. They had caught your attention, though it was because it might make a nice gift. You wonder if Lee was planning on becoming a wind chime salesperson since she kept pushing it. I have one like this at home, and it makes the prettiest sound. Fishing your money out, you made a decision on what to buy. For Cove. Can I buy this one, please? You smile to yourself, imagining what he'll think of it. Lee raised an eyebrow at that. The shopkeeper carefully wrapped your purchase up and handed it back to you in a bag. You accepted it and then raced off with Lee to catch up to the boys. For Cove, he had picked out a beautiful wind chime that, oh my god, dolphin. You had a feeling he'd appreciate that. To remind him of the dolphin that he slayed in step 1. The balloon dolphin. After leaving another clothing store, one that Lee couldn't resist exploring, you and your friends found themselves walking down the main hall of the mall again. Oddly enough, Cove started drifting to the side. Hey, where are you going? I want to get a smoothie. Rip balloon dolphin. Cove turned around, walking backwards to get a better view of everyone's reactions.
The moment he said smoothie, everyone perked up, remembering there was a popular smoothie place somewhere up around here. You should have said so sooner. As you approached, your eye was drawn to the dizzying list of smoothie combinations. A part of you wondered how long it would take to try them all. Hi there, do you need a rundown of how this works? Yes, please. Okay, first off, you pick up the 3 options of fruit or berries. Then I'll add the ice in the store's special smoothie base mix. It has cocaine in it. And then you'll have your very own smoothie for $4. Now there's only one size. I mean, it's a pretty good size. That's a pretty good deal, I'd like to think. Cove leaned over the counter for a bit. For several moments, he intently studied the plentiful fruit and berry options. I want to get a strawberry banana smoothie. With coconut too. Sounds good. Is anyone else getting something? Can I get one that's just all mango? Of course. I like strawberries, blueberries, and raspberries for mine. Thanks. The shopkeeper looked at you now. I want one. I don't think I'd ever like a smoothie, but in this universe I do. Could I get... Smoothies are kind of like the things that I wish I liked, but I don't. Because they always sound good. Okay, I want pineapple, apple, and bingo. That's it. At that, everyone went ahead and paid for the individual drinks. You waited over at the other side of the booth where the drinks were put when they were done. Derek bounced on his feet, excited for his to be ready. You know, in this universe, I will actually buy things. In this universe, I will get a smoothie. This is gonna be good. Lee chimed in with an own enthusiasm. Listen, people that play games to live through them vicariously, you know, the ones, I play this game to live vicariously through my characters' romantic relationships. Me, I live vicariously so I can buy a smoothie and enjoy it. That's what I do. That's why I play video games. I don't like smoothies in real life, but I wish I did. I'm gonna go in this one. Everybody says our smoothie-based stuff can make any drink great. Cove, while quieter, looked just as eager for his smoothie. Luckily, there hadn't been anyone else before you, so it wasn't a long wait. Yugo collected the fresh drinks as they were placed on the counter. Straws were placed through the opening at the top of the cup, and the first 10 of sips were had. Derek sighed of satisfaction after his taste. Mango is so delicious. Mine's super good too. Cove nodded and hummed in agreement. His straw was still in his mouth. Happy, happy. In this universe, I am happy. This is perfect. Cool. We all made excellent choices today. I love smoothies in 2D, an imaginary ball of a cute visual novel. Yeah. Yeah. Simple as that. Somebody asked me that question in real life. Yeah. Answered that, they're like, what the fuck? Ooh. I want to take, I'm being sneaky. Give me a sip, Cove. I want to taste this smoothie. As you followed alongside Cove for a while, you noticed that even when he wasn't drinking, his straw never left his mouth. He was content to always be in a position for more sipping. You wondered if this plan was forward before it even started. You didn't give up. If there's a will, there's a way. You considered recruiting Lee for help. You knew she would gladly aid you in your cause, but you were still holding out hope for keeping this a solo mission. Looking back at Cove, he was chewing on a straw. Ew. I don't want to sip on it. You considered that he'd likely move his cup if you could find a way to distract him. What you didn't notice right away, because you were too absorbed in thought, was that Cove kept alternating his gaze from looking at you and elsewhere. You feared he knew what you were planning, but you shook that off. He may have known something was up, but not that specifics. You couldn't help but grin to yourself. At that, he raised an eyebrow, and gestured with one hand as if to ask, what, all but still slipping on a smoothie. This time you fought to keep yourself from smiling. You instead tried to look confused. Huh? Cove rolled his eyes and actually let go of the straw. What do you want, Dae? You're staring. I attack. He finished the sentence before he processed what happened. With the drink open, you had simply leaned forward and latched onto his straw. So that's how it is? Pass yours over. Cove gestured towards your cup with his chin, eliciting a laugh out of you. You handed him your smoothie in return. He only took a small sip like you did, and the smile on his lips told you that he liked it. When he looked back at you, Cove was still trying to feign annoyance with your antics. Now we're even. Imagine he took the smoothie. It seemed like he took a small sip, but he actually drank the whole thing in one go. It's like, if that's how it is. No more smoothie. I want everybody else's now. I'm feeling greedy. Hey Lee, can I get a taste of what you got? As long as you let me try yours too. Deal. You and Lee swapped cups and took several sips before swapping back. The berry blend tasted very strong. I don't like berry blends, but in this universe, again, I choose to like it. I also vicariously, because I'm so not sharing smoothie straws IRL. Yeah, but same. I like yours, but I'm really happy I got this. Thanks, Lee.
You're welcome.
I'm always there to help. And then, Derek, I'm gonna leave you out. Give me your mango. Can I have a sip of yours, Derek? You can. He held his cup out for you to take it, but instead it was easier to just lean forward to take a sip from his straw. He blushed slightly at the gesture. That is good mango. Thanks. That's what we do with our fruits. Sharing is caring. Okay. Derek winked, causing a small laugh to escape you. The mango in his smoothie actually reminded you a lot of that fruit bouquet that you had at the start of summer. But yeah, IRL, I would never share, like, a straw with another person. I'd always be like, open the lid. I'll shotgun it. Is that what they call shotgunning, when you, like, don't, like, make your mouth touch the cup? You just kind of, like, hold it overhead and just go, eh. And Derek, you're so cute as well. Yeah, Derek's so precious. I love Derek. Protect him. As your group continued to wander the mall, you came to an area in the path that was wider. Oh my gosh, beep beep. In the center of the opening was a collection of quarter-operated ride-on machines. Derek stopped as soon as he saw them, smiling ear to ear. I want to ride? I think we might be too big.
No way.
We're not that old yet. He eagerly headed over to the machines, wanting to get a better look. Lee went along with it, smiling. I also want to ride. You quickly chased after Derek. He turned his head back at the sound of your footsteps and gave a thumbs up over his shoulder. Reconvening around Derek, you watched as he was focused on the various brightly colored rides. Most were designed to look like real vehicles, but there were also some horse-shaped ones. One of them could even seat 2 people. I call the helicopter. Why? Why not? It's the coolest, and I think it'll move the most. He started digging in his pockets, pulling out whatever money he had left. Wait, is everything okay? I need 4 quarters, right? Yeah. I only have 2. There has to be more between all of us. Hold on. Pockets, wallets, and purses were checked over. Derek still had 2. Cove had only 1. Lee ended up with the most at 3. You didn't have any. You can have mine. Thanks, but you don't have to. It's not enough for me. And even if it was, it'd be dumb to ride while you had to watch. Cove shrugged. He had tried, failed, and looked unsure of what to do next. Ooh, ooh. Do we get all on one, or do we all ride on separate ones? All in one. All in one, baby. Yeah. Could that work? Cove shook his head. It'll be fine. I gotta figure it out. Lee walked up to the car and studied it for a moment. She went all the way around it before she headed back to your group with a big smile. Okay, Derek and Cove get in the car. You'll use the real seats. We about to get kicked out of this mall. They both stared at her unsure, until ultimately they did what she said anyways. They fit, albeit very awkwardly. That was mostly Cove's long legs at fault. Dae, we can climb up on the back part of the car. We'll be right behind the seats. It'll work. This had been your suggestion originally, so you went along with the arrangement. Once you and Lee got yourself situated, everyone passed their quarter contributions to Derek. He leaned forward and slipped the quarters in the machine slots. Jerkily, it moved. There was a chorus of nervous chuckles and giggles as everyone lurched backwards. Lee bent more forward so she could have a hand on the back of the boys' seats to keep steady. Yeah, I'm into it. I love this. Your enjoyment spilled over into deep laughter. This was turning out to be more fun than you expected. We're gonna break it. Don't jinx it. I want to get off. No, you're gonna ride on the ride and you're gonna like it. Cove looked uncomfortable with the whole experience. Both hands gripped his side of the car. We'll live. Hey, it'll be over before you know it. Yeah. Cove didn't say anything more. He held onto the edge of the car tighter as it went up and down and side to side. It was long before Derek's fear of breaking the car was pushed aside. A large smile replaced the concern that had been on his face. Woo, look at us go. Yay! With every buckle of the machine, you kept nearly falling over and bumping into Lee, who laughed every time. You smiled right along with her as you fought to remain upright. You all did the best you could to keep it together during the remainder of the ride, and luckily the car came to an end without breaking. Then you noticed something out of the corner of your eye. You tilted your head to look directly at it, and you burst into laughter. What's funny? You turned your back to the group, and you nodded in the direction of where you were looking. Isn't that one of those machines that takes dollars and gives quarters back? The kind that exists for people who don't have quarters on hand? Everyone's head moved that way and saw that you were right. Derek chuckled awkwardly. That's exactly what that is. We're kind of dumb. We definitely are. We may be stupid. Period. we have to be to miss that this whole time. Well, let's just put this behind us. There's still places open. We haven't been everywhere yet. Here, here. You moved along from one stop towards your next, still jovial from the experience. Strolling into your walk, Lee ran over to a nearby trash can and tossed her a smoothie cup. Derek went after her and threw his cup away. You followed suit and got rid of your empty cup too. Cove was the last to throw his cup away. He took one final sip, making sure he got every last drop. I always hated how when you're doing like the romance, like the crush romance routes with Cove, that if you take a sip of his movie, he won't drink the rest of it. It's like, what the fuck? You don't want to you don't want to do an indirect kiss? It always made me so sad though. I was like, oh my god, he wasted money. And we ruined it. But also just can't help doing it anyway, because it's so cute that he gets so flustered, but I hate the afterwards of it. Now that would be me. Yeah. Like, yeah, you test it. I mean, at least take the straw out and just, like, chug it down. Yeah, it makes me so sad. At least in this universe. He still drinks it. The clock inched closer to 7 p.m. as you all made your way back to the directory. It was hard to believe how fast the day went by. Where do you think your mom ended up today? We didn't see her anywhere. I don't know, she's just like that. Ooh, it's a mystery. Ah, and there she is! Despite having vanished for the entire trip so far, when 7 p.m. hit, you spotted Kira coming right over, waving cheerily. As soon as she was close enough, she pinched Cove's cheek. Hey, baby and friends. Hi, Mom. He pushed her hand back with one hand and rubbed his cheek with the other. Did you have a good day, gang? Yeah. It was awesome. We did so much. It was fun. I loved it. I hated it. No, it was great. There's no hiding your joy. Like the others, you were smiling ear to ear, because today went so much better than you expected. I'm glad we came here. I want to hear all about it during the ride back. She clapped her hands together once, making sure she had everyone's undivided attention. Speaking of that, we better head out. Cliff must be missing us, and you've got to be starving. It's dinner time, and you haven't eaten yet. Yeah. Everyone followed her lead and started walking out the door to the parking lot. Something about what Kira said felt off to you. There are tons of places to eat at the mall. You could have had dinner. You wondered if it was just a good guess, but you could feel your eyebrows raise when it dawned on you. She might have been keeping an eye on you after all. That's pretty slick. If she hadn't made that comment, you never would have known. You found it hard not to be impressed. Although also we could have considered as well as like maybe she would have thought that we wouldn't eat without her too. It's like, oh, we're gonna go eat. We come back, Kira. Oh my gosh, I'm hungry. It's like, oh, we already ate. Like that'd be kind of awkward. I feel bad. Don't leave your mommy out. She's starving. But still, yeah, we'll say that she's like she's been watching from the shadows. Nah, she was like ninja mom. Turn around and go boo, ninja skills. Yeah, she's ninja mom. She's watching from beyond. Not once could you recall even catching a glimpse of her hanging around. Though, now that you think about it, not seeing her ever was suspicious in and of itself. Shaking off those thoughts, you caught up with the others. Given the same seating arrangement as earlier, you all piled into the car and started heading back to the store. The drive went by without any problems as it was filled with chatter about the various things everyone saw around the mall. Soon after you'd arrived at your destination, it was a much faster trip considering this time Kira knew where she was going. Hearing the light jingle of bells from the front door being open, Cliff poked his head up from the back. He lit up at seeing who was here. Hey, sport. Did everyone have an adventure? Hi, Dad. We had a blast. Yes! We found the mall. The mall? Wish I could have joined. He deflated in an exaggerated way. His shoulders sloped. Kira put a hand on his arm and smiled. There'll be other times. Are you set here? Almost. He told him started for real. He then pulled himself together, standing up straight. I need just a little bit more time to finish up. Will you be alright killing time for a bit longer? It's okay. Yes, sir. No problem, Mr. Holden. We can have fun here. Excellent. What a great group of kids. He gave an approving thumbs up and Kira nodded along. I'll give you a hand. I remember the ropes. Why, thank you. They walked side by side to the back room. Before he was out of sight, Cliff stopped and looked over his shoulder. If you leave the shop, don't go far. It's getting late. And then the parents were gone. Let's go to the docks. They're right down the way. Yeah. Oh, I saw those on the way here, and I really want to check it out. Are you coming, Dae? Alright. With a smile, Cove showed the way. Oh, it's so pretty out. Don't fall off, you'll drown. Between the warm summer air and the smell of the ocean, you couldn't ask for a better night. Thanks for letting me come. Me too. I'm happy we did this. Today was great. Cove, your mom and dad are really cool. Really? Totally. Cove looked at Lee oddly. He ran a hand through his hair, and then his puzzled expression cracked with a chuckle.
Yes.
I guess they are sometimes. You continued walking. Every so often you would look up at the sky and see several stars poking out between the clouds. At one point you noticed that Cove stopped, while Lee and Derek kept going on ahead, busily chatting. Initially you wondered if something was wrong, but you quickly noticed that he still looked to be in good spirits. You decided to hang back with Cove. Give you a quick acknowledging look when you stopped at his side. You could taste the sea salt as you took a deep breath of the ocean air. Silently, you and Cove watched the ocean for a little while. There was something about the waves that you always found soothing. You couldn't think of a better way to end a busy day. And then it hit you. The wind chime! This was the perfect moment. Quickly you dug the wrapped package out of your bag. Hey, Cove. He barely replied. Instead, his focus was mostly on lazily watching the sea. The paper wrapping crinkled as you pushed the package forward, trying to make him realize. He finally caught sight of it, and his eyebrows raised up high. Gingerly, Cove accepted the gift. Just seeing the present brought a smile to Cove's face. He carefully opened it, and his whole body brightened as he recognized the chime. Dae, you're so... Talked about saying you seemed to want it. Simply made him... Oh! You suggested that the chime simply made you think of him. It's when the Cove had given you gifts and you wanted to return something. You didn't know what to say now. It made me think of you. Those are the best gifts. It made me think of you. I was like, what? You think of me when I'm not there? Like, you don't have object permanence? I thought it suited you, so I got it. Really? Well, that's all it took? Yeah. Cove's smile seemed to grow even bigger. He looked sincerely happy. You're way too nice to me. I can't even believe it. It's called being in love, okay? Gosh. He started getting shy over his giddiness and put a hand over his mouth. You're so happy that buying the wind chime was the right call. We'll find the best place to hang this. Thanks, Dae. You're welcome. Not much time later, Derek's chipper voice caught your attention. You and Cove both turned your gaze down the pier. What are you doing, Derek? What are you doing there, slowpokes? Get over here. Come on. He looked at Cove the same time he looked at you. You grinned and nodded your head in the direction of your friends. He gave you a small smile in return. Your footsteps echoed against the wooden planks of the dock and into the night as you ran to catch up. I've said it once, I'll say it again. Very cute. We love these moments. Alright, now there's only 2 left. Very big decision right there. It's 50-50. 50-50 chance. Oh, wait, I shouldn't use the number picker. I should use the coin flip now. Coin flip. Okay, so we will make heads growing and tails escapade. So heads growing, tails escapade. Okay, I'm looking away. And we'll click it a couple times. Okay, what is it? It's heads. Okay, we're gonna do growing. We're growing up. Early one afternoon, you found yourself living in the room, in the living room with your family. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but it was too uncomfortable to do anything inside either. The air conditioner was cranked up as far as you could negotiate it, but everyone was still being pretty lazy. You, your moms, and sister were lounging around while the TV blared on in the backdrop, ignored by all of you. You specifically were, always spread eagle. I am starfished on the floor. You stare up at the ceiling, your eyes unfocused and mind clear of all thoughts. No thoughts, head empty. Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan. You glanced over. She was lying on her back on the couch, massaging her calf with one hand. I feel terrible. I'm dying in this house and my legs hurt. Mom looked up from the magazine she'd barely been flipping through and frowned, concerned. Could you have strained them somehow? Elizabeth flailed briefly, then flopped onto her side with a heavy sigh. I don't know, it just hurts. Oh, sweetheart. Mom got up from her seat at the kitchen table and walked over to your sister. She did a light pat on Elizabeth's shoulder sympathetically. So dramatic. She's always dramatic. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Maybe it's growing pains. You could be taller by next fall. Elizabeth scoffed. She didn't look impressed by Ma's assessment. I'd rather be my height forever than deal with this. Little does she know, she becomes the tallest in the family. Mom walked over too, leaning against the back of the couch. Kids, they grow up so fast. Soon Elizabeth will have a home of her own, maybe even with a nice husband and some kids if she feels like it. She sniffed loudly, wiped her eye, but you could tell that it was just a bit. You tilted your head. Even though you knew Elizabeth liked guys, it was hard to imagine her with a boyfriend or a husband. She only seemed invested in hanging out with her group of friends, not chasing after boys. Mom must agree with you, because she shook her head. Let's not exaggerate, she's still practically a child. But if you ever do pursue romance, Elizabeth, you can come talk to me about it. Definitely. We're always willing to lend an ear. Elizabeth's features contorted in disgust. No way! I am not talking to my moms about that. Mom's jaw dropped, and she gasped in an exaggerated display of shock. Her hand came up to the rest on against her chest. Mom only grinned. She didn't look offended by Elizabeth's quick response at all. It really wouldn't be so bad when to come to us. I know what it's like to have a crush on a pretty boy or two. I don't know, but I can listen anyway. Mom snorted her own joke, while Mom burst into giggles. They were having a little too much fun at Elizabeth's expense. Elizabeth certainly wasn't feeling the amusement because she rolled her eyes and sat up. I'm going back to my room. I'd rather not alone. Thanks. Bye. She strolled off towards the staircase, taking the steps 2 at a time. Your mom stared after her, then turned to each other with raised eyebrows. Whoops. Looks like we scared her off with all the romance talk. Oh well. We'll get her next time. You watched them titter with some surprise. Obviously your mom's like women. Is it obvious? How could you tell? But you had no idea that mom liked guys too. Today was the first time you'd heard her say something like that. Ma, I always thought you only liked ladies. You like guys too? I'll turn to you, happy to bring you into things now that you've spoken up. She smiled and nodded. That's right, I like both. But I like your mom most out of everyone. She's special. Ma's smile turned all soft in the corners, like it usually did when she looked at her. She pinched Mom's cheek lightly. Ma reached out a cup of hand over Ma's. Even when Ma stopped pulling her cheek, their hands remained clasped together. Thanks, Lonnie. I think most women have charm, but no one can hold a candle to you. Yes, bisexual's right. Yes. Aw, Pamela. Ma beamed, then kissed Mom on the cheek she'd been pinching before. Cringe. Parents were embarrassing. You slouched down as if that would hide you from sight. Why were parents so like that? Why you like that? Being in love. Ew. Ma looked back to you, letting Mom's hand go with a brief squeeze. She settled down next to you, and Mom followed soon after. You know, I'm also here to listen to you whenever you're ready. That offer isn't just for Elizabeth. She bumped her shoulder with yours, a reassuring smile in place. There's no rush, of course. You can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want. Don't think you have to stick with whatever you come with right now, either. Life's nice like that. It can change and you can learn. Mom nodded her agreement. The two of us are happy to hear you out. And we may be able to relate better than you think. Still, we won't push the topic, at least most of the time. She gave Ma the weakest scathing look possible while being unable to stop grinning. Thanks. I'll think about it. Damn right we're taking the time, man. Ma, this is a slow burn route. LMAO. Exactly. This is the slow burn route. I'm not in love yet. We ain't getting there. That's too fast. Good. That's all we ask for. Ma let out in another exaggerated sniffle. It didn't take a genius to realize it was fake. First Elizabeth and now you, Dae? Do you have to grow up? Yes, children tend to do that from time to time. Your parents quickly grew absorbed in the conversation about rearing kids. Took that as your cue to leave, getting up so you could spend some time alone in your room too. They let you go without problem, so you made your way up the stairs. You let out a sigh once you stepped into your room. It was just as sweltering in there as it was in the living room, possibly even a little warmer. You couldn't even open your window since it was hotter outside, and you just let the AC out. You dried your feet as you crossed the room, and checked your current sweltering condition in the mirror as you passed by it. You thought back to the conversation you'd had downstairs about growing up and all that. After a moment, you stepped a bit closer to the mirror. You stared into it, then turned away from the surface to look down at yourself. Excuse me. It's not the air I'm sucking in my mouth. You're definitely growing, alright. It was weird thinking about how you were now, in comparison to what you'd been when you were younger. When it came to your body, oh yeah, this is like the awkward conversation about, really in detail, who you are as a person. And we got a little bit of chub. You shifted from side to side. We love eating.
Your head's still facing forward. I mean, everybody, no matter what size, loves eating. Sometimes just bodies just be like that. You shift to the side, your head still facing forward, and continuing the self-evaluation from this viewpoint. Okay, this. What you were born has impacted the way your body grew, but it wasn't what really determined who you were. When it came to your figure, your chest was flat now, but that would likely change at least a little as you got older. You tried to imagine what your adult self might be like. You reached over and massaged your scar with one hand, staring intently at it in the mirror. By now you knew that it was there to stay. You took a step backwards, finished with your impromptu inspection. You locked eyes with your reflection, cocking your head to the side. All things considered. Early onset gender feelings. Just want to look different. You broke eye contact with your reflection, your gaze falling to your feet. You shook your head roughly, putting thoughts of what you were turning into out of your mind. This wasn't the time to focus on such things. You had to find something to do in this heat. Let's put that angst away for a minute. You shuffled over to your bed, collapsing onto the mattress, your brows scrunched up in thought. Time passed slowly, and to your annoyance, possible ideas about what to do were few and far between. You weren't sure how long it had been, but eventually you heard your mom call you from downstairs. Dae, there's a call for you. Cove wants to come over, is that alright? Hell yeah. You poked up at the words, sitting up in bed. You yelled back to her immediately. Yeah! You got to your feet and headed downstairs, eager to see your friend. You need to go downstairs soon anyway, because your empty stomach told you it was almost time for lunch. Just as you reached the bottom of the stairs, you saw Mom put the phone back on the receiver. She glanced at Ma, leaning her hip against the kitchen counter. Ooh, uh-oh. What are we about to hear? Well, here comes trouble. We better prepare ourselves. Ma clicked her tongue in clear disapproval of Mom's words. He's such a good boy. Cove never wants to cause trouble. He just does it. He can just be a bit thoughtless and impulsive. Oh, I know. He's very sweet, but that's what makes it more of a problem. If a stranger or some kid from school was egging Dae on to behave badly, I think we can both agree that they'd do the right thing in the end. But if Cove Holden got into a reckless mood and wanted Dae to be a part of the ride, can we really be certain of what call they'd make then? Yes, I think so. Dae helps Cove settle down. He would have gotten himself in even more trouble without them. Cove is walking trouble. I mean, he doesn't know it, but still. I mean, it's true. At one of the moments, he's like, I'm not a troublemaker. It's like, yeah, you are. What the fuck are you talking about?
Thanks.
You have a point. Look, all I'm saying is that I haven't forgotten that time when they were kids and Dae chased after Cove once he ran away. Ma just laughed. As she turned away, still snorting, her eyes met yours. She blinked in surprise, then waved at you with an easy grin. Mom looked over, noticing you at the foot of the stairs as well. Oh, I didn't expect you to come down already, Dae. I just wanted to let you know what was happening. I'm calling you out. Well, if I hadn't come now, then I would have heard everything you said. Ooh, what? You got caught, Pam? What? You were saying things too. I didn't say anything. I wouldn't have told today directly. Oh, you're unbelievable. You shook your head at your parents, even as you fought a blush when you remembered just what they'd been discussing. Alright, you got me. I'm sorry for being gossipy and saying that about your friend. I can be bad too. You're also a troublemaker, Mom. We'll get out of your way now. Mom sighed and mocked defeat and made her own way down the hall. Ma followed after her with a hushed giggle. Now you were alone in the living room, tasked with waiting for Cove. And that was just fine with you. If it hadn't been so hot outside, you would have visited him at his house a long time ago. You took a seat at the kitchen counter and settled in for the wait. As expected, there was a knock at the door a few minutes later. When you got up and answered, your neighbor was standing on the other side. He came in once you stepped aside to let him pass, giving a little wave. Oh my gosh! King and Nico, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Oh my god, and you're number 200 as well. I really appreciate it. OMG, a silly guy. Just a silly little guy. P.S. Thank you so much for helping to reach the follower goal. Oh my gosh. Celebration. Oh my gosh, and we're celebrating here with our boy Cole for it as well. But yeah, I really appreciate that, bud. I did not expect it. Congrats. Thank you. Hey, thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. You know, I never really, when I started this whole thing, I said this when I got 100 followers, but I was like, getting 200? Nah, couldn't be me. But now here we are. And I do appreciate that. And you know what that means? We're on to the next goal now. Start a new one. Change it. Ba ba ba. Next one. There we go. New goal officially set. 225. But yeah, once again, thank you to Nico and also everybody else for hanging out with this silly little bear as they attempt to speak throughout this whole narrating game. And throughout the rest of the time here as well. I really do appreciate it. Get it, yes. Thank you so much for the 100 bits as well. Oh my god. Y'all stop. You're spoiling me now. But thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Gosh, my heart. I can't believe you only have 200. You look so silly and full of mischief. Well, you are right. I am a bit silly and full of mischief. But I appreciate that. Thank you. Listen, I'm just so sneaky. Nobody's seen me yet. But yes, thank you once again, everybody. Y'all spoil the bear. I've been here for just an hour and can confirm all that. Listen, I've only been here for a set amount of time, but listen, it's true. I know that for a fact. Yeah, it's like, oh my gosh, it's like, I don't even know what to say. It's like, I want to say so much, but it's like, oh, my heart, my soul. Y'all make me so happy. A silly bear, yes. Just a silly little guy. A silly little bear. As a reward, I take a drink of my last bit of my water. But yeah, I know I keep saying it, but thank you once again. I cry every time. Well, yeah, and to continue the celebration, we continue to spend it with our boy here. When you got up and answered it, your neighbor was standing on the other side. He came in once you stepped aside to let him pass, giving a little wave. You greeted him as you typically did. Give me the hug. I'm feeling... I got so many emotions right now, Cove. In-game, in IRL, give me a hug. He groaned and wiggled in your arms like a fish out of water. Stop, it's too hard for this. Too bad. Who's the little dude in the corner that looks so sad? No, he's not sad, it's BB. That's just his face. He just looks sad. But yeah, this is... Oh yeah, for all the new people that probably don't know, this is my little guy here. He's BB. He's my little bear bud. And also, he speaks. As well. Okay, as long as he's okay. Yeah, he's okay.
Thank you everybody for 200 bear buds.
Yeah, and you all can make him speak as well. And the channel point redeems. the in-sync reaction. Oh my god, he speaks. But yeah, BB speaks. So incredibly thingy blue. Yeah. But yeah. So I shooketh. It's like, oh my god, the animal, it speaks. Yeah, he has learned the human language because he wants to speak to everybody. Yeah, I assure everybody, he's not sad. He just has that look about him. It's like a form of resting bitch face. But he's always happy to be here. Okay. You didn't take pity on him. You knew he was kidding. If you really wanted to get out of the hug, he would have done it already. You're gonna get my sweaty hug, Cove. My sweaty hug indeed. BB gets a lot of those. I get too hot, but I still give the buds a hug. Eventually you let him go, smirking to yourself. Alright, I'm done. Oh, and yeah, also a fun fact that this BB is not the only bear bud. There are actually a lot more bear buds in the bud universe here. We got Tabby. We got Chef Bread. And we got Bip and Bap that were just recently added as well. I like to do a little art streams. Usually on Tuesdays. Where I like, do like little bear bud concepts and make more characters like that. That I've just recently started getting into again. So y'all get to see more. He's so disproportionate. I mean that in the most affectionate way possible. So incredibly rotund. Yes, when I created him, I saw it in my head. Dodgeball. I want him to be dodgeball shaped. Oh my gosh, art. Yeah, yeah. I try to have an art stream at least once every week. It's not... Sometimes there's like a break in between, but yeah, I try to always have an art stream. Because I like to do arts. little be creative and stuff, you know? Oh my gosh, there was one time where, a streamer I follow, Bill Beeves, was having like a little mascot critique stream where you could submit your mascot and they would critique them. And they pretty much said BB was perfect. And you know what? That's the best compliment I've ever gotten in my entire life. They're like, yeah, he's just a little guy. He's perfect. She's like, oh, thank you. He is perfect. I mean, look at him. Orb. Orb. Gives the best bear hug. So fluffy and sweet. Depending. Yeah. Cove sighed and wiped his face a bit. You noted the sheen of sweat across his brow. He must be glad to be back in the air-conditioned place, even if he only had to walk across the street to get there. Is something going on? Why'd you want to come over? I want to bowl him. Just go whoosh, and then I get a strike. Yeah. I mean, with his arms, like, spread out too, that would also help, like, get more of the pins, too. Just thinking about, like, the Wii Sports bowling. Nice! Man, I miss Wii Sports. I really want to play that again. I always make
I
it.
am indeed rotund enough for a strike.
Yes, you are, BB. You are indeed. You're the perfect bowling ball. But from time to time, I mentioned on stream that I want to get my Wii back up and working and try to stream Wii games. I would only play Wii Sports Resort. That is the best Wii game. My favorite. All the other games that came on the Wii? No. Wii Sports Resort. Oh wait, he's vaguely football shaped. Yeah, vaguely. Depending. I can see it. You can use it for any sport, pretty much. He is just ball. I don't want to do anything. Not when it's like this. He gestured vaguely to the humid air hanging around. I thought I could at least do nothing with you. Oh, you're so sweet. Everybody's so sweet to the bear. His words were nice and expressed real fondness for you, in a strange sort of way, which was usually the case for Cove. Have you had lunch yet? I was gonna do it soon. He shook his head. I haven't really felt like eating because of the heat. I probably should have lunch. I didn't have breakfast this morning. Oh my god. You gotta eat. Great, we can eat lunch together. Food is fuel. Cove nodded, looking content with your suggestion. Okay, cool. As one, you headed into the kitchen. You crossed your arms as you glanced around, wondering what you should scrounge up for a meal. I don't want to eat anything that's warmed up. Is there something cold or not cooked? Yeah. Sandwiches. After a bit of back and forth, the two of you concluded that you should raid the fridge and cabinet in order to make sandwiches. With that settled, you had planned to decide on the outside layers first. There was a wide variety to choose from, since everyone in your house had their own favorites. There was white bread, wheat bread, sourdough, mixed grains, gluten-free bread, and pita pockets. Could you take the grain one for me? Sure. You reached for the mixed grains. That made your decision. I want... Oh, lettuce wraps are good. I like to eat with lettuce. You went to the fridge to get a lettuce wrap too, setting both items onto the counter. Then you had to decide what main direction the sandwich would go in. Savory. What? I can't have a sweet sandwich with my lettuce wrap? My gosh. That's rude. Something savory will make it feel like a real meal. As for the specific ingredients, I want turkey, and I want, a little tomato, and also some, mozzarella. Maybe avocado? Maybe not avocado. You know, I'll leave out avocado. Okay, condiments. For the finishing touch, you intended to top your sandwich with mayonnaise and salt and pepper. That was everything. Mayonnaise? Mayonnaise gotta be my #1 condiment. I eat it with everything. Well, I say everything, but not really everything. Most things, I would say. You nodded to yourself with a quiet hum, satisfied. The two of you bustled around the kitchen, opening and closing things in order to collect everything you needed for your individual sandwiches. You focused intently on assembling your own for the most part,
When you were close to being done, though, you glanced over at your neighbor. Cove was putting his sandwich together delicately, his brow furrowed and his tongue sticking out just barely. There were open jars of peanut butter and honey near his plate, as well as a banana peel. So he was making a peanut butter, banana, and honey sandwich on mixed grain bread. I always thought that kind of sounded good, but I'm not really a big peanut butter person. But I would try a peanut butter banana sandwich, especially with honey too. I feel like that sounds pretty good. I didn't think much of it. It's not surprising or interesting. It's a sandwich. Curiosity satiated, you turned back to your plate and finished your own creation. By the time you were done, Cove had already cleaned up his workstation. He turned to face you, studying your sandwich briefly. A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You guess it didn't look inedible to him, at least. Done? Yeah. He waited as you quickly returned to the ingredients and cleaned a few utensils. Then the two of you collected your respective plates. You both agreed on heading upstairs to hang out in your room. You and Cove entered your bedroom while balancing your food on the plates. Nothing fell, so it was a successful trip. Cove took a seat on the ground, stretching out on the hardwood floor in an attempt to keep it a bit cooler. Ugh. He immediately took a big bite of his sandwich, chewed, then hummed happily. The sandwich is really good. At least that's something. At this point, you sat down and started on your own sandwich. I love my sandwich. Obviously, you were a pro at making sandwiches. The top one.
I'm just a little dude.
There we go.
A silly friend, a darling fellow. I have indeed graduated from the University of Clownery and Jest, for I am so very unserious.
Oh my gosh, B, you graduated? Where are you keeping your degree at? But I believe that. I believe you. Give us your degree. We'll put it in a frame. We'll hang it up on the wall here so the other bear buds can see. Clownery and Jest. It's behind his ears. Aw. He keeps it behind his ears. He's so precious. He's such a precious boy, BB. We're so proud of him. On his graduation. I give him a little graduation cap. Wait. I wonder if I can find one real quick. Wait, is this a real PNG? No. Wait, this one. 1 second. This is very important. I assure you. Okay. Where is it? Oh god, where is it? Oh my gosh. Why do I save it in this? Oh, here it is. Bam, 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 bam. Why is it so big? Bam, 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 bam. Is that the graduation song? Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Perfect. It fits you just right, BB. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yeah, and you can wear that for your celebration. Our boy! Our boy, BB! That's my boy! Take a picture. All of us screaming in the crowd as he gets his degree. Wow! They grow up so fast. I know. It seemed like just yesterday we were dropping him off on his first day. You know, here he is, graduated. I'm so proud. I couldn't be prouder. Good job, BB. You will always be our little guy, our silly little guy. He leaned back on his hands while chewing and glanced around. His every movement was sluggish. Want to do something? It seemed the plan of not doing anything at all had already worn thin, despite his lack of enthusiasm. Like what? He rolled his head back, looking up at the ceiling. What about tic-tac-toe? Wow, I feel like yesterday we were the size of a tennis ball, except for his arm. They stayed the same. Oh my god. He finally grew into him, except they're still a little bit disproportionate. At least he can manage to move around a bit better. He used to walk on his arms because his legs were too small. Just imagining that. Our little guy with his big ass paws.
Yeah. I still have his baby pictures. One day I'll show them. We all get to see little tennis ball BB. Alright, you left the suggestion but went along with it. You put your plate to the side and pulled out some markers and scrap paper. As you laid everything on the floor, he scooted back to make more room in front of you. Ko picked up one of the markers with his right hand, while keeping a half of the slice of a sandwich in his left. I want to be X's, so you can go first. I think it's fair. Okay, that works for me. I love the expansive BB lore. You'll get all the BB lore here. You prepared to note down your first move, your marker hovering over the paper. Another portion of the BB lore is occasionally, apparently people come into the woods and they try to, like, get him to sign on to, like, their timeshares and their scams, and he always does. But what they don't realize is that BB doesn't know how to write. He's starting to learn, a little bit. But I always say, just don't sign my name. He's like, why would I sign your name? It's like, just stay that way. Stay that way. Right in the middle. After the first round, you were about to take another bite of your sandwich when a thought occurred to you. I wonder if anyone turned off the TV downstairs. The TV, it was on earlier, but no one was really watching, and everyone started leaving the living room. I know I didn't turn it off. It might still be on downstairs with no one there. Ko smiled crookedly at that. Poor show, playing with no one around to enjoy it. What was it? It squinted off into the middle of the distance, trying to recall the show's name. It was Bluey. I feel like it was some kind of crime-solving drama. It was not Bluey. Cove nodded sleepily, his eyes closed, then opened again with some effort. Can you give any specifics? Maybe I can guess it. Well, you rested your chin on your open palm, groggily thinking as hard as you could. I remember there was a woman with long, blonde hair, I think. She was the one solving crimes, like, as a detective or something. There were scenes at a police station, because someone got arrested. You lapsed into silence, the both of you thoughtful, then Cove chuckled. It wasn't that funny, but you joined in the laughter anyway.
I don't know.
I don't know what it is. Me neither. I just saw it. Oh shit. I need to like do it in a way that nobody does. I win. It was one of the NCIS ones. Yeah. NCIS. I always wondered if they were actually like referencing an actual show with that. Shit, I don't know. Another round came and went, and Cove grumbled as he oh wait, I do win now. As he readjusted himself. His features were twisted in a grimace. I feel so sticky. I'm gonna be stuck to this floor forever now. I'll have to charge you rent then. Yeah? How much? $50. I can't afford that. And well, you gotta pay up if you want to stick around. Listen, nobody can afford their rent. But they still gotta live somewhere. Cove shook his head at your terrible pun, and went back to the game instead of answering further. I'm sorry, I'm distracted. What? Nico, what the fuck? Got the booba on the mind. Then you returned to the game. Ha ha ha! You've fallen into my trap card. Well, if it's a blonde woman, it makes me think of the medium, but I don't remember that being in a police station. Or maybe. She's in the police station. Trying to speak to the ghost of the murdered victim, murder victim. What am I trying to say? He's so green. He's just a green little guy. Little green goblin. Cove spoke once more, catching your attention. He was peering down at the piece of paper between you, his expression thoughtful. Murmur victim. It's the murmur victim. The murder victim. Don't be mean to me. Sound it out. Murder victim. She's trying to contact with the murder victim. Who did it? Who in this lineup killed you? And the twist. It was the police officer. Dun dun dun. Imagine. What a twist. Catching your attention, he was peering down at the piece of paper between you, his expression thoughtful. You know, tic-tac-toe is such a weird name for a game. What does it even mean? Maybe they named it that because people play with ticks and tacks. Cove raised a skeptical brow. You bit back a laugh and feigned seriousness. Makes sense, because they probably didn't have a paper markers back then. But what about the toes?
You couldn't say anything to that. He had you there. With no answer to be found, you returned to the game. Listen, they just got the toes, you know? 10 plot just never been done before.
Never been done. So unexpected. You'll be on the edge of your seat when you find out.
You couldn't say anything to that. He had you. Oh, I already said about that. My bad.
I win.
Loser.
Who was the culprit?
I like to buy a valve.
I like to buy one vowel.
Oh. Another valve. Oop. You won. Were you even trying? Not really. Ah. But I'll take the win anyway. He smiled at you in an amused way. We somehow weren't surprised by that, despite Cove being the one who suggested the game in the first place. He started to yawn, his hand came up to cover his mouth. It quickly transitioned into a small laugh. You understood why. Knowing just as he said he was feeling disinterested was kind of a funny coincidence. You left along with Cove. Cove just grinned and flopped onto his back, leaving his marker on the floor beside him. You stayed seated, looking your friend over as he stretched himself out. You really are so tall now. Cove snickered a bit at the random topic. He propped himself up onto his elbows to meet your gaze. Why are you even bringing that up? He shrugged. It made perfect sense to you to bring it up. Moms were talking about me and Elizabeth growing up, getting bigger and stuff. What kind of stuff? Well, Mom only likes women and Mom likes women too, but not just women. Yeah? So the two of you were engaged in conversation. Cove got back into a sitting position. He brought a knee up and rested his arm atop it. A wistful expression overtook his face. I wonder when I'll know how I feel about that kind of thing. You don't know? Cove shook his head. I've heard at some point you're supposed to start liking types of people. Guys or girls or whoever.
I don't know.
But I haven't. Nothing's changed. Maybe I have to grow up more. Maybe you just don't like anybody. Or maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. The demisexual representation. Cove seemed to appreciate that thought. If the smile that appeared on his lips was any indication. Okay, what about you? Who do you like? You? No, we're not there yet. It's still the slow burn route. He turned his attention to you, looking encouraging. You're starting to have physical attraction in a general way. You're romantic. I always pick these. But specifically when it came to how you felt towards boys. Yeah, I'd probably be happy with a boy. Maybe all girls. Happy with a girl too. And people who are non-binary, them as well. No one can escape. You returned to your attention to Cove. He was waiting patiently for your response. I explained it. He nodded understandingly at your attempt to describe how you felt. It was nice to have people who supported you when it came to who you liked.
But you still wondered what he thought about who you were. Give me that assurance.
Romantic escapades are not limited. You will all be mine.
Exactly. You will all be mine, one way or another.
Hey, what do you think about how I am? I'm not the gender people thought I was when I was first born. Oh. You held your breath as Cove processed what you asked.
It's nice.
I think everyone is different when it comes to how they are, and they're different in different ways. It's nice. It was a very simple statement, but you felt good hearing it all the same. A simple but true statement.
Okay.
Everybody's different. And that's okay. What are you thinking about? I mean, are you okay? No. Bring in the angst. He leaned a bit closer and peered into your face. It seemed that your question might have made Cove start to worry about you. I'm not sure. The look of concern remained on Cove's face, but he nodded. Thanks for telling me, Dae. I want to listen to you about your feeling and everything, if I can. Yeah, I'm glad you do. Give me another sweaty hug. When you wrapped your arms around his neck, he reciprocated easily by hugging you tightly around the back. Soon the heat made it unbearable to continue, but it comforted you all the same. And he scratched the back of his head sheepish. I'm not really sure how we ended up talking about all that when we started out just playing tic-tac-toe. But it was good, I think. I think so, too. Slow burn is slow burning, alright.
And really do be slow.
Cove chuckled a little bashfully. He glanced around, clearly scrambling for something else to say. So have you gotten it to make any progress on your artwork recently? Yeah, actually, I'm really glad you brought it up. The conversation took a lighter turn after that, and it felt like you got closer that afternoon. Finally, the blazing sun began to set. To your relief, the air cooled down a bit as a result. You pulled yourself off the floor, as did Cove, with some minor complaint. You both stretched your arms, groaning, and yawned into your hands. You glanced out your window briefly, taking in the soft reds, pinks, and purples of the late afternoon sky. Somehow, you made it through the scorching hot day in one piece. Cove turned towards you, motioning towards your window with his chin. Want to go outside? It might be better out here than it is in here now. Sounds good. I could really use some fresh air. The two of you took your time heading downstairs. You stopped briefly to grab a drink of water, then continued on your way. You stepped outside, one after the other, your destination being the familiar hills behind your house. This time of day, it was quiet outside. The flowers blew gently in the wind, petals trembling but stubbornly hanging in there. You felt the breeze cool your heated skin and you relaxed your shoulders. Cove closed his eyes, releasing a deep breath. I really love it out here. You do? Not surprising. Your opinion sure has changed since you were first on this hill. Yeah. Cove chuckled, not even attempting to deny your words. A beat passed, but his gaze didn't stray from your own. His voice was impossibly soft when he spoke up again. I'm glad I met you, Dae. You're really important to me, you know. Cove, you special. You're special to me, Cove. Your voice came out equally delicate. From the way his features brightened, though, you knew he heard you. Then Cove rested an arm on one of your shoulders, leaning against you. Even as the sun disappeared completely and the sky darkened, you and Cove remained side by side for as long as you possibly could. Oh my god. You special, and I love you. But already, there's only one moment left. And then we are done with step 2. Save. Burning! It's so burning! It's like all the, it's like, on one hand, it's like, oh yes, we are the best of friends, and the other one was like, oh my god, the slow burn is too much. Just get together already. It's like, no. It needs to be the slow burn. It needs to sizzle more. We really need to let it sizzle. Alright, escapade. You looked up, noticing the sun was finally setting. You've been trying to delay the end of the day for as long as possible. I honestly, escapade is probably... I say this about everyone, but I don't know. Something about escapade is just like really special to me. I don't know why, but it just hits. The evening breeze tickled your nose as you sat on your front porch, munching on fresh watermelon slices. Watermelon's okay. I mean, if it was a TV series I have in my mind, it would definitely be a slow, sizzling, delicious burn. 5 seasons, and finally the finale they get together. Imagine. You're debating on whether or not you should eat another slice. It was an alright sweet snack, but you were still content from dinner. You turned to look at Cove. You both have been sitting in comfortable silence for a while now. He sat next to you, close enough for your shoulders to touch. Oh my god, so close. He was happily absorbed in his thoughts and his own slice of watermelon. Chuckling, you watched as his face twist in discomfort. He had to stop chewing to spit out a seed into a bush. I bet I can spit seeds farther than you. Immediately, you shoved the majority of what was left of your watermelon into your mouth just to get a seed to prove your point. Just like shoving it, unhinging my jaw, shoving it in. Must watch TV episode in history. Cove and MC getting anything a confession, right? It's the #1 views. As soon as you could, you sent the seed sailing into the middle of the street. Did you see that, Cove? Cove burst into laughter that slowed into a weird wide grin. You could tell he was equal parts surprised and impressed. Just the most feral, inhaling the watermelon, just spitting it out and immediately turning. Did you see that? Did you see how far it went? Can you do that again? I didn't see where it landed. Of course I can. You popped another seed into your mouth and focused on where the last one landed. Setting the seed free, you got it to go even further this time. Not bad. Not bad. You had Cove chuckling again. It was taking a lot of focus to say looking serious and not to break into laughter yourself. I'd like to see you try. I will. Cove took in a mouthful of watermelon, face grimacing when he had the seed. Then his expression morphed into a focused look and he sent the seed flying, landing in a similar spot to yours. Wait, you gotta do too. I need another try. He spoke before you could even comment on his non-victory. His determination got you laughing. He quickly sent another closer to where your second one landed. Seems we're evenly matched. For now. For now. For the next several minutes, you both kept carving seeds out from your slices and giggling at the ridiculousness of the competition. Eventually, a truce was called, and you both went back to eating the neglected watermelon flesh. Flesh. I wonder if I'll have another slice after this one. That's your third one already. Is that bad? It tastes really good. I have to. Unable to resist, you knock the mostly finished slice out of his hand. Hey! There was no chance saving it. He was fully unprepared to defend it. The watermelon slice slapped on the ground, accompanied by a fit of your laughter.
Seriously?
What was that for? There wasn't much left. You wanted another anyway. Pouting, Cope decided to give you the silent treatment. He even refused to look at you. I'm sorry. There's still more, so I thought it wouldn't be a problem. Okay. Remaining mad over his lost snack seemed to be too tall of a task, and his eyes quirked up. It was pretty funny. I'm gonna do it again, too. Slaps the one he just grabbed out of his hand. The two of you were able to smile together again, and he did take that fourth piece. A little while later, Cove flinched, making a confused sound. He slowly put his current slice down on the plate next to him. You okay? Yeah. He stood up, head tilted back to look at the sky. His feet took him to the middle of the street. Did you notice anything? What do you mean? I felt a raindrop. The sun's still out. You put down your watermelon slice and hopped off your front step. Immediately, you felt a tap of water on the crown of your head, making you yelp. You're right! Cove was still staring up at the sky, and you watched as he began blinking more rapidly. When he finally turned in your direction, his face was bemused. It's a sun shower! It's sun raining, bro! It seemed crazy, but soon you couldn't avoid the drops that began increasing into a light shower. Booming with laughter, Cove kicked off his shoes towards his front door and reveled in the... Oh my god, not again. Reveled in the moment. You were excited. You closed your eyes and threw your head back, letting the rain shower over you. The cool drops felt so right off the warmth of the day. Feeling energized, you ran over to Cove and laughed at how soaked he already was. Not that he cared, because he was busy spinning in the middle of the street. Following his lead, you spun yourself until you were dizzy. Just as suddenly as the sprinkling started, it stopped, and left you dripping with the smell of wet asphalt and soil tickling your nose. Cove caught your eyes, running a hand through his wet hair, combing it back. He frowned. It's over. The drops of rain clinging to his face almost could have been mistaken for tears. He sounded that disappointed. I wish it lasted longer. Even just a few more minutes. And then a few more on top of that. He looked at you with such enthusiasm that you couldn't help but chuckle. You then looked over at your door and sighed. You knew Ma wasn't going to be happy to see you trailing water into the house. Cove rubbed his arm awkwardly. He must have been thinking the same thing because he watched you sympathetically.
It's okay.
You can drive at my house if you want. My parents won't mind. You're the sweetest guy I know. Thanks. It's not a big deal. No, it is a big deal. You're still sweet either way. It is. I could already hear my mom's cries over my wet footsteps being all over the halls. I know. It's okay. Cove led you inside and you stayed close to him. We have a ton of spare towels. I've just got to dig them out of the hall closet. What should I do? Just hang out in the living room. Okay. And maybe don't sit on the couch. You answered him with a slight smile. Yeah, good idea. Sucky couch. With that, Cove disappeared and returned in no time, towels in hand. Here, thanks. You accepted one and began to pat yourself down. A sudden call caught both your attentions. I thought I heard voices. Cove's mom strolled into the living room with a curious grin. What happened here? You're both wet. There was a sun shower. Badass. Badass. Cove smiled back at his parent. He came inside to dry off. My mom still want me going into my house when I'm wet. So I told Dae to come back here. It was very sweet of you, baby. She ruffled Cove's wet hair and laughed at the drops of water that shook off. Then a light came to Kier's eyes. I have an idea. Why don't we go for a drive? It has to beat standing around the house, and you'll air dry in no time. Cove only offered a shrug and a bent smile to his mom. He looked at you for a real answer. Hell yeah, badass! Let's do it! Fun! This'll be good. Kier pulled out her cell phone from her pocket to call your moms. They had swapped numbers early in the summer. Head on out to the garage. I'll meet you there in just a minute.
Sorry.
Sorry, my mom can be so pushy. She gets some ideas in her head, and that's what she does. That's okay. Thanks for letting me come. I didn't do anything. That wasn't true at all. Would you let him get away with it? This time. Come on. Cove led you to the car, and Kier wasn't too far behind. Okay, into the back, you two. Once the three of you were situated inside, Kier started it and drove out of the residential area. When she hit the main road, the car sped up and she rolled the back windows down all the way. Hey! Oh gosh, every time I would be in the car, I know I said earlier, I'm usually in the, like, the back seat, but it's also because, I would also put the window down all the time and stick my head out like a dog. I just like feeling the wind, like, whip through my hair and stuff like that. Although, if I were to do that, but, like, people, like, crowded in the back seat with me, they'd always get so mad at me. I remember one time I was in the back with, I was pretty young. I think I was, like, away for, like, something for school related. Or some kind of event related, and I was sitting in the back with, like, 2 of my friends at the time, and she was sitting one of them was sitting in the middle, and I was sitting at the window seat, and I had it all the way down, and all of a sudden, she, like, reached over and pulled it all the way back up, and I looked at her, and her hair was such a mess, and she was just kind of glaring at me, and I was like, oopsies! And that's just, I can't help it, I love the feeling. she was a little pissed. I try not to do it when there's, like, a bunch of people in the car. But I still do it. Cove started laughing as he kept trying in vain to keep his hair from flying into his eyes too much. Meanwhile, you closed your eyes as the wind whipped against your wet clothes. I said this drive was going to be good for getting air dried. Yeah, but I didn't agree to this much air. Cove tried pressing the window button, but nothing happened. His eyebrows furrowed in frustration. You disabled the back? Sorry, can't hear you. Smiling deviously, Kira turned on the radio and turned it up to be heard over the wind. You laughed and you enjoyed the event. You yelled into the wind and burst into laughter. Looking over at Cove, you saw him relax. He seemed glad that you were having fun. Oh, and there go the papers. And then something struck the side of your leg. Several papers were freed from under the car seats and were blown about. Oh, they can't go out the windows. Cove began to haphazardly reach around the space and try and get it all back under wraps. Amused, you helped. Mom, close the windows! Kira offered no response other than a chuckle. She just kept driving. Cove snatched several of the papers out of the air, and you caught others, preventing most of them from flying out the window on your side. You showed Cove your collection while grinning wildly. I think we got pretty much all of them. You figured if they were sitting out in the back of the car, they couldn't be important enough to get upset over, but Cove continued to look annoyed. Oh, imagine one of them was like their birth certificates or like the deeds to the house or whatever. They just blow out into the wind, gone forever. Your smile started to slip, and his expression softened. I hope so. Thanks for helping. The sun set completely, and at that, Kira rolled up the windows. Cove let out a big sigh and released the random bits of paper he had in fists. OMG, not the birth certificate. Yeah, imagine. My mom is crazy. He ran a hand through his wind-blown hair and laughed with a bit of exasperation. You felt good. The evening had really turned out to be more interesting than you expected. Grinning, you were happy with your odds with whatever else happened next. Cove watched you with interest until his focus was taken by a new comment from his mom. I bet you're not feeling damp anymore. No, but now I feel tricked. So Cove. Yeah, you didn't tell us you'd trap us like that. My bad. Kira continued driving. The radio volume was adjusted for the closed windows, and everyone was sitting more comfortably. Kira lowered the sound even more after pulling into a red light. She took the chance to turn around, and you caught her coy smirk. Does anyone know what we drove past during the dry cycle? No. A movie theater. Okay, most places have one somewhere. It isn't that late, you know. We can probably still catch a show. Really? Really, Mom? We don't even know what we'll be playing. That's what makes it fun. I want to see a movie. Both of you? At 2 day. When you go see the movies. I love going to the movie theaters. I don't get to do it that much. Late night movie, yes! Yes! It'd be so much fun! He seemed hesitant. You gave him a smile, and Cove eased up a bit. Aw, don't get me wrong. I'm not advocating impulsive behavior every day, but it's important to seize the moment when you can. You might never have another night like this. And don't worry, Dae. I said I'd watch you for the night, not just 10 minutes or so. I'll put your parents in the loop about hitting the movies as soon as we get there. I didn't bring any shoes. It doesn't matter. But how am I going to go inside barefoot? Sneak through quick. No one will notice. You can do it. Just this once. You bounced in your seat excitedly that it was actually going to happen. Kira was right. You never got to do stuff like this. Kira drove into the theater parking lot and shut the engine off. With the unbuckling of her seatbelt, she ushered you and Cove out. Despite being hesitant to leave, once outside, Cove burst into a sprint towards the cinema. He's going. He's running. The anxiety song playing behind him. Yeah.
Dunda, dunda, dunda. I mean, I don't think there's rules about footwear, Cove. Yeah. Just don't be naked and they'll probably let you in. You hurried behind, but you figured the cold tarmac on his bare feet was what was fueling him on ahead. Honestly, I feel like probably some people will probably take their shoes once they get into the movie theater too when they're watching the movie. Because you want to be comfy, you know? Inside, you noticed there were no lines. All the current shows had already started. Kira paid that no mind and strode up towards the counter with some words of encouragement. A third of the running time is ads these days. We haven't missed anything. Meanwhile, Ko stood next to you awkwardly. He shifted from one foot to the other and constantly kept looking around. Here, let me stand on your feet with my shoes and then they won't notice. His shady behavior would have put him much more likely to get caught than standing still would have, if there were people around to really notice. That was pretty goofy. Such a goofy guy, Cove. Offered him your shoes. You know, I want to see. They probably wouldn't fit someone of his size, but still. I can give you my shoes. His eyebrows rose at the offer, then his expression softened to an appeased smile. That's really nice, but I think we'd get caught for sure if we started changing shoes out in the middle of the lobby. Alright, suit yourself. Sitting a sigh of relief out of you. Kira returned with the tickets in hand. She quickly herded you and Cove towards the showing room. I am so sorry for the little hiccup, but hold on. We're almost made it home free. Once we sit down, it'll be smooth sailing. The lights were already off in the showing room, but the movie hadn't started yet. The upcoming movie trailers were still playing. We opened my friends to see a movie, and just as we were about to enter, we realized the tickets we bought were for another cinema. What? What? Another cinema? So you pretty much just, like, snuck in. You got in there for free. That's kind of crazy, though. Oopsies. Did you stay and watch it anyway, or did you go to the other one? It's like, oh, we're already here. Yes. Keeping her volume in a hushed tone, Kira couldn't help but burst with excitement over your luck. You followed her down the walkway until she spotted open seats in the middle-ish area of the theater. Hell, that would have been better, but instead we rushed to the other one. Aw, damn. But still, that do be funny though. Kira pointed at the seats, looking over her shoulder at you and Cove, waiting for input. Cove nodded, and you decided to give her a thumbs up, and she led the way. When you reached your seats, Kira sighed contentedly. Cove gave a sigh of his own and lifted his feet to sit cross-legged instead of keeping them down on the floor. He then leaned over and whispered to you. Do you have any idea what movie this is? No, I didn't hear the name or anything when your mom bought the tickets. Oh boy. But I thought about it because Kira said the ads, and that's what saved us, because we arrived just as the movie was actually starting. Oh, you know, that's pretty good timing. Like, you arrived just as like it was actually there, so you didn't have to even wait to watch it. That's pretty good. After a couple more previews, the main event began. It dawned on you quickly that it was a horror film, one about a group of students being haunted by dangerous ghosts. Oh, I'd be a little nervous in a horror movie. I don't really watch horror movies. I watch a lot of kill counts in like movie recaps, but that's about it. I don't really like watch them right off the bat. I'm still nervous to do like horror animes even. So I'm a little nervous. You struggle a little bit. It was one thing to go see a movie you knew about nothing about, but a horror movie? That was an entirely different story. You know, it was eating at you that you had no idea what kind of scare you should be bracing for. Glancing over at Cove, you noticed that he looked less than thrilled with the movie. He bit down his bottom lip and he stared at the screen with trembling eyes. Cove had never been a fan of ghosts or intentionally frightening things. That was something you learned about him early on. Oh, my best bud is afraid. I am no longer afraid. Let's hold hands. Your fingers wrapped tight around his and he jumped slightly at an unexpected touch. But expression softened when he peeked at you out of the corner of his eyes. He watched you with an unspoken question written all over his face. Will you be okay? Yeah. He gave your hand a squeeze to silently voice support. That made you feel good. Sometimes the other people in the theater screamed or jeered, or clapped depending on what was happening. I'm the psycho that laughs in horror movies. Let me tell you, not fun for my friends. They're sitting there terrified at the movie. You sit there sitting like laughing like a psycho. They look over at you. Oh my gosh, are we in the horror movie now? No, some people really like horror movies. Like some people like there's like a really like strong like horror movie community. Like it is a genre that people really love. Like they even have like conventions and stuff, don't they, for like that stuff too? Like you don't really see that with any other movie genre. Well, maybe like sci-fi and fantasy, but like romance, comedy, not really.
So it's nice that people had the movies they like. I just don't participate with the horrors. Your heart was pounding in your chest when the movie finally came to an end. The main character resolved the hauntings, but in the dark conclusion, they didn't make it out alive. LMAO was so true. Yeah. I always get sad with horror movies too, because they have endings like this where like no one gets out alive. It's like, no, I want there to be a happy ending. And horror movies always be killing the dogs too. Like, leave the dogs alone. You stayed to let the credits roll, and for the theater to clear out. Then it was time to head back to the car. Both you and Cove took the same seats in the back of the car again. Even though it was late, Kira was exuding an optimistic energy. We survived it! Your nerves were still calming down from the movie. Cove gave you a worried glance, and then a hard look at his mom. A movie was never going to kill us. It was going to make us unhappy. She deflated a little at the chastising. Sorry, gang. I didn't know it'd be that bad. It made me really tense. I guess that's the point of horror stuff, but I kind of don't want to have to feel like that. If the dog dies, it's instantly a 0 out of 10 movie. Yeah. I agree. Let the dog live. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not for everyone. You never decides defensively at the attempt to encourage him. Yeah, it wasn't just me either. Aw, Dae, how are you feeling? It was scary, but I had fun still. Kira smiled a little more at that. I'm glad. I still can't believe they died. It's nice when things aren't all obvious and you don't really know how it'll end until you see it, but I wanted it to go better. Happy ending. I let it all fall apart when it seemed like things could be okay. I saw it coming. Lame. We wanted to be happy. Happy. They fall in love with the ghost and get married instead of them killing each other. Yeah. You and Cove spent the rest of the car ride absorbed in conversation about the movie. So, who's hungry? You were surprised when you realized Kira didn't drive you home, but to a drive-thru burger restaurant instead. Me? Yeah! That's the spirit. Get whatever you want. McDonald's. Oh, I want everything. Maybe not everything. I want a, chicken sandwich or chicken nugget. Definitely mozzarella sticks. And a milkshake. And french fries. Home street breakfast at midnight? Hell yeah. Why not? I mean, it's the next day after all. Technically, it's morning. Ooh, chicken nuggets and chicken sandwich. Oh, remembering my bud Jack, who's also a streamer here on Twitch. They fucking dip their, when they go to Wendy's, they dip their chicken nuggets into the Frosty, and I judge them hard for that. So seeing the chicken nuggets and getting that milkshake reminds me of that. You know what? For Jack, I get the chicken nuggets. And that's everything. Is that alright? It's a-okay. Cole was tickled by the size of your list and had no disapproval over it. Kira pulled up to the window and ordered what you asked for first. She then decided to order one of everything on the value menu. Wow, what are you going to do with all of that? Eat it. Duh. The whole menu? Even after Dae picked most of that already? She said get whatever I want, so I did. I just took her up on her offer. Why would I get something I didn't want? That's right. There are only maybe 10 things on it, and they're about $1 each. I can swing it. Besides, whatever we don't finish, I'm going to feed to your dad. He'll be in heaven. Cove sighed affectionately at his mother's antics. Shady Kira. Thank you. Yippee. A few minutes later, Kira exchanged her money for multiple bags of food, which she quickly tossed to you both in the back seats. She then drove off into the night. Can you pass me something? What should I grab? Surprise me. I put my hand in the bag, and I take out a middle finger. No. You chose one of the wrapped sandwiches and handed it to her. You had no idea if it was a burger or something else. Thanks very much. I still have my bad habit of, like, every time I make eye contact with someone, I just try to, like, flip them off. Because that's what I do with my, like, co-workers all the time at work. It's like, if we, like, look at each other and we look at each other a bit too long, it's just middle finger. But now I started doing that with, like, almost doing that with my family. It's like, no, don't do that to them, because they'll actually get mad at me. I swear, I don't know why I'm doing it, I just do. Accepting that this was what was happening, Cove shrugged and started pulling food out of the bags for himself. Cove ended up with some onion rings and he happily munched on them. I want something random. You won't even question Kira's crazy ride anymore. The adventure continued and you were so preoccupied in the back that you almost didn't realize the car had stopped. Kira returned to look over her shoulder. Now, okay, party people, it seems we reached the end of the road. Confused, you checked out the window and saw nothing except empty road ahead. And then you noticed it. The now leaving sign. Kira took you to the entire town. What are we doing here? Kira turned the car around and parked it alongside along the side of the road. I think you both could use a break to stretch your legs, and I doubt anyone is going to come through here this time of night. Besides, I need to make a call, so go on. Cove shook his head and got out of the car without a fight. I'm coming. You got out and caught up to Cove. He was busy looking at the stars and stretching his arms while he strolled around. Exciting! You're delighted with the wide open sky above and the unobstructed view of the landscape around. It was freeing. It's amazing we're all the way out here. Cove smiled, glancing from the stars to you. Maybe we're here. Maybe I'm his star. Shortly after, you noticed Cove's expression changed. His eyebrows furrowed, and it seemed like he was thinking hard about what he wanted to say next.
I'm so sorry.
Dae, I really am sorry for my mom being crazy tonight. She isn't always like this, seriously. Why is she being like this now? I think she feels she has to get out there and do things with me while she can, and she wants to make time memorable. This visit has been really different than the others, and it didn't start off good. Thinking about how Kira's trip began this summer, you could understand why Cove was thinking along those lines. She probably wanted all the trouble to be worth it in the end. Are you having a good time? Yeah, it's so weird having her and Dad in the same house, but I love her. She's my mom. I like hanging out with her, most of the time. It was silent between you both, so you jumped when you heard the sound of a car door closing. Cove, Dae! You turned to see Kira by the driver's side waving. The sight brought you to a smile to Cove's face, and she quickly made her way over to where you both were standing. Thanks for waiting. I didn't mind.
My baby.
How did I end up with such a polite boy? She ruffled his hair and Cove lowered his head, accepting the compliment. He thought about how interesting it was to see how Cove interacted with his mom. And then the memory hit you. That first summer you and Cove came to this very spot in his runaway attempt to find his way back to his mom. And now you're all here, together. I'ma say it out loud. I'ma say it. Hey, Cove. This is where you went to try seeing. This is where you went to try seeing her when you moved to Sunset Bird. Do you remember? What does that mean? He's like, what the fuck, bro? Why'd you say that? Cove gasped at you, and it became clear that his mom hadn't known about that adventure. You came here to see me? Listen, it's best that I do it, so they can have this moment together. Kira's eyes grew large as the words fully sunk in. I heard you wanted a visit, but no one ever said you actually tried to do it on your own. Never mind you made it all the way through the entire town. Cove hung his head in shame. Even in the dirt, there was no mistaking how red his face was burning. Oh, nah, bro, I'ma cry. It's alright, little man. She started rubbing his back soothingly. It's definitely too late to punish you for it. I'm just glad you ended up being fine. This is an impressive distance for such a tiny guy to travel. While Kira spoke to him positively, there still seemed to be something sad to her tone. I hope you never feel like you have to run away again.
Sorry.
I don't want to run away anymore. Don't worry. She offered him a smile. Sorry, Cove, but I'm helping you bond. I'm sorry, Cove. I shouldn't have just said that. It's okay. I should have said something myself before. Kira let out a big breath of air. We should probably call it a night, huh? Mm-hmm. Oh, it's over? You kind of hoped some other unexpected thing would pop up to keep things going. Kira shyly smiled and gestured to the car. Quietly, you all made your way back to it. Cove naturally followed you, taking the seat nearby in the back with a collection of fast food bags still strewed about. You rested your head into the seat as the car roared to life. As you did, Cove leaned in closer to whisper.
Hey.
I can talk to your mom so they do get mad about tonight for some reason. It was my mom's idea. You didn't have a choice. And this was worth it even if they do get mad. Your mouth pulled into the biggest grin, getting a laugh out of Cove. If you say so. Cove smiled bashfully at you, but said nothing else. The drive home was smooth and uneventful. The road was off completely. Radio was off completely. Oh my god, the road was off. I'm gonna turn the road off. We're on the ground now. And you felt your eyelids getting heavy. I rested on my bed. You were too tired to keep your head up, and it felt quite comfortable there. Cove didn't have any issues there. He leaned into it. He must have been exhausted too. You were happy to stay close like that. It was warm and comfortable. When you opened your eyes, you expected to still be in the car, not your bedroom. It was somehow already morning. You couldn't remember how you ended up there. Sitting up in bed, you thought about how last night was quite an experience. It almost felt like a dream more than a real event. But it definitely happened. The fast food bags are next to the bed. Here's your breakfast. And you were glad that you got to have a spontaneous escapade this summer. And that's it. That's all of the moments. I wonder who... You know, I kind of wonder who like carried us up to bed. Or maybe it was like a sleepwalking thing. Cute. It is cute. Oh my gosh. I gotta... Maybe that one's my favorite. I don't know. They're all my favorites. But like I said, Escapade's just special. Just because like you can like touch back on like what happened in step 1 and be like, oh my gosh, Ko, you ran away here. And Kira's like, you what? But so like she could know that he does love her. He is a mama's boy. But he loves his daddy too. Yeah, it could be anybody that carried us up there. Like maybe Mr. Holden. He came by, he's like, oh, I'll carry them over. Or moms. One of the moms. Well, I could see one of the moms doing it too. Hey, the baby. We gotta take him to bed. But yeah. And then summer ended. Sorry, Derek. There's no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow, you were heading to class. Boo. Bummer. Summer had been so much fun. When you thought about going back to school, it was with a sense of loss. Soon you wouldn't be able to choose how your days were spent without the school bell telling you where to be and when. It was with a heavy heart that you chose your outfit for your final day of freedom. Life was going to be different. You had come to think of summer vacation as the norm, but school sucked up the majority of the year, whereas the summer vacation was just a respite in the middle. So rather than it being different, it was kind of a return to the normal. What did your normal life really mean? You consider how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacations as kids. You dimly recognized that one year the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good. It was hard to imagine. You'd gotten distracted, one arm still out of the sleeve. You pulled it through and put your mind back to the present. This season had brought about plenty of changes on its own, like Kira's visit, though that too was coming to an end today. You were happy you got to... Oh my god. This do be almost an 8-hour stream. I'm feeling it. You were happy you'd finally gotten the chance to know her. She was interesting to be around. You liked how easy it was to talk to her. You finished dressing, which was good. Ko would be there any moment. You agreed to see his mom off together. Officially, the plan was that he would come over to bring you round to his house when she was ready to set off, but you both knew that you'd be hanging out for at least a little while beforehand. Kira's visit had troubled Ko when it first happened. It had been a sudden change, thanks to Mr. Horn's infamous tendency to surprise people, but once he was able to adjust, he'd been in pretty good spirits with her around. It was a relief for everyone. We've been known since Murmur It says a relief. Is that when it started going downhill? Murmur victims. Listen, everybody. I'm a murmur victim. I'm a murmur victim. I'm already murmuring. You turned to your desk, where the box containing your accessories resided. You've gone out and bought an anklet. Your eyes bored into the box. Should you wear it for Ko's visit today? Yeah. As you threaded the hoop through the class, you had to wonder if Ko would spot what you'd done, or how he'd react if he did. A cheeky grin grew on your face. The next thought that crossed your mind was... I can't wait to see Ko. I'm going downstairs to get him. You bounded down the stairs, your hand gliding over the rail. You wanted to make sure you got there first. If you didn't hurry, your moms might answer it. It was only a few minutes later when the doorbell rang. As you'd chosen to stand beside it to wait for Ko, there was no delay in pulling it open. Ko was there, just as you'd expected. Seeing you, he smiled quietly. Hey, hi Ko, go on in. Once he stepped inside, you beckoned for him to follow you upstairs. Back up in your room, you sat down on your bed and waited for Ko to settle in as you knew he would. With other guests, you might have offered them a seat, but you and Ko were long past those tentative stages of friendship. Your room was as familiar to him as his own. You watched as Ko sat down in your desk chair, his preferred spot. He rolled it closer to the bed to make it easier to chat, tweaking the angle so that he was facing you fully. Once happy with the position, he leaned in towards you, hands held in his lap. His actions weren't the ones of someone who planned on moving from his spot anytime soon, even though you had an appointment to keep together that day. When is your mom leaving? We've got some time. She still got a shower and stuff before she goes. She didn't want me to just keep hanging around while she was doing that. He lifted his head, his gaze drifting out through the window, and chuckled. I can't believe she's already leaving. Just when I'm getting used to her being there every day. He leaned back in the chair, a wry smile tickling his cheeks. Time's going by so fast. He nodded his head thoughtfully before shrugging. He ran a hand through his hair before shaking his head, as if shaking off the topic like a dog whipping off water following a dip in the sea. Cove looked back at you. His lips parted as if he was about to speak, but instead his eyes widened, his mouth closed into a tiny frown. Something had caught his attention. Oh, whatever could it be? Something wrapped around where the end of your leg met your foot. My skin? He cast his eyes back up to your face, then down to your ankle, and back to your face. He repeated the process once, twice more, as if struggling to hold the two items in tandem. Maybe he was weighing up whether this could be a coincidence or not. Maybe he was just too shy to verbalize his thoughts, or was still trying to find the words, and this was the most he could manage. The tension made you feel amused. It was hard not to laugh at Cove's scrambled response. You still with your laughter with a hand clasped firmly around your mouth, even so you could feel the way the smile had lifted your face. On his next glance back to your face, Cove saw your expression had shifted. You watched as his bewilderment eroded into mortification as he realized that he had been caught staring. I caught you staring. He quickly spun in the chair to face the wall instead, allowing you to get a glimpse of the flush that had spread all the way to his ears. His embarrassment fully wore off enough for him to pipe up again. You're not doing that to make fun of me. What do you mean? You know, about what I said before, on the road trip. What did you say before? Cove groaned, tilting his head up to the ceiling. He had not bought your act. Why do I ever tell you things? 'Cause you love me, and I'm special. How's it look? You lifted your leg up and pointed towards his chair so you could get the best view. Cove just huffed in response. He jerked his face to the side. You waited patiently, not taking your eyes off him or lowering your foot until he gave in. Oh my gosh, the strength. Well, with a roll over the eye, he conceded. I think it looks good. Hey, thank you. Cove prodded an accusing finger in your direction. But you already knew that because I told you. His comment drew a grin from you. He smiled back. The final shadows of his frantic initial reaction swept aside. Cove perched an elbow on the chair's arm and propped his jaw against his curled hand. There was a natural ease to his movements, a familiarity from the echoes of all the times before when he sat in that same position. Cove, why are you so cute? He just can't help it. He always has to be such a cutie. This was a really nice summer. It was the best. I'm so glad we got to spend so much time together. Cove, still nestled cozy in your chair, smiled at your response. How are you fish doing? Really good. Things in the tank are stable and everybody looks healthy. That was nice to hear. You learned from Cove how hard it was to maintain an aquarium. Space Cadet has been busy. He keeps starting between the plants and out again when I walk by, like a game of peekaboo. Or hide and seek. Yeah. Cove idly glanced out of the window, gave a resigned sigh. It's gonna be harder to surf, you know, with school, but getting colder out. I might store my board away. I don't know how I'm gonna go on without surfing. Wish I could do it more outside of summer. He gave it a light smile, coupled with a shrug as a response. Won't be long until we get our grades for the wet summer work we did. Cove's bangs fluttered as he huffed, sitting in the chair. I'm not looking forward to that. We'll see. We'll just have to see what mine are like. Do you think we'll see Miranda around school this year? Probably. She could be one of our classes again. You hope you'd see her often. Dae, Cove! The sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You'd nearly forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. Just had a call. Cove's mom was ready to go. If you're quick, she might keep the mandated motherly smothering to a minimum. You doubted that, but it was nice that Mom and Miss Priest had their strange sense of humor in common. Your eyes met Cove's. Wordlessly, you headed downstairs together. Each step on the way there was painfully slow, like he was trying to delay the Stop it. Just speak. It's okay. You can do this, Dae. Just a little bit further. The inevitable. His whole body tensed with leaving the house, and Cove froze altogether before you both could cross the street. The door's open. Dad must be taking her stuff out. He swallowed hard. She's really gonna leave. It's okay. Pat him on the back. Your motion was soft, and you weren't sure if he even noticed at first. It'll be okay. Cove's bottom lip quivered, and he turned away, and gave his back a couple more reassuring pats. Thanks. At that, some of the conflict wearing on his face eased a bit. Together, you went across the street and inside his house, finding his parents in the living room, surrounded by his mom's packed things. Hey, kids. Good timing. I just called the taxi.
Hi.
And hi, Dae. So glad I got to see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. I finally got to put a face to the name I've heard so many times. She winked and co-pouted on cue over the teasing. I'm really happy I got to meet you too. Hopefully, it won't be too long before we see each other again. Nodding, Kira turned her attention back to her boys. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile, and then she enveloped Cove in a crushing hug. Initially, Cove scorned to break free from her grip, but his mom was unfazed and kept him locked in place. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back tightly.
I'm so glad.
And I'm so happy this trip was a success. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride. Oh, he doesn't know. They go on to tell him, though. And then Cove stiffened. Kira loosened her hold on him enough to study his face, concerned. She spoke her next words in a whisper that had been meant just for her son.
What do you think?
Do you want to unshelve it? Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched him carefully. His smile began to falter.
Wrong.
What's wrong? Cove sighed, and his gaze flickered over to you for a moment, and then just as quick, it was back on his parents.
It's okay.
It's alright.
Really?
Are you sure? I don't want to do it now. I can tell Dad later. Nervously, you watched the exchange with a growing suspicion that Cove didn't want to have that conversation while you were there. You know, I never had that happen in the routes either. They always told him at the end. Maybe it's because we didn't reveal that Cliff had paid us to be friends with Cove. Maybe that's why we hadn't done that yet. We're also putting that on the back burner too. You wondered if you should offer to leave when Kira gave Cove a pat on the head.
All right.
You can always come if you want me to be part of the conversation, okay? I'll call. Thanks, Mom. Cliff still looked baffled about what Kira and Cove were referring to, but you watched as his shoulders slowly relaxed. You figured what he decided to wait for Cove to be ready to talk to him. And with Cliff's silence, things seemed to be settled for now. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived, rolling up in front of the house and in a clear view of the open door. Kira stood up, smiling sadly.
Well,
I always confessed it in step 2 because I love the drama. Yeah, I love the drama too. But I was like, how far should we really push this back? Let it sizzle even more. Although, if you tell him in step 3, it's not as drama-filled, but, you know. We just like to be a little quirky. Well, that's my ride. Yeah. The matching reply got a chuckle out of Kira as you all filed out of the house. Father and son went with Kira's bags in hand. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street, and to your surprise, Derek was also with them. He stood uncomfortably, and he waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's up?
Hey, Dae. Hi, Cove. When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little bit ago. Thought I could visit one more time before school started.
Sorry.
You've picked a busy time. Sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling a pebble with the bottom of his shoe.
Sorry.
I wasn't even thinking about your mom will be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude. What? You're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here. It would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. I think so, too. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more opportune moment. He never liked seeming impolite, but their reassuring words soothed his worries. The tension he was holding in his body lessened, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, ma'am. Is there anything I can do to help? Nah, don't you worry yourself over that. We're just about set. In that short amount of time, Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the trunk. Kira took one last look at everyone inside. Alright, I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time to head out. The little crowd that had formed around started their chorus of farewells and well wishes traveling, but Kira still made no move to get into the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport and when I make it to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk into the door at home, otherwise we'll be wondering all night if you got into trouble on the way there.
can do.
I can do that. And could you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course! I want to hear all about it. Kira put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She then let go, only to move on to squeezing his cheeks in her hands instead. Mom! I love you so much, baby. She was chuckling by the time she freed him and rounded things off with a small tap to the tip of his nose. Cove rubbed at his face with a grin. Finally, she walked to the car while waving and took her seat in the taxi. Cliff hooked an arm around Cove's shoulder and kept him close as it began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up at his dad, and then wrapped an arm across his back.
Bye.
Bye, Mom. Bye. Travel safe. Kira rolled down the window and stuck her head out of it. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again! Before she was out of sight, you decided to waved goodbye. As the taxi headed off down the road, you stuck your hand in the air to send her off. The cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps out into the empty street, still looking in the direction of his mom went. Oh, Cove. Cove, you're so precious. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. You got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were. The summer breeze brought a sweet-sounding jingle across the way. It was the wind chime you had given Cove. He had hung it at the front of his house, and it had become a very familiar sound in this neighborhood. You jumped a bit when your mom put a hand on your shoulder, pulling you away from your thoughts. She smiled when you looked at her. This was a great vacation, huh? Yeah, it was. That's what I was hoping to hear. Cole walked back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomingly, and everyone else there smiled at him, even Elizabeth.
Well,
Ma clapped her hands together. I was trying to clap my hands, but the necklace I was playing with fell off the desk. Bringing everyone's attention back to the present. It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparkled with a plan, and Mom smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two, his eyebrows furrowed. Is there something I could do? Your mom's exchanged a fond expression. Ma shook her head. That's very sweet, Derek, but it's alright. It's not your job. Technically, your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores for the neighbors. Mom laughed a little over her joke. You watched Derek look away, discouraged.
It's okay.
I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it. You wonder if Mom's joke had just reminded him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. It's getting a little awkward. God, poor Derek. I always confess in stuff too, because I love the... Oh yeah, wait, I already read that, damn it. I thought it was different. You stand there and look cute, Derek. That's not... Yeah, you already doing it, Derek. That's all anybody ever wants. He was a little bashful about it. Yep. Oh my gosh. I'm rereading things. Oh my god, my mind is fried. Mom grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring it back down. Ma tried again to get things moving forward. Why don't you kids go have fun? You can all come back in about an hour. We'll make enough for everyone. Mom nodded in agreement.
Sounds good.
Another stunning idea, Lonnie. Thanks.
Thank you.
That sounds like a plan then. I don't want to cramp your style. I got some stuff to work on, so I can be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later too. No reason you should be the odd man out. Mom sees him use it. Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned a wavering but pleased smile.
Thanks very much.
I appreciate the invite. He looked over the assembled crowd, with knowing glances. I can help too. With as many people as you're feeding, that's going to be a lot of food. Did you hear what we told Derek? It would be fair to make you cook when we're the ones who are inviting you in. Ma raised an eyebrow when Cliff waved it off.
Come on.
I insist. Derek will be missing time with his pals. This would be a break for me. I'm quite the chef. He makes that Mexican food. Yummy, yummy. Ma and Mom exchanged further glances before Mom shrugged. An airtight argument. If you're sure, we'll be happy to have you, Chef Cliff. Cliff's grin widened and seemed more hyped than you expected him to be about helping with lunch. Cove shook his head, a fond smile on his face. Then all us grown-up people will be heading inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos are staying out? Maybe not all of them. Ma tilted her head, a silent question for Elizabeth. Your sister thought for a moment.
alright.
I'll stay with the kids. Yes, Mexicans right. We love the Mexican food.
That's fantastic.
That's great. Both your moms smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. But with the plan decided, all three parents waved and headed for your house. It was just you teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face.
So,
Well now. You suddenly wondered if Elizabeth only stayed out with you to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could just generally want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Cove spoke up after no one else did to answer Elizabeth's question. Want to go down to the shopping street? It's been a while, and I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Yes, we do, but I'm Mexican, so I might be biased. I am not Mexican, but I still love Mexican food. But yeah, I may be biased, but you know what? It's still valid. As a non-Mexican, I agree. Mexican food is good. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome to me. Unlike you guys, I haven't been there 1,001 times. It's new to me. Let's do it. You strolled across the road as a group, down to the beach and then to the left. took less than 15 minutes to arrive, one of the conveniences of Sunset Bird. The four of you looked around at the familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. Derek was the most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes wide with wonder. Elizabeth and Co were in good spirits as well. That's so cool! He ran over to a street magician who was currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek laughed when the magician showed a middle-aged man his card. Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam on his face. What does it take to perform here anyway? Do you have to ask somebody, or do you just show up and start doing stuff? Who'd you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Miss Mayor, can I pull a rabbit on my hat? Please, Popsy is well behaved, I promise. Derek chuckled, his eyes searching up and down the scene. Maybe there's a boss of the shopping street? No one does any of this around my neighborhood. It's just regular stores behind walls. It's different if someone wants a real store, but here I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their own little shows whenever they want and do whatever. That's so neat. Are we allowed to do something too? Cove laughed, and Derek began almost vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. What will we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet. I mean, I just found out that it's a possibility, you know? But there's gotta be something. You know, cool stuff. I'm sure if we think about it, we could plan out a show that'd really get a crowd pumped. That was a great idea and want to be part of it. If we could try this idea on his own, he thought Derek needed a bear, and that's a bad idea stat. Give a look to the other two. Derek continued to brainstorm out loud about different potential performances while you glanced over at Cove and Elizabeth. I mean, I can bounce a soccer ball in my head. Last time I tried, I got 8 bounces before it fell. I couldn't bring a ball here. Why not? Cove gestured to everything around. The stalls, the people, all the colorful chaos that made up the shopping district. Would you want to chase the lost ball here? And what if to hit somebody? Even if you're good, someone else could bump into you. That's true. Derek thought about it some more. Then he watched another performer, a woman doing tricks with 2 small dogs. One was fluffy and cream-colored, while the other was a cool gray. The woman held up rings. Both animals jumped through the openings, happy to receive a treat at the end. Derek brightened. Maybe I'll teach crabs how to race. Crabs? It could work. Oh my gosh, crab game. We love a crab game. With some amusement, the gang continued to pursue the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, badly suspended globe that everyone laughed at. Ko picked out a blob as Iceland, but Derek thought it had to be Greenland. You know this is a world that with what looks like 9 continents? I think you're both wrong. Actually, it's Australia. The other 3 giggled at your interjection. Suddenly Ko froze. You stared at him and then tried to see what caught his attention. When you saw a familiar face on the way, it all made sense. Between the crowds, his bright hair stood out like a neon green bowl in a kitchen sink. It was Jeremy. Man, they really did him dirty with that phrase. Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street, and his eyes widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Derek frowned, and Cove tensed up. You couldn't help but remember the last time he'd seen Jeremy at Miranda's birthday party. No wonder Cove was already defensive. I'm gonna wave at him. Hi. That little kitchen sink always gets me. Hi, Jeremy. Be careful. I'll punch you in the nose again. He did not wave back. Elizabeth raised her eyebrow. Her gaze swept over Jeremy without a hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed to himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. Why is it going to start anything? He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See, that was the mean kid.
What?
Huh? She still didn't get it. That first summer day hadn't made nearly as much of an impression on her as it did for Derek, but he smiled and waved it off. Just forget about him. I already have. He laughed, and Cove smiled lightly. He seemed in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. Your eyes wandered over to where Jeremy disappeared. He hadn't forgotten that day you met him either. He was only going to be in town for a vacation with the parents he hated. That glimpse was probably the last time you would ever see him. I am bringing from the group. I keep that to myself. We ain't never going to see him again. But actually... Lotus snapped her fingers in front of your face. Apparently you had spaced out. Cove and Derek were already at the next stall. Come on, unless you want to get left here. You nodded and caught up with the others. Cove raised an eyebrow. What were you thinking about? Nothing. I'm never thinking about anything. What are you talking about? You may be a complex person, Cove, but I am not. He gave you a searching look, but let it drop when Derek yelled at you to go to check something out. Jeremy was unlike anyone you had ever met before. He's horrible. You and the group moved on from stall to stall and from Jeremy. And then peppy music. Yay! It didn't take long for everyone to return to the joking. You all enjoyed what little time you had left as Elizabeth mentioned the hour was almost up. The little trip had flown by, and lunch must have been waiting for you now. Derek bounced on the balls of his feet. Come on, guys, let's get going so we can eat. I'm starving. Homebound, here we go. Cove stretched one of his arms lazily. Let's go then. Looked at him appraisingly. Take me. Carry me. Appies, Cove. Hey, Cove. Yeah. Could you carry me back home? What? Cove's smile said he was amused, while the tail of his eyebrow was full of disbelief. Please. It's a special occasion. I think that special transportation makes sense on such a big day. Cove sighed and shook his head. Elizabeth and Derek became a chorus of laughter. Come on, Cove, it'll be fun, please. Alright. Yippee! Cove stepped over to you. He looked like he couldn't believe what he was doing. Lips quirked into a large smile. Aw, yeah, thanks. He carefully crouched down in front of you so that you could climb on. It wasn't hard to hop on. He slipped his arms under your legs and did his best to lift you. It was wobbly, but he managed to stand up all the way up. Elizabeth watched with a smirk on her face while Derek laughed even harder. It was fair to say that your antics were entertaining. You were glad Cove went with it. Hey, piggyback ride, yippee! Did I already read this? Cove carried you home contentedly. Other than a few good-natured jokes at your expense, he didn't complain. He made it all the way back to your house without putting you down. It was a pleasant walk home, and in no time you made it back. Derek got the front door and held it open for everyone as you each moseyed inside. The three parents were still in the kitchen. They looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. You made it just in time. I hope you're hungry. When Cove had brought you inside, the parents couldn't help but notice the odd conveyance. Your moms were unsure, and Mr. Holden raised an eyebrow. Did you pull something, Dae? No. Aw, Cove, you gotten so strong. And reliable, too. What a guy. Cove rolled his eyes at the commentary, then started walking to your couch. He bent down and let you self pop back onto the couch. Thanks for the lift. Cove exhaled loudly and shook out his arms. He just seemed relieved that he made it. So, did everyone have a nice time out? She gestured for people to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware had already been placed out. You took your normal seat. Elizabeth sat across from you, and Derek took the seat to your left. Cove sat on your right. Oh, hell yeah, surrounded by my best buds. Oh yeah, we had a great time. That was fine. Cove shrugged, not willing to say more than that. The bank heist went off without a hitch. You joke got some chuckles going around the hot table. Well, that's good in my book. Casually, Mr. Holden sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom set down a platter full of water glasses on the table. She looked down at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we had a group this big for a meal. Can you pass the drinks down to the other side? Make sure you all get one. Sure. Those close to the cups obliged and started offering waters around. As everything got set up, Ma tried Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table. And you shouldn't slouch. She pointed at Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Oops. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about all the sudden tension and carefully rearranged his posture to something suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes, and Ma gave a level look at her. You shouldn't be impolite to a guest in the house either. Elizabeth groaned, long suffering. Ma giggled and Mr. Holden chuckled. A lot of you could learn a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. Derek blushed, but it was true. His posture was upright and formal. He even held his fork gracefully. His table manners, on top of all his attempts to age appearance, made him the model of meal attendee behavior. It's nothing. It's true, though. You have been a lovely guest. I've noticed that, too. It's always nice when you stay over, Derek. Derek smiled and sat a little taller in his chair. And do you have anything good to say about our other guest? She looked deliberately at Cove with a teasing smirk. Or is there just nothing to say? Well, Cove is my number one, but he still clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. Cove frowned at that and absently brushed his hands down his pants. As in my man, what the fuck? Oh my god. Let me try that again. Cove frowned at that and absentmindedly brushed his hands on his pant legs. Your mom's laughed lightly. Elizabeth, you should know. After all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. And dude practically lives here. Hey, I do that clearly my boy alone. I also do that too sometimes. Cove smiled awkwardly. Thanks. Schmears, who cares? I don't think it's that big of a deal. In case Cove for his bad habit, you called Derek was politely, so you joked that Derek was basically an adult. You kept quiet and took a bite of food. Schmears. Don't think I'm not seeing your elbows where they shouldn't be, Dae. I'll put them wherever I want to put them. I'll put them in my meal. You make it secure, keep it down on the table. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and the others played a couple games and talked about plans for the upcoming year. The time passed by quickly, and soon it was time to part ways. Mr. Horn talked to your moms, and Cove drifted over to you, knowing that as soon as Dad's dad finished up, he would be leaving. It'd be cool to stay, but we have some stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Could you move? I need the phone. Damn, Elizabeth, okay. Cove raised an eyebrow, and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind him. Cove realized he was standing right in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. Your sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number of what you figured was one of her friends. Now, Elizabeth, she was going to be on there for a while. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled closer to the door. It seemed like Mr. Holden was wrapping up his conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, see you. Cove turned to you and smiled slightly. Bye, Dae. Come here. Give me a hug. You stepped forward and spread your arms wide. Cove only had a moment to react before you encircled him in your arms. Cove took a second to return the hug. Surprise. He leaned into you and held on. Then he hovered nearby with a small smile on his face when it ended.
Dude.
Seriously, dude, we'll have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. He punched Cove's arm softly. Cove still rubbed the spot afterwards. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house, and Elizabeth was still chatting to her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. He elected to stay outside in front of the house to wait for his dad to pick him up. You decided to keep your guest company, although he was originally Cove's visitor. They just did Derek at our house. Poor Derek. A light summer breeze blew through your hair, and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting with me. He kicked at the ground distractedly.
Well,
That's still gonna be a while. So do you want to go for a walk? Sure, I don't mind. The two of you walked down the street again, just wandering without a destination planned. It was a quiet stroll, too quiet for Derek being the company. You turned to him when you had noticed that he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Derek always had something he could chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask about it. Somehow you ended up at the old park near the beach. You glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from him. In fact, now you noticed a frown creeping on his face. Derek smiled when he realized you were watching. At least his mouth was turned up. There wasn't anything that really felt happy in the expression. He turned away, and the smile fell off his face. His eyes stared intently at the ground, and you raised an eyebrow. If you want to talk about something, I'm here. I'm a little sad. It's just, with school starting back up again, it's going to be harder to visit. I'm going to have homework and clubs and practices and everything else.
Sucks.
It really sucks to go to different schools. Just transfer, forehead. His face screwed up and his fists were closed tightly together. This was really concerning him. What if we don't have time? We'll make time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for weekends. It'll be okay. Derek looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with little wisps of clouds scattered around. A plane flew high with a jet stream trailing behind it. Then he turned to the ground again. Derek's face was tilted far enough down that it was harder to read his expression. Hey, Dae, I actually wanted to talk to you about something, if you don't mind. Oh, whatever could it be, Derek? There was a pause, and you waited for him to finish his thought.
sorry.
I was just kind of wondering, do you like guys at all? Like, would you ever want to be with someone who was a boy? Sorry if that's weird to ask. I agree with the guy. Okay, then, he hesitated before finishing his question.
So,
What I mean is, is there any guy you think that is kind of cool that you like around here? Not at school or anything like that? He ducked his head further. You thought about it. Mr. Holden. Nobody's cool. But he does say cool. I mean, we could say, like, well, like Clove. Derek raised an eyebrow. He didn't look at all convinced. I can't tell whether you're kidding around or being serious. I really didn't think you with Cove. What? What do you mean? Derek started to mumble to himself, sounding very confused. Maybe they didn't really get my question? So... He's like, I don't think I got it. I was like, I didn't. I mean, I did, but here I didn't. Derek pulled himself together, somewhat meekly. He looked at you while he tried to project confidence. His posture was too tight for you to believe it. He was nervous. The sober and even caught Derek off guard as well. You're like, wait, shit, really? I'm thinking ahead and everything is important. You've gotta get yourself a game plan and all that. It's good to make plans, especially backup plans. He babbled, all full of energy and forced gusto. Well, anyways, I heard about this thing where people make pacts with their good friends that if they don't find anyone else, then they get together. Get together. Like, they get married and stuff. Oh, that's weird. So I was thinking, since it's good to have plans, am I cool if we did something like that? Derek, we're 13. His eyes widened and he started to make frantic hand gestures. Just, then we never have to worry about the future of finding someone. We could set up like a whole decade in the future, forever from now. We'd have graduated high school and probably college too. We'd have jobs and be really grown up. I mean, we'd probably have our own places, maybe our own pets and student loans and cars. Derek babbled on for a while more. It was as if all of the words he held in silence during your walk had burst out now all at once. So yeah, what do you think? Do you like me? I don't know. I'll think about it. It's kind of a big decision for just being put on the spot. Yeah, sure. Don't worry about it. It was just an idea. Thanks for hearing me out and answering my questions and stuff. You felt a little worried that Derek wasn't happy. When he saw your face, he smiled encouragingly. I promise I'm not mad. I was just wondering. I'm sure things will be okay in the future, no matter what. He just nodded. You didn't spend much longer at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to your street. Derek found all kinds of fun things to talk about as you walked side by side back to your street. Then you plopped down on the curb outside your house, hugging your arms around your legs. His voice was comforting, and you were grateful that Derek was keeping you both distracted from the inevitable. For a little while longer, it was still summer vacation. You listened while he excitedly told you about all the new action movie coming out in a few months. And then you watched his brow pinch as he described the new ball tricks he'd been working on perfecting. It was easy to laugh along to his tales. You enjoyed the shine in his green eyes, most when the conversation shifted to funny stories about his little brothers. It was almost hard to believe that much time had passed at all when a couple of short honks rang out in the neighborhood. Snickering, Derek scratched the back of his neck. Dad's here. You looked up the street and spotted the van coming around the corner. Mrs. Torres cheerily waved her arm out the window from the shotgun seat. Oh, Mom too. Guess we know what that means. Derek rose to his feet and brushed some dirt off his pants. You followed his lead as the car rolled to a stop in front of your house. The van's side door slowly and laboriously opened. On the inside was George with a victoriously wide grin as he tugged the heavy door open with the rest of the way, so Derek had to weigh in. Hi. Nicholas was there too. You heard him well before you saw him. We're here! Looking past George, you found Nicholas bouncing against his straps in full force. Thanks for coming, guys. Hey boys, nice seeing you. Running up to the sides of the open door, Derek leaned into the car to give Nicholas a moment of one-on-one attention. You could hear the kids' giggles over everything else. Finally, you could hear that a conversation was happening between Derek's parents, but you couldn't make out a single word. And before you could do anything with that thought, Derek glanced over his shoulder. He paused and held your gaze softly, and then Derek let go of the car to stand back in front of you one last time. I've gotta go. Well, you know that, but bye. It was really cool hanging out with you today, and this summer. Not even his usual cheery enthusiasm could keep his sadness away this time. His voice grew quieter, and he scuffed his foot on the pavement.
Had a good summer break, huh?
But it had to end sometime. And it was the best summer, too. I wouldn't want to spend it without... Ooh. We didn't even do anything with him this summer. The confidence and sincerity in your voice lifted his mood. He put his hands on his hips and beamed. It was. You know what? You get a bear hug, too. Come here. Holding him tightly, you just weren't ready to let him go yet. Derek chuckled and gave your back a few pats. I'll miss you too. But the time had finally come, and Derek hopped up onto the cabin of the van. George and Nicholas waved at you from their seats. The adults shouted their goodbyes next from the front. You left at their muffled voices, and Mrs. Suarez leaned out her window.
Have a good one.
We realized you probably couldn't hear us. Mr. Suarez and I just want to say goodbye, Dae. Yes, goodbye. Derek's dad leaned over his wife to give his farewells. Imagine him like crawling over his wife to stick his head out the window. Bye! Bye. Thanks for the fun summer. You turned to George and Nicholas because it really wouldn't have been the same without them. Of the two, George seemed to be the one listening, and you watched his stunned look melt into a warm one. Take care, Dae. Then Derek closed the door for George this time. He moved the massive door with much more ease. After that, the car moved further down the rough street before flipping around to drive up the hill and out of the neighborhood. You remained rooted there to the curb and watched the Torres family drive away. You were relieved you got a chance to see the whole family again. But they were gone, and you were left to your own devices. Pivoting around, you made your way inside. Now that it was quiet, you yawned and decided it was a good time to settle in for the night. Stretching your arms over your head, you noticed that the living room and the phone happened to be free. Oh, wow, my dear cousin. You picked up the receiver and quickly punched in a familiar number while going to take a seat on the couch. Soon enough, after explaining the situation to the housekeeper, Lee answered. Oh my god, they got a housekeeper? Oh my god, they're rich. I mean, we're kind of rich too, if you look at the houses. But still. Hi, Lee. Can you talk? Definitely. We practically have to. Oh my gosh, can you believe it's almost time for school to start? What happened to our summer? School starts first thing tomorrow for me. Ew. I thought starting next week was bad enough. Enjoy your last week. Oh, I will. I hope you survive your first day. Me too. I need a good year. Ditto. And at least summer was nice while it lasted, right? We were busy. Yeah. If only you thought about all the best memories you made this summer. Lee was there for some, but there were still many you hadn't filled her in on yet. Let's reminisce. Everything. Miranda's birthday party. I went with Cove to a birthday party. It was for a classmate we had, Miranda. Birthday parties are always fun. I punched a kid there. There was a bounce house, games, and cake and ice cream. She knows how to throw a party. Jeremy appeared out of nowhere. Jeremy, wait, was he that mean new kid, right? Uh-huh. Where is he? Where's the punch option? Oh my god. I defended Cove from him. Very cool. I bet you wasted no time putting that Jeremy back in his place. He's so mean. I wish he'd leave people alone, especially Cove. He chuckled at that. You're Cove's hero. I am. And then the road trip. I went on a vacation. Cove's parents ended up inviting my whole family on a RV road trip. Wow, that's awesome. It was a 3-day trip, and we visited the Redwood National Forest. Lucky. The park. Oh, Cove snuck into the loft where I was staying. Cove did what? Wait! Start at the beginning. It took a while until you stopped laughing from Lee's reaction long enough to tell her every detail about the story. She accepted Squid more than once. I can't believe you've been holding out on me. It was such a juicy story. Nothing really happened. Telling yourself that. You have to keep me updated on what happens next. Lee sees the slow burn happening. She's like, yeah, nothing happened for now. It was a hard focus to what she was saying. My face was probably red right now, just thinking about what happened. More memories. The soiree. I went to a soiree at my mom's country club. There was lots of food, dancing, and people dressed up formally. Oh, I've been to one of those. They're cool, but how did it go for you? Cove came too. You gotta take you gotta take a gas? That must have been nice. It was. I'm happy he was there. More memories. Shopping trip. There was this day that Mom and Ma took me and Elizabeth on a big supply shopping trip. What made that so memorable? Lee chuckled, but you could hear the curiosity in her voice. I stayed all night hanging with Cove. Ooh, what were you two up to? It wasn't hard to imagine that teasing look Lee must have had on her face. Her imagination was already running far too wild. Nothing crazy happened. Boo. We just got caught up with stuff. Day was over before we knew it. Those are always good days. Yeah. More memories. I remember. The library. Went to the library to work on assignments. Hey, I thought we were supposed to be talking about the good parts of summer. It did actually really suck. I ended up losing the assignment I had worked on. Oh, Cove tried to help me cheat. Lee burst into belly-deep laughter. It was contagious and you laughed too. He did not. Oh, he did. He was worried about me. Aw, I need you to start from the beginning and tell me how it all happened. It was definitely something that stuck in your mind, so it was easy to recall the story for Lee. Remember the time to go dinner. One night, Cove's parents invited me over for dinner at their house for the first time. It was a whole made Mexican food. The meal was good. Mexican is yummy, so that's no surprise. What else happened? Ooh, we got to play card games. Fun. We bet with real money. No way. His parents are cool. What was your big highlight of the summer, Lee? Talking to you is always the best part of my summer. Even though it was a phone call, you just knew Lee was winking at you. Oh, wait, it's not gonna let me tell the rest of them? It's like, you're telling too much right now. Good. I'm glad you picked the right answer. That had Lee laughing hard for a few moments. Alright, okay, so a high point for me was when I took that trip with my parents to Europe. That was amazing. I won't remember that in my own trip. You really continued to go over your adventures until you were both yawning to each other over the phone. At that, you decided it was time to say goodbye for now. You did have school to wake up for in the morning. Bye, Lee. Night, Day. Talk to you later. You left the phone on the side table for now. Look at the clock on the wall. You said that there was only about 10 minutes until your moms would be insisting you had to go to bed so you could be rested enough for school. You stretched your legs out on the couch and sighed in defeat, watching the minute hand change 1 minute closer to bedtime. You rearranged yourself, feeling restless, and looked at the window. Startled initially, you spotted a figure out in the hills. It was Cove! The surprise faded, you realized it really wasn't that much of a shock at all. It was exactly something Cove would do. Are you running?
I have to see him. Sprinting, you reached the front door in record time. You didn't think you'd see Cove again that day. You had to go to him. When you arrived, you noticed how many fireflies were out that night. They drifted along lazily, barely minding their presence as you waded through to reach the top of the hill. Cove turned towards you as you approached, and you noticed right away that Cove looked happy to see you. Hey. You had a bounce in your step. You weren't sure how long you'd get before your mom wrote you back inside for bed. Hey, what are you doing out here? Nothing, really. He shrugged, seemingly unhappy with his own answer. You stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Well, I guess I was feeling kind of weird about stuff, so I'm getting some fresh air before bed. I know how you feel, oh my gosh. It's hard to stay still. Tomorrow's going to be the start of a new year. At the mention of school, a small noise escaped him. Cole let himself fall back onto his butt and then all the way down, so he was laying on his back. He looked up at the sky. Boom! He had made himself a pretty available seat with the way he was laid out. You popped yourself square in the middle of his torso. Dae! He jumped up in surprise, so couldn't get far with you on top of him. He popped right back into the grass. With he just gave up on being shocked. Fine. He snickered in a self-satisfied way. He had been lost in thought. He was possibly waiting for you to situate yourself, but he started speaking unprompted again. For being kind of awkward when my mom was leaving. Surprised, you stared at him a moment. You were expecting that. I just wanted to know that I talked to my dad about how I felt and things. It's okay now. You genuinely glad to hear that, and it brought a small smile to your face, but your thoughts quickly wandered back to the first day you met Mr. Holden. Did his dad confess about that? From the way Cove talked, you guess he hadn't. So there was more Cove and his dad to talk about, but it was a relief to know that he had made a start. We tell him now, oh yeah, did he tell you about the time he tried to pay me 20 bucks to be your friend? He bolts up so hard that we fall off his chest. What? That was not a good time to bring up what you were thinking, though. You could wait longer to say it. 5 years at least. It was almost unbelievable how much of an impact he made on your life just by moving in next door. You couldn't even imagine what your days might have looked like in a world where you hadn't met him. Coke glanced back at you, waiting for a response. You had no idea what to say. Then still, without a word from you, Cove shook his head strongly. What? Miss you? Huh? He snickered before answering. He looked thoroughly amused with your reaction. Dragging the consequences. When will you learn? There are consequences of your actions. I can't say it properly. That's what you do all the time, so I'm being you. I don't do it that much. Cove burst into deep laughter. When it slowed, he continued to grin. Honestly, there were many people you could think of who could tease you about something like that. Returning his smile, you realize there was no denying that you two have been around each other for a long time. Cove broke the quiet before it could fully settle. Hey, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you then. With a final wave, Cove headed for home, but you stayed there a few minutes longer. Your mind kept going back to a simple statement. See you tomorrow. What's up, my dudes? What's up, Tech Panzer? Welcome in. We're just getting into... Damn, 8 hours. Yeah, I'm... As soon as the step is done, I'm gonna end it there. Listen, when it's an hour live stream, you know it's gonna be a long one. At least for me. Those that have been around here a while. They know. I have to keep going. No matter how much was changing around you, there were some things in your life that always seemed to remain true. The hills felt warm to you that night. Before you knew it, you're getting comfortable under the covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but still be buzzing with thoughts about the future. You felt... excited. There was little doubt in your mind that things were moving forward, and you couldn't wait to find out what changes were waiting for you on the horizon. Slowly, your eyes grew heavy as you drifted off to sleep, your mind spinning with wishful thoughts. No matter what happened next, you could only hope that you would make the most of it. You were ensnared in a dream when a noise from the outside world jostled you. I'm wide awake. That Squidward eyes bursting open meme. He's like, who's there? The light clatter continued. Now that you were more alert, you could distinguish it as a tapping sound. Quiet, slow, but persistent. Oh, yes, my fave scene. Here we go. Each beat was like being poked. You couldn't ignore it. You lifted your head from the pillow and looked for the source. Not much work was needed to puzzle it out. It was from the window. With that, you knew exactly what it was. From the color of the light filtering into your room, it was too early for anyone to be awake, including the sun. It had barely hauled itself over the horizon, but that didn't stop some people, it seemed. You sat up in bed and opened the window wide.
Cool air, not yet warmed by the day, tickled your face as it pushed into your room. And just as you expected, there was your neighbor, crouching on your windowsill. He was fully dressed, though not for school. He was wearing a wetsuit and a fond smile. Hi, Dae. You stared back, blinking. So technically we won't be back to school for a few more hours. His voice was delicate, yet deliberate. Each word a careful explanation. Classes haven't actually started yet, so do you want to hit the beach with me one more time this summer? Always. His smile widened affectionately. You rushed to get changed into something suitable while Ko climbed back down to ground level. Your limbs, still half asleep, struggled somewhat as you attempted to coordinate them into a swimsuit, but you got there in the end. Soon you were tiptoeing out of your front door, clutching a towel. Cove was already there to greet you. Your eyes met. Cove's gaze darted to your destination and back to you. You checked the door was closed, gave him a thumbs up, and the two of you leapt into action. Wordlessly, you began to run down the familiar path ahead, Cove beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh. Not that you dared. If anyone in your family looked out and saw you, then your summer would be back to being over. One glance at Cove told you that he was exactly the same, holding back snickers for fear of being hurt and caught. The towel streamed out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast downhill that simply keeping your balance and not tumbling down was a real threat. It wasn't just enough to make you slow your pace. For every step you took, the beach was a little closer, and the day a little brighter. What lay ahead for you would arrive, and you were happy to meet it. In between. End. And there we go. That was step 2 of our life complete. I'm going to do all this in the next stream when we go to do step 3. But oh my gosh. The slow burn slowly makes its way to its end. But yeah, I love our life. I love it so much. I really am having a lot of fun with this like slow burn route too. It's like the teasing. It's like, oh, I'm going to do these responses even though we're not going to be together. Fucking Derek. I really didn't expect that reaction. He's like, really? Cove? Maybe they didn't understand my question. It's like, what do you mean? What the fuck do you mean by that? It's like, oh my god. It is so good. It's like a nice like if for those that were like here during like the first playthrough on stream, we actually like confessed to him like right away in step 2. We like were like going really like quick with it and like dived right into the relationship, which I would kind of like push it off like a little bit further, but everyone's like, no, we are getting with him now. So it's kind of like nice having like this like very opposite route of like, we're not together. Derek was like, you and him? Really? Is this allowed? Is this allowed? Like he's so unaware of the slow burn route, while Lee is aware. Oh my gosh. That was great. I'm so excited to play step 3 next time. It's gonna be amazing. And then after that, step 4. Yeah, it's so fun. It's always fun. I'm trying to see when I have our life planned again. Like we still got streams still for Friday and Saturday, but I think next week I was planning on doing it Friday. Yes, because then I don't have work the next day, so I can go on all night. So glad to stumble over here. I'm glad you stumbled over here too, Tiger. And also Nico as well. And everybody else that stopped on by too. Thank you, buds, once again for 200 buds. I really do appreciate it. Like, I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of been like edging so close to it. Like the past few days, it's like, oh my god. It's like, it's like, stop blue balling me. But also like, no, I'm not gonna. Oh, what the fuck? Tiger, no. Thank you so much for the subscription. Tiger, you really spoiled me today. I've only known you for a certain amount of hours, but oh my god. You're doing the most here. And I appreciate that, bud, so much. Thank you so much. Y'all made this our live stream special. But yeah. I guess I have to plan to do something for celebrating now. Feral. Get away, Tiger's going absolutely feral. But yes, thank you once again.
I appreciate you all being here with me. I really do. Not just for this stream, but in general as well. I really do. And I hope we get to spend more time together in the future. But unfortunately, I'm gonna have to end the stream soon. I need to go to bed at some point. I should say that this is like the latest I have ever gone with streaming, pretty much. It's not the longest I've streamed, but it is the latest. so y'all that are here, you getting a treat right now. You getting 2 a.m. day. I think the latest I've done was actually 1 a.m. maybe. So we actually got like an hour more, but no, it's not the longest stream. The longest stream I had was an 11-hour stream. Can you guess what I did that stream? Was it maybe perhaps Our Life? It was. It was an 11-hour Our Life stream. It was so nice to meet you. And now you can't get rid of me. Not that I would. It was great to meeting you too. But yeah, so that's it from me for today. It was a lot. I don't think I'm gonna rate out to anybody today. I'm not gonna lie. As soon as I hit end stream, it's gonna hit me. It's like I gotta sleep. Listen, Our Life deserves all the hours. It really does. I have like, how many hours do I have in Our Life right now? I have 184 right now, so I need more hours into it. And honestly, playing this again, this step 2, like meeting up with Derek again, makes me want to play through the Derek epilogue again too. It's like maybe I'll do that in the offline. I play Derek epilogue before stream tomorrow. It is great. But yeah, I was thinking the same. Cause it is such. Oh my god, Derek's epilogue is so satisfying. Oh my gosh, I loved it so much. The Ferris wheel scene. Oh my god, it hit. It really hit. That's all I can say. It hit me right here in my heart. It's like, oh my god. Listen, Our Life makes me have so many feels. Yeah, it hits all the feels. They really do hit. Warms my cold, dead heart. We'd love to see it. But yeah, we'll be back with Our Life next week on Friday. But you're still not ready with me this week yet. Tomorrow we will be back at 6 p.m. EST for some My Time at Sandrock, which is also a game I really love to play as well. And hopefully we'll finally be able to, I don't know, get with Logan in it. Fun. Why'd you say it like that? Oh, fun. But yeah, so we will be back tomorrow for My Time at Sandrock. And after that, Boyfriend Dungeon. And after that, I don't know. But let me go ahead and throw out other socials in case anybody would like it. We got the Twitter. We got the Discord. We got the VOD channel, in case you like the VODs. I still haven't caught up. I said I was going to use this vacation time to catch up on the VODs, and I haven't yet. But I will. I will. Soon. I have them all downloaded. I just need to start uploading and make the thumbnails. And I almost put in the raid message, but we're not raiding tonight. Well, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go eat something in the kitchen. I'm gonna go sleep. But yeah, once again, thank you for everything, buds. I appreciate it. And I hope to see you, buds, in the next one. But yeah, good night or good morning, wherever you are in the world. And stay feral. Goodbye. You are one.